You accidentally got buried while repairing the mausoleum of the first emperor. But you not only did not die, but also developed your own power in the underground palace because you awakened the material return system. You not only have inexhaustible food, but also can infinitely increase your points for growth. So, you secretly cultivated in the underground palace until Xiang Yu led his troops to dig the tomb, only to find a god of killing in the underground palace. At this time, in the mausoleum of the first emperor on Mount Li, you, Li Mo, slowly opened your eyes. A memory that did not belong to you surged like a tide, and Li Mo quickly realized that he had crossed over and was buried alive by Hu Hai in the underground palace. There is no water or food in the underground palace. The air is not circulating. It's like hell starting out. Li Mo cursed in his heart. Others who crossed over were kings and nobles, but he was stuck in this dark underground palace. If there is no food or drink, he will soon starve to death. Gurgle. A rumble came from his stomach, and his head began to feel dizzy. He searched his whole body and found nothing to eat. The craftsman who repaired the tomb usually brought some dry rations with them. Upon searching his memories, he remembered that the original owner's rations had been stolen. Li Mo knew he didn't have much time left, so he mustered all his strength, propped up his body, and searched 7 people in a row, all with clean faces. Coming to the last person, Li Mo found this person lying on the ground, with bright red blood flowing from underneath his body. Obviously, this person was not starved to death, but was killed by someone else. Li Mo fell silent, then turned the person over and searched his clothes, but found no food. Instead, he found a scroll of sheepskin hidden in the person's clothes. After carefully unfolding it, he realized it was a map of the outer layer of the underground palace. It seemed that this craftsman was very familiar with the underground palace. After keeping the map, Li Mo found that the person's right hand was tightly clenched, as if there was something in the palm of his hand. With great effort, he pried open the tightly clenched fingers to find a small piece of blood-stained flatbread. Although it was not much, it was better than nothing. At this moment, Li Mo couldn't care less. He took the blood-stained flatbread and began to devour it hungrily. In an instant, the flatbread was gone, and Li Mo didn't even have time to taste it. At this moment, an electronic prompt sounded in his head: detection of host consuming resources, activating the return system, consuming 5 pieces of flatbread, returning 100 times. 50 pieces of flatbread have been stored in the storage space. Li Mo was overjoyed at the words. As a transmigrator, the system was truly his savior. With a thought, a light screen appeared in front of him. Name: Li Mo. Return material multiplier, 100 times space size, 10,000 square meters strength, 7 at the same time. Li Mo discovered a void space, with 50 pieces of flatbread neatly placed there. With a thought, a piece of flatbread appeared in his hand, and he quickly devoured it. Ding! Consume 1 Hu Bing. Return 100 Hu Bing. Li Machine thought to himself, with this, I won't have to worry about food. Later, Li Machine gained a deep understanding of the system's complete functionality. The host can consume resources on their own and return them in multiples. People related to the host who consume resources can randomly return attribute points, which are divided into strength, speed, physique, and spirit, used to strengthen the host itself. After understanding the system's functions, Li Mo was even more excited. This meant that he could not only survive in the underground palace but also strengthen his body by adding points, becoming stronger and stronger. The 10,000-step dragon stone blocking the passage outside the underground palace had already been put down, and with Li Mo's current strength, it was impossible to get out. By the light of the eternal lamp, Li Mo unfolded the map he had just obtained and should be able to reach the palace on the outskirts of the underground palace through this corridor. The top priority was to find a water source as soon as possible, even if it was just a small amount. As long as Li Mo could drink it, there would be an endless supply of water afterwards. After making up his mind, Li Mo prepared to rest for a moment. He had just eaten a pancake, and his strength had not been replenished immediately. After confirming that there were no abnormalities around him, Li Mo found a corner in the corridor and began to adjust to rest. In a daze, Li Mo heard the faint sound of footsteps not far away. He squinted his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound. In the dim light, he saw a petite figure moving towards him. A woman. The woman kept searching through the bodies on the ground, obviously looking for food. Just like Li Mo was now a mobile food warehouse, and what he needed now was to establish a relationship with someone, strengthen his body, and with a living person appearing, especially a woman, it was like a heaven-sent opportunity for Li Mo. Li Mo's lips curled slightly as he decided to sweeten the deal for the woman first. He then threw a piece of pancake a few steps away from himself. The woman searched for a long time without finding anything, feeling a bit discouraged. However, her gaze never relaxed in her search. Suddenly, her pupils contracted, and an extremely excited expression appeared on her face because it seemed that there was something like a pancake not far away on the ground. In an instant, she dashed towards it like a mad little rabbit. As the woman approached, Liemo focused his gaze on her in the dim light. 3 seconds later, a prompt appeared in front of him. Name, Xiaoyi appearance, 5 cost of one-time resource return, 5 points at this moment. The woman glanced at Liemo, who was leaning against the wall not far away. Seeing that Liemo did not move, she picked up the pancake from the ground with a sense of relief. Obviously starving, his eating was a little hard to watch. It's almost as if you're shoveling large pieces of hoagie directly into your mouth. Both cheeks puffed up instantly. It was only at this time that Liemo took a closer look at this little ninny. Dressed in a coarse cloth court dress, the face looks a little on the small and cute side. The face comes with a little baby fat. Xiaoyi quickly wiped out a piece of hoagie, finished, and licked his fingers with intent. How does this hoagie taste? Suddenly, Liemo's voice came from behind Xiaoyi. Ah! Scared, he let out a scream. She turned her head, and she was suddenly eye to eye with Liemo. Seeing Liemo's thick eyebrows and big eyes, his face is square and broad, and he is still quite handsome. More importantly, there was no ferocity or malice in Liemo's eyes. You, who are you? Xiaoyi asked in a low voice, a slight tremor evident in her voice. I'm Liemo. And you? Liemo asked. My slave's name is Xiaoyi, and I am the palace master's personal palace maid. Xiaoyi looked at Liemo timidly. Do you still want to eat the hoe cakes from earlier? Liemo knew that at this time, nothing was more important than food. Well, think, he said while lowering her head. As a palace maid, she had gotten used to talking to her master with her head down. Lift your head up so I can get a good look at you. As Liemo spoke, he unconsciously added another piece of hoe cake in his right hand. Xiaoyi sniffed and then looked at the food in Liemo's hands and slowly raised her head. With a system rating of 5 out of 5, it does seem a bit middling. The good thing is that the face is still clean. At least it wouldn't turn Liemo's stomach to look at it. You know, in this dungeon, food is more precious than money. And this hoe cake, can't give it to you for nothing. Liemo though felt that this was a bit of taking advantage of the situation in this environment. But in order to become stronger as soon as possible, naturally, one cannot be merciful. And, without Liemo giving her food, soon she would be a corpse in a tomb. Xiaoyi was in the palace and had long heard about the affairs of men and women. The implication of Liemo's words was certainly clear to her. In this dungeon, the only way to trade for food is on your own. And what men wanted, she knew in her heart what it was. My lord, my slave understands. I'll do anything as long as Gongzi gives my slave something to eat. Liemo was not ambiguous, and immediately pointed to a corner on one side. Xiaoyi immediately understood and followed Liemo over. In Xiaoyi's hand, there was another piece of hoe cake. The pie went down again, vaguely satiated already. After a moment, a beep sounded in Liemo's head. Ding! The host's woman consumes supplies once. Return speed 5 points. Speed plus 5. Loyalty plus 1. In an instant, Liemo only felt a warm current running into his body, penetrating all his limbs and bones, hitting every inch of sinew. The motor cells inside the body are as if they have been amplified exponentially. It was as if as long as Liemo made a slight movement, his entire body would fly out like an arrow. The speed bonus was mainly to increase Liemo's physical agility and dexterity, includes speed of reaction and speed of action. Adding 5 points of speed is equivalent to the speed of one more normal adult male. The system is sincere. Liemo was secretly happy to get the extra points as expected. At that moment, Xiaoyi's ghostly voice came again. Are you still coming, my lord? A sentence that almost gave Liemo a whole won't. An untouched little courtesan, which was given an appetite by Liemo. Liemo was just about to prepare for the plumber. Instead, he heard a gurgling sound from Xiaoyi's stomach. A small face was playfully red and flushed, looking a little embarrassed. Are you, not full? Xiaoyi nodded. Can I have another pie? If the gentleman wants to come again, Eggie can do it too. It turned out that this little ninny had misunderstood Liemo. She thinks that Liemo is totally giving things by the count. So that's it. Here, take it, but eat slowly, don't choke. Xiaoyi's small hand took the cake and her eyes flickered as she looked at Liemo. My lord, you are so nice. When he finished, both cheekbones bulged again. Liemo was surprised that the cake was so dry and didn't taste good. It's amazing that he can eat 3 pieces in a row. Don't you have to drink water? Ding! The host woman consumes supplies one time and gains a power bonus of 5 points. The additions arrived in seconds almost at the same time that he had finished eating. Liemo felt that the muscles in his entire body were vaguely starting to gnarl. An explosive force was added to the muscles. Gongzi, shall we eat? I'm full. Finally, a contented expression appeared on Neisan's face. Just now, you came from that end of the tunnel? Liemo asked, pointing to the other end of the tunnel. Xiaoyi nodded. Back to my lord. My slave escaped from the palace at that end. There are 7 or 8 wicked men gathered over there, killing on sight, and a few sisters have been taken there. I heard that the men had no water to drink and wanted to drink their blood. I hid in a corner and escaped before they found me. There was fear in Eggy's eyes as she spoke of the gang. Wasn't there a man with a long scar on his face? Lee Mo asked. Seems like it, and the man had a sharp knife in his hand and stabbed several people to death for miles. Asked this because Lee Mo remembered. The one who snatched the food from the original owner's arms in the first place was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. His name is Jisheng, a notoriously tough guy in the Craftsman. On a regular basis, it had threatened the original owner a few times, and had beaten him a few times. New hatred, old hatred. Lee Mo must settle things with this person. Xiaoyi, if you follow me from now on, you won't have to be afraid of those evil people. There's enough food to go around. When Xiaoyi heard that, her eyes turned red. Your Excellency's great kindness. My slave is even more at a loss as to how to repay you. Good point, just eat more every day. This. While the two were talking, Lee Mo's ears were slightly twitching. The footsteps of 2 men came from the end of the tunnel. Chapter 3, Pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Exploding Dan with one punch, Xiaoyi saw the figures of those 2 people from afar and said to Lee Mo, My lord, those 2 are the ones in that evil gang. Lee Mo pointed to the stone terracotta figure not far behind him. You hide behind that stone statue and leave this place to me. Remember, don't make any noise. Xiaoyi nodded curtly. She then hid behind the stone statue. Lee Mo saw that those 2 people began to constantly search every corner. He pretended to lean against the wall and acted as if he had fainted. Soon, one of the 2 men pointed to the corner where Lee Mo was. Split up the search. I'll go that way. You go the other way. Good. Make sure to get some food out. After the 2 of them split up, the man wandered over in Lee Mo's direction. Isn't this that Lee Mo kid? You usually go against Boss Jisheng, and now that you have no food, you must be starving alive, right? When he heard the voice, Lee Mo remembered this person from the original owner's memory. His name is Lu Bo, and he is usually a dog of Jisheng. Jisheng was happy to have someone else to call on. In his normal life, Lu Bo didn't target Lee Mo much. Seeing Lee Mo leaning against that corner, Lu Bo instantly wanted to properly humiliate Lee Mo. Hey, let's give you a taste of my old man's goodies. A grim smile appeared on Jisheng's face. Seeing this, Lee Mo secretly began to calculate the distance in his heart. 10 steps, 5 steps, 2 steps, 1 step. Dry. Lee Mo's eyes snapped open, and his right fist swiftly. Lightning strikes at a pair of eggs. Click. Eggs. Broken. Lu Bo's body suddenly bent down, and before he had time to make a sound, his mouth had already been covered by Lee Mo to death. Live and die in pain in Lee Mo's arms. After finishing Lu Bo, Lee Mo dragged his body to a corner and hid it. The man on the other side, Jio, didn't find anything usable, so he called out to Lu Bo's side. Uncle Lu, have you found anything there? If not, go back. Lawbird didn't reply. Joe didn't feel quite right and drew a bronze dagger from his waist. He shouted numbly as he closed in on the corner where Lu Bo had gone. Who's there? Get your ass out here. At that moment, Lee Mo's figure slowly emerged from the corner. With a sweep of his sharp gaze, he stared at Joe's body. Lee Mo, so it's you kid. Dare to play God with me here? You haven't starved to death in the last few days. Say, did you find something to eat? Joe was relatively thin, but when he spoke, he was ruthless. Among this group of craftsmen, Joe is the one who fights the hardest on weekdays. Someone's ear has even been bitten off by Joe. Therefore, he was also nicknamed 9 Crazy Men. This kind of person, Ji Shang liked the most and also regarded Joe as his heart. After Qin Ershi closed the underground palace, Ji Shang enlisted these people at the first opportunity, and then snatched all the food from the others. Anyone who dares to resist is simply stabbed to death. The owner of the half of the hoagie that Lee Mo had found earlier had hung up like this. Seeing Lee Mo alive and well, Joe guessed in his heart that Lee Mo had definitely found food. How could he let go of such an opportunity? He took the dagger and approached Lee Mo step by step. Lee Mo, if you are sensible, hand over your things. Otherwise, don't blame me, Joe, for being ruthless. I don't mind stabbing a few holes in you. Lee Mo was however not the least bit afraid. With his current strength and speed, one-on-one, Joe was no match at all. Joe, what's the waste of words? If you want to eat, let your horse come over. Seeing that Lee Mo was actually so arrogant, a ferocious expression appeared on Ajio's face. Lee Mo, it seems that you don't want to shed a tear until you see the coffin, so don't blame it on the ruthlessness of your hands. After saying that, Ajio rushed towards Lee Mo with a few big steps. With a raise of his right hand, the sharp dagger was directly stabbed at Lee Mo's chest. Brush! The jab brought up a gust of wind. Zhou's attack was so fast that an ordinary person would basically be unable to dodge through it. In the next second, however, Li Mo's body withdrew one step backward, and in an extremely flexible position, easily avoids the jab. At the same time, Li Mo's right leg steeply erupted into a lightning whip kick. This leg was like a long whip that viciously smacked Zhou's ribs. Pop! The toothsome sound of bone cracking suddenly rang out. With one leg, he broke both of Zhou's ribs straight away. Zhou screamed miserably and fell to the ground on the spot. Li Mo took advantage of the situation and rushed forward, kicking the top of its head. Bang! A muffled sound. Zhou then lay straight and motionless on the ground. Li Mo reached out and probed his nose, and it was already broken. He picked up the bronze dagger from the ground and pinned it to his waist. With a weapon, paired with physical attribute additions, combat power increases exponentially. Ji Shang's group, Li Mo would not let any of them go. After resolving these two troubles, Li Mo went back and found Xiaoyi. It's okay, both are dead. Xiaoyi poked her head out. Your excellency is so powerful. You can even fight and kill a knife-wielding villain with your bare hands. Little E is impressed. Li Mo pointed ahead. While we're at it, let's get to the other end of the tunnel and try to find some water. Xiaoyi nodded. My lord, I know where there's water. It's in one of the outlying side halls. There are several large water tanks. With that said, Li Mo took the map from his arms. You point to me. Where is it? Well, it's here, but to that side hall. It must be only after passing through the main hall where the gang of villains is located. Li Mo reached out and pinched Xiaoyi's face. Don't worry, I have a natural way to deal with those evil people. Only, it's okay if you eat some more, right? Xiaoyi sniffed and was a little embarrassed. Gongzi, Xiaoyi has been a big eater since she was young, and now her stomach is really a bit hungry. Nah, here's one for you. Don't you need a drink? No, this hoagie is pretty good to swallow. After saying that, Xiaoyi started eating again in front of Li Mo. Li Mo had to admire that the little ninny's digestive ability was really strong. Soon, another 5 points of the speed attribute arrived. Now, Li Mo possessed 16 points of speed, which was equivalent to 3 times the reaction ability of a human. There was no way for an ordinary person to strike and injure Li Mo anymore. You mark the water storage point on the map, and when you go over there later, you find a place to hide. I'll come find you after I take care of Jixing's gang, okay? It was indeed much easier for Li Mo to move around when he was alone, but he wouldn't abandon E. After all, E was now his source of rebates, and it's a snacker, so I might eat it once and add some more for him. Xiaoyi nodded once again. Don't worry, sir, Xiaoyi will be good. After the two of them settled, Li Mo took Xiaoyi and walked quickly toward the other end of the tunnel. Chapter 4, The Great Hall of the Purple Sun. Killing the head of the murderous thieves. Passing through the long tunnel, Li Mo brought Xiaoyi to the entrance of the entire periphery of the underground palace. The thick stone door opened slightly. Not much, but enough for a person to burrow into it. Shoo, follow me. Li Mo made a silencing gesture to Xiaoyi. Like cats in the darkness, the two of them slipped through the slit in a puff of smoke. The first emperor's underground palace is unprecedented in scale, almost a one-to-one replica of the palace on the ground. In the outer palace, the air was able to flow, and people would not suffocate inside. Over there, where the light is on, is the Hall of the Purple Sun, and that great vat of water it's right in the middle of the west side of the Xiang Hall's side hall. Xiaoyi found a place to hide, then whispered in Li Mo's ear. Li Mo looked at Xiaoyi's flickering eyes. Little girl, be good and wait for me. After saying that, Li Mo's feet fired, and his body disappeared into the darkness like a swift wind. In a few breaths, he arrived outside the Purple Sun Hall and hid behind a pillar. The Great Hall was lighted at this time, and the figures of 5 or 6 men were hanging about in it. Boss G, this Lu Bo and Jiu have been out looking for food for a while now. Why don't we see any movement? Shouldn't something have happened? Several men gathered around were talking to Jixing. The skin on Jixing's face twitched and he raised the sharp knife in his hand. Inside that tunnel over there are artisans with no water or food. It's good to have breath now. That Gio. You guys don't not know that. When he starts to be cruel, he's afraid of himself. What can the average person do to him? Obviously, Ji Shang was still relatively confident in Lu Bo and Jiu. After saying that, Jixing walked to the other side of the corner. Soon, he was shoving a woman around with a tug. That's fine. You guys go out and look for Uncle Lu and the others. I'll have some fun with this chick alone. At those words, a group of men burst out laughing. Some of them already had evil grins on their faces. Boss, this woman was originally a female officer in the palace, and as far as we were originally, I'm afraid I can't even touch his hand. Yeah, boss, when you're done, aren't you going to let the brothers have some fun too? Jixing waved his hand somewhat impatiently. Get out of here. Taking in Ji Shang's force, the several men could only walk out of that hall in a grayish manner. Aya, It's good to be the boss, being the first to taste everything. That's right, he's the one who ate the most of those dry rations we grabbed earlier. What are you talking about? Looking for death. If Boss G hears this, he'll peel your skin off? While saying that, several people swaggered out of the Xiang Hall, straight towards the direction of the outer stone gate. Not the slightest bit of attention was paid to Liu Mo, who was lurking in the darkness. By the time the gang's footsteps had disappeared, Liu Mo then probed out and approached the entrance of the great hall step by step. At that moment, I only heard the woman inside say coldly, "Shameless thief, if you dare to mess around with I'll bite my tongue." Ji Shang's laughter then came. "Fine, you can kill yourself as much as you want. I can still enjoy myself." Liu Mo used his finger to gently poke a hole in the middle of that paper window. Within the field of vision, there was no one else but Ji Shang and the woman. Looking at the woman again, she was dressed in a blue brocade dress, with a clear face and an intelligent divine light in her eyes. At a glance, she was not an ordinary courtesan like Xiaoyi. In an instant, the woman's information came to the surface. Name, Zhao Wan. Age, 18. Face value, 7, 10 is the highest. The higher the face value the more rebates. Consumption of 1 material rebate, 1 point, exclusive to mental powers. Loyalty, 6, 10 points maximum. Loyalty can be cultivated. The higher the return points. Root bone, good. Root bone is categorized into ordinary, good, superior, excellent, and spirit bone. Good or above root bones can be strengthened by the host. It seems that this woman's is above Xiaoyi in both face value and qualifications. The most crucial thing is that this woman actually specializes in returning spiritual power. Among the various rebate attributes, spiritual power was the rarest and most mysterious. This was something that the system had hinted at when Liu Mo was delving into the system's functions. And the system told Liu Mo that spiritual power could undergo a metamorphosis when it was accumulated to a certain level. Become God-conscious. Right now, Liu Mo didn't think too much about it. As long as he steadily added up all the attributes, he believed that he would become stronger and stronger. Giggle. The panel in front of Liu Mo's eyes had just disappeared when he heard a sound of clothes being ripped. Ji Sheng directly stuffed Zhao Wan's mouth with a piece of cloth. Zhao Wan winced and made a sound, unable to even bite her tongue to kill herself. The more you resist, the more excited I get, my lord. I'll tear your clothes a little bit and enjoy them. Zhao Wan desperately shook her head, her body desperately trying to resist. But Ji Sheng was tall and big, plus he was bound by the ropes. With her power, it wouldn't help at all. Inches of snowy white began to be exposed to the light, just as Ji Sheng was drooling for something substantial. But suddenly a sound of breaking wind was heard from outside the door. Brush. The sharp bronze dagger was empowered by Liu Mo's strength. A sharp, chilling cut in the darkness. Giggle. The tip of the knife went through Ji Sheng's back, protruding directly from his forehead, his heart pierced by a single blow. Ji Sheng stared at his chest in disbelief. With that, his body fell forward, crouching on Zhao Wan's body. Zhao Wan, on the other hand, acted quite calmly and casually pushed Ji Sheng away. She turned and tried to make her way to the other side hall. At this time, Liu Mo's figure was floating behind her. I helped you kill that evil man. What? Not even a thank you? The sudden sound made Zhao Wan really startled. She turned to look at Liu Mo and saw that the other party didn't seem to have any malice towards her. A heart that was hanging in the air finally fell. Many thanks to the strong man for saving me. Zhao Wan is grateful. Just after the words were said, Zhao Wan realized that she seemed to be naked now. You, turn your head and stop looking. Liu Mo knew that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry, so he immediately turned around as requested. He then took off another shirt and threw it over. Make do for now. I mean no offense. Zhao Wan took the clothes and wrapped herself up. In his heart, he felt a little more favorable towards Liu Mo. Under these circumstances, with her looks, in exchange for those wicked men who just now probably pounced on it a long time ago, Liu Mo wasn't a Mr. Nice guy, but he wasn't really in a hurry. Alright, you can turn around now, Zhao Wan said softly. Liu Mo turned around and pointed to the western direction behind Zhao Wan. Is there water in the side hall over there? Zhao Wan was just about to say something when she heard the footsteps of several men coming from outside. Liu Mo, of course, heard the ringing, and without waiting for Zhao Wan to react, he rushed forward with a big stride. Carrying Zhao Wan on his shoulders, he rushed inside to the side hall. Shoo, just stay here and keep quiet. I'll take care of the people outside. Chapter 5 1 against 4. Regimentation in the darkness. Before Zhao Wan could respond, Liu Mo's figure disappeared into the darkness. The 4 remaining men under Jisheng went out and searched around. The food was not sought, but the bodies of Lu Bo and Jiu were found. A few people had combined their efforts, and the matter had to be reported to Jisheng quickly. Hurriedly rushed to the outside of the Xiang Hall, but saw that the candle flame inside was extinguished and it was dark. All around, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Boss G, Are you in there? Ma-san, who had a big donkey face, tried to call out to the Great Hall. There's no echo in there. Could it be that Boss G is still busy with his work? When the four of them went out just now, Ji Sheng was about to have some fun with that female official Zhao Wan. No way. Boss G looks mighty, but he's actually very short. The young man named Blackie immediately denied it. Blackie, how do you know about this? Blackie shut his mouth silently as he listened. This kind of thing, naturally, could only be known by the men who had dipped into Ji Sheng's woman. No matter what, go in first and take a look before you say anything. The five of us are here. What are we afraid of? The tall Lu Er held his words out, and then he took large strides towards the hall. As soon as he stepped in, he smelled a strong odor of blood coming from him. It was dark all around, giving a sense of eeriness and terror. Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. It smells like blood. Lu Er's face looked flustered as he turned to the four men behind him. Just then, Li Mo, who was lurking in the shadows, moved. Sprinting like a wind shadow, he swept past behind Lu Er. The dagger held in the opposite hand drew a murderous arc in the darkness of the night. Gimme a break. The sharp blade cut across Lu Er's neck, cutting a bloody scar on his neck like tofu. Lu Er's head just turned to the fore. Instantly but with a click, the huge head slipped from the neck of the, wobbling against a fleshy tendon half dropped. Ah! The closest Blackie screamed loudly in fear and fell on his butt above the ground. Behind them, Ma-san and Yusi even turned around and ran. Liemo resolved Lu Er. His legs snapped to life and he leapt up to land a knee strike. It directly collapsed Blackie's chest. OMG! There's a ghost. Run! Now! Ma-san and Yusi were already scared out of their wits. I wanted to run fast, but my legs were weak. Behind him, Liemo caught up with him in a few big strides. A knife in the back gave Ma-san a direct hit. The gang, under the tangle of Jisheng, robbing artisans of food, killing 6 courtesans, and drinking blood for pleasure are not good people. Liemo killing them was a way to do justice to heaven. Yusi ran too fast but his legs didn't keep up. A stagger planted itself on the ground. Turning around, he looked at Liemo who was getting closer and closer in the darkness. Yes, it's you, Liemo. You've turned into an evil spirit. Liemo blared angrily and lifted Yusi's lapel. Take a good look. Am I a human or a ghost? Yusi, you're the one who told Ji Sheng about the dry food I had on me earlier, right? Yusi's face was as pale as paper in fear, shaking his head vigorously. No, I wasn't the one who told Jisheng. Not me, Liemo asked again. Then do you remember who snatched that dried food from my arms? Yusi sniffed and cried. That was what Ji Sheng told me to do. I couldn't disobey. Pop. Just after he finished speaking, Liemo was directly slapped on Yusi's face. 2 teeth chipped out of his mouth in an instant. You do what you're told. You eat, why don't you eat it? Liemo remembered Yusi's bullying expression at that time. The fire in his heart burned up. Bang! A thudding body kick lands directly on Yusi's head. Yusi didn't even grunt and went to the yellow springs on the spot. 1 against 5. Easy regimentation. After settling the gang, Liemo first went to the corner where Xiaoyi was. When Xiaoyi saw Liemo, a happy smile appeared on her face. You've come, my lord. I was afraid I'd never see you again. Liemo pointed at the Xiang Hall. Come on, follow me in. Did the gentleman find water? He asked as she licked her lips. To say that he wasn't thirsty after eating so many cakes, Liemo didn't believe it anyway. Not yet, but I found a woman. Let's see if you recognize her? Hearing that there was a woman as a companion, Xiaoyi's eyes had even more of an aura in them. I assume it's a courtesan like me? Or, it couldn't be those concubines in the inner sanctum? Along the way, Yi's beak chirped like a little sparrow. The moment she saw Zhao Wan, Xiaoyi but consciously lowered her head. Compared to Zhao Wan, she was much inferior in terms of her figure and appearance, as well as her mannerisms. Zhao Wan, this is Xiaoyi, a palace maid. Zhao Wan nodded. Just look at her dress. It's the palace maid that was used to accompany the first emperor to be martyred at the outermost part of this underground palace. Seeing that Zhao Wan still had some insight, Liemo asked, I've only heard of the martyrdom of the living being buried alive in the earth, like this, sealed in a dungeon. What is the argument for letting them die slowly? Zhao Wan replied, Your Excellency doesn't know that the first emperor regards himself as more accomplished than the 3 emperors and more accomplished than the 5 emperors. After his death, Zhao Gao then advised the second emperor that by an extraordinary method, create a long resting place for the first emperor. What's more, in an extraordinary way, the first emperor will be able to sit in a dynasty even underground. Under Zhao Wan's explanation, Liemo knew the whole story. It turns out that after Shi Huangdi's death, it wasn't Hu Hai who advocated sealing the living into tombs for martyrdom. Instead, it's Zhao Gao. The buildings inside the underground palace are divided into an outer palace, a small inner courtyard, a central hall and the emperor's bedchamber. built exactly like the ground in size and specifications. There must also be corresponding guards, palace consorts, and courtesans in each palace. The closer you get to the emperor's bedchamber, the higher the rank of the buried Wan Fei, the stronger the force of the guards guarding inside. It is said that outside the innermost chambers, there is also a special clan of tomb guards. Zhao Gao hypothesized that Shi Huangdi demanded during his lifetime that those who were to be martyred after his death had to be alive and sealed into the tomb. These men are to die in their graves and do their duty for him, in life and in death. He has been guarding his imperial chambers, but won't these people die without food or water in the tomb? Li Mo raised his question. Zhao Wan returned. That's natural, except for the tomb guardian clan, the rest of the people that must die in the grave. I see, that means there are many other concubines in this tomb, and possibly alive? Zhao Wan nodded. The Wan concubines all have smaller portions of food in the palace. It can hold up for a while. When she finished, she sighed again. But now, it's a mess in there and started robbing each other of their leftovers. I just took the opportunity to escape. After understanding what happened, Li Mo made up his mind. We must find a way to get to the very core and find the tomb guardians. Maybe there's a chance to get out of the dungeon. However, before that, Li Mo had to build up his strength. Thinking of this, Li Mo pointed to the west side of the side hall. It's not too late. Let's hurry up and get some water. Chapter 6, Sister Zhao Wan, how's your son? As the words fell, Li Mo took Zhao Wan and Xiaoyi and quickly walked towards the west side of the side hall. Along the way, there was no abnormality in the surroundings except for the flickering lights of the long lighting lamps. Smoothly arriving at the west side of the side hall, Li Mo signaled the two women to find a place to wait at the back. He then swept past with steps like shooting stars. There wasn't much space in the temple. To be precise, it was somewhat like a utility room for storing miscellaneous items. In the corner inside, a large black earthenware water tank stood silently. Li Mo quickly went to the water tank, only to find that the water in this tank had reached the bottom. At that moment, Yi's voice came from behind. Sir, is there any water in this tank? Slave is so thirsty right now. Li Mo sniffed and said in his heart, letting you eat so many dry hoe cakes. Looking for water in a hurry now. Are you? Alas, alas, a step too late. Shaking his head, Li Mo pointed to the large water tank in front of him. Xiaoyi brought her head up to take a look, and a look of disappointment immediately appeared on her face. I'm sorry, sir. My slave didn't know the water would be taken from here. I clearly remembered earlier that there was at least half a tank of water when I arrived. It turned out that Xiaoyi was hiding from Ji Shang's group before. I entered the middle of this side hall by mistake, and that's when I realized that there was a water tank here. There's still water in there, but he did not expect that the water would be taken away so soon. Do you mean to say that the water in this tank was taken not long ago? This news was quite important to Li Mo. Li Mo thus thought that it had only been a short time since the water was taken, and there would be a layer of water more or less attached to the bottom of the tank. This one is impossible to take out anytime soon. As long as there was even a drop of water, it was enough for Reimer. He's not a vegetarian with his 100x return ability. Thinking of this, Li Mo all of a sudden plunged his entire body into the water tank. Sir, what are you doing? For a moment, Xiaoyi couldn't see it at all. Li Mo didn't answer, but just pushed his body inside one by one, until his tongue could touch the bottom of the tank. Mother asterisk 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 her, there's still water, but it's a test of my tongue skills. Li Mo cursed in his heart. With that, he rolled his tongue around and managed to lick a tiny bit of leftover water from the bottom. Ding! The host consumes 2 grams of water and 100x returns successfully. It's done! Li Mo moved his mind and saw that within that storage space, a square water cube was hovering silently. No more, no less, exactly 200 grams of water. In terms of volume, it's not as much as a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, but Li Mo can operate in cycles. Bring me one of those clay bowls from that corner. Li Mo pointed to the corner next to him, not knowing what to expect. Xiaoyi quickly brought over a worn earthenware bowl. After thinking about it, he gave it another wipe with his sleeve. Is the gentleman going to use this earthenware bowl to get water from the bottom of the tank? But I see not even half a bowl of water at the bottom of that tank. Where is there water to be had? Li Mo again reached out and pinched Xiaoyi's fleshy little face. You just have to trust me and follow me to have food and drink. That's all. Don't ask anything else that you shouldn't. Xiaoyi lowered her head. I know Gengzi. Xiaoyi will go find Sister Wan. As soon as Xiaoyi left in front of him, the ceramic bowl in Li Mo's hand was filled with 200 grams of water. Needless to say, Li Mo, who was already thirsty, directly raised his hand and poured it into his mouth. Wow, cool. It felt like a long drought. Ding! The host consumes 200 grams of water and returns 100x, gaining 20 kilograms of water. Instantly, Li Mo had 20 kilograms of drinking water. Lemur then took out another 200 grams of water to get another 20 kilograms. Now, inside the storage space, there was a much larger water cube suspended than just a moment ago. Within the storage space, unpackaged water is stocked in this form. When Li Mo needed to drink, he found a container and with a thought, then you can fill the container with water. On the other side, Xiaoyi and Zhaowan chatted idly. Zhaowan asked in a small voice, Xiaoyi, how did you meet Li Mo and why did you follow him? Xiaoyi is very straightforward. Mr. Li is very nice. He gave me 3 pieces of cake. That saved my life. At those words, Zhaowan was a bit disbelieving. What? He gave you 3 hoe cakes? Food is scarce in this dungeon. Everyone is fighting for their own. And he was willing to give you 3? Indeed. Zhaowan had seen it with her own eyes in the inner hall. Those concubines who used to be so gentle and sweet are not afraid to fight for a piece of meat. What image? What morality? All of it. There are even concubines who are willing to offer themselves up, trying to pull in the highly skilled martial arts dead at the door. Unfortunately, those dead soldiers, all of them eunuchs, can't be interested in women. Otherwise, there's probably no telling what kind of mess is going on in there right now. He nodded very definitely. What's this? The Duke said I'd follow him, and I'd have food and drink. There's no need to fear the evil in this yet. Wouldn't you say that the mail is strangely good for miles? Zhaowan felt even more incredible after hearing this. Although Li Mo had some skills, the food he carried with him was always limited, right? In this dungeon, what kind of person wants to share his food with others? Zhaowan suddenly thought of something and asked, so, Li Mo, did he put any conditions on you? He looks a little embarrassed. Gongzi said that this food and water naturally can't be given for nothing, but it seems reasonable to little E. Why should people give us their own food for nothing? Wouldn't more food give us a better chance of staying alive? Zhaowan thought about it, and what Xiaoyi said was not unreasonable. So, what are his terms? Xiaoyi put her mouth in front of Zhaowan. It's actually very simple. As long as you have that with your husband, it's fine. When Zhaowan heard this, her face sank. So that's how it is. This Li Mo is actually a womanizer. He saved you, totally trying to take advantage of you. Such a frivolous person. I, Zhaowan, would never want to be in his company. After saying that, Zhaowan stood up with a huff and turned around, ready to leave. At that moment, it coincided with Li Mo coming out from inside. Miss Zhaowan, where are you going? Zhaowan looked back at Li Mo. I had thought you were a righteous man, but I didn't realize you were a womanizer. I'm just going to starve to death, but there's no way I'm going to trade my body for something with you. I had thought that Li Mo would surely have to discern a few words for himself. Unexpectedly, however, Li Mo waved his hand and said to her, in that case, then I, Li Mo, won't see you off. Have a good trip. Come, little E, come and drink the water. Take a big gulp. It's enough. Hearing these words, Zhaowan froze in place on the spot. Chapter 7, Your Soft Underbelly. Surprisingly, is water. What do you mean? Enough plumbing? Li Mo, is that too much to ask? It's inside a dungeon, and water is absolutely nothing less than food. It turned out that water was far more tempting to Zhaowan than food, because she wanted to wash her face and hands properly so badly. To put it simply, Zhaowan is still a little bit of a janitor personally. Gulp, gulp. At that moment, the sound of E taking a big gulp of water came from behind her. My lord, this water is really sweet. Slave wants another bowl. At this moment, Li Mo received the rebate message in his mind as expected. Physique +6, loyalty +0.5. This time, random physique attribute points were returned. Li Mo felt as if the cells in his entire body were coming alive. An inexplicable power wandered between the organs. Powerful vitality and vigor spread all over the body. The condition of the skin is more rosy and elastic. The flow of qi and blood has doubled. The whole body actually erupted into a crackling sound. The body doubles its ability to recover and immunize itself. With a thought, personal information surfaced again. Name, Li Mo. Return multiplier, 100 times. Space size, 10,000 square meters. Strength, 12, normal value for an average male is 5. Speed, 16, normal value for an average male is 5. Body mass, 12, normal value for an average male is 5. Mental, 5, normal value for an average male is 5. The one thing Li Mo had yet to experience now was the growth of his spiritual power. Base speed, strength, and constitution are now more than twice as high as normal. With a full outburst, 3 times the speed and strength of a normal person was not a matter of concern. Come on, drink if you want. Li Mo turned his hand and took out another bowl of water and handed it to Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi was just about to drink it down, but Li Mo handed over another piece of hoe cake. Wouldn't it be better with a piece of pie? Of course, this was something Li Mo intentionally said to Zhaowan, who was not far away. He took the cake and consumed both the water and the cake in 3 tries. Ding! Return strength +5. Hiccup! He was obviously full and burped softly. Gongzi, Xiaoyi is too full to eat or drink. These words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Zhao Wan's heart tip hard. Is it not too much to ask to eat and drink at the heels of a hungry man? Well, if you get hungry, feel free to let me know. After Li Mo finished speaking, he took out another bowl of water from the space. You've got a blossomed face. How about washing your face with this water? He heard this and shook her head like a rattle. No, my lord, the water is better kept for drinking. What a pity to use it to wash your face. Li Mo sniffed and purposely raised his voice an octave. You don't need it, then I'll just pour this water. I don't need it anyway. After saying that, Li Mo made a move to pour water. This action simply drove Zhao Wan crazy in her heart. She clenched her teeth lightly and tugged her palms together as if she had made up her mind. Li Mo, that water? Don't pour it. Li Mo was happy in his heart. So that's the water this little ninny cares about. Miss Zhao Wan, this water is mine, so it's my business if I pour it or not, right? Li Mo thought to himself. As long as you have a soft spot, I'm still afraid I can't cure you? Zhao Wan's voice lowered. What a shame to pour it. Can I wash my face and hands? A smile appeared on Li Mo's face, and with a lift of his hand, he gulped down a bowl of water directly. Instantly, Zhao Wan went numb. Li Mo, you're teasing me. Li Mo smiled bashfully. Who said that? Just this small bowl of water. Where is enough to wash your face and hands? It's more like quenching your thirst. Zhao Wan was just about to despair. Li Mo, however, smiled mysteriously. Just a moment, coming right up. As soon as he turned around, he went inside the side hall and found a copper basin. The backhand is to take out a basin full of water from the space. When Li Mo appeared in front of Zhao Wan with this basin of water, Zhao Wan was once again numb. Li Mo, is this digging into a big underground river? You know such a pot of water could drive certain young lords crazy in the inner sanctum. Zhao Wan didn't know what to say. What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to wash your face and hands? Li Mo graciously pointed to the copper basin. Look at the tub of fresh water. Zhao Wan really couldn't hold it together. She wanted so badly to get her face and hands cleaned of all that grime. Otherwise, she always felt all over the place. Of course, it would be heavenly to have a place to bathe. However, right now, Zhao Wan instead felt that the idea of bathing was a bit too ridiculous. Who'd want to take a bath when there's so much water? I'm afraid I'm sick in the head. Really? Can I wash it? Zhao Wan looked at Li Mo, still not having a clue in her heart. Don't want to wash? Wanna wash? Then why hesitate? Come on. Seeing Zhao Wan still in place, Li Mo greeted Xiaoyi. If Zhao Wan doesn't wash it, Xiaoyi, you do it. Yi's eyes lit up and she rolled up her sleeves to get started. No, Li Mo, wait, I'm going to wash it. I'm going to wash it. Finally, Zhao Wan couldn't stand it anymore. She walked quickly to the basin, rolled up her sleeves, and reached out with both hands. The sensation of cool water came instantly. Inches of skin seemed to be awakened and energized. The dirt on her hands was quickly cleaned off, revealing a pair of small, slender, white hands. Wow! She cupped a handful of water over her face. Aha! An involuntary sound of satisfaction escaped his throat. To her, being able to wash her hands and face is more important than eating. Soon, the original grayish face became white and tender, and the skin was even more blown out. Zhao Wan gently patted her cheeks with her hands and felt really comfortable. When it's done, it's transformed into a living image of a fresh and beautiful female officer. The only downside is that the body is a little worse. Li Mo, thank you. Zhao Wan, will remember this drop of grace? Just as she finished speaking, another gurgling sound came from Zhao Wan's stomach. Doing the math, she hadn't eaten in 2 days. If it wasn't for my strong will, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hold out. Well said, Zhao Wan. You're hungry, aren't you? I've got hoe cakes here. Want some? Li Mo pretended to dig inside his lapel, and a piece of hoe cake was added to his hand. Zhao Wan gulped and tried to reach out but was a bit uncomfortable. Sister Zhao Wan, Gongzi is very nice. What's wrong with following him with food and drink? If you don't have anything to eat or drink, you'll die soon, and then it'll be over. Xiaoyi certainly understood what Li Mo meant and came to Zhao Wan's front and started to assist. Li Mo, I know you can't eat something for nothing, but can you give me a little time? Zhao Wan put her head down. Apparently, her inner defenses were being breached a little. Indeed, in this darkened dungeon, staying alive was the most important issue. Zhao Wan was just afraid that after Li Mo got her, he would soon get tired of it, or he would soon abandon her. You can be given time, but not too long. 3 days, is that enough? Li Mo certainly couldn't compromise unconditionally. It was only that Zhao Wan could return rare spiritual power, and this point was more important. He believed that those concubines in the inner hall must not be inferior to Zhao Wan in terms of their qualifications. Good. It's a deal. Zhao Wan also stopped resisting and reached out to take the hu cake and began to eat it in small bites. Just then, a thin manly figure suddenly flashed out of the darkness. Chapter 8 Deadly Guards. Martial artist appears. Hey, I can't believe I found a living person here. You still have food in your hand? The thin figure's voice was shrill and eerie, alive as a sissy. As he spoke, his left hand unconsciously squeezed an orchid finger. As soon as Zhao Wan saw this person, her face looked a little alarmed. Li Mo. These are the dead soldiers guarding the entrance to that inner courtyard. They're not ordinary people. Rather, they are martial artists who are highly skilled in martial arts. She unconsciously moved closer to Li Mo and whispered. Li Mo knew from the original owner's memories that this great Qin world was not quite the same as what he had known before. There are powerful martial artists in this world, and those who are extremely strong possess the bravery that is unbeatable by 10,000 people. However, the original owner was not very clear about the specific information about martial artists. Zhao Wan was in the palace, a concubine's personal secretary. She was usually erudite and loved to read, so her understanding of martial artists was far better than Li Mo. Ha ha ha, you little lady has some insight and knows my identity. In that case, why don't you get down on your knees and hand over all your food? Maybe I can let you all die a quick death. Otherwise, my methods of torture can be excruciating. That little skinny man swept his gloomy gaze over the crowd with a condescending look. Obviously, even the taller Li Mo, he didn't put it in his eyes at all. After all, he didn't feel a trace of the unique chi and blood breath of a martial artist from Li Mo. Li Mo focused his gaze on the man, and 3 seconds later, a panel of information surfaced. Name, Zhang Ergu. Martial artist rank, 3rd grade martial artist. Strength, 12. Speed, 12. Physical fitness, 10. Description, the lowest ranked martial artist. Possessing twice the explosive power of normal people and knowing a certain martial art. With this panel, Li Mo was greatly relieved. With his current 17 points of strength, 16 points of speed and 12 points of constitution. 1-on-1. The seconds Zhang Ergu no problem. Li Mo, what should we do? Although Zhao Wan knew that Li Mo had some strength, but she didn't believe that Li Mo could beat the Zhang air dog in front of her. After all, there was still a very large gap between martial artists and ordinary people. Zhang Ergu pointed at Li Mo. Why don't you kneel down? Do you want me to break your legs? Li Mo snorted coldly. It's just a castrated dog. What are you barking about? The moment these words came out, Zhang Ergu on the opposite side of the table was instantly outraged. Daring, as the dead soldiers of this tomb, we are the most loyal warriors of His Majesty the First Emperor. I am, now, going to tear you alive. After saying that Zhang Erdog's entire body shook abruptly, and his bones erupted in a burst of wrongly cracked sounds. An otherworldly aura began to permeate from him. Zhao Wan, go, close the door for me. Li Mo's tone was again astonishing. Who's fighting who in this stance? Li Mo, if we escape in death, maybe we still have a chance. A martial artist is no match for those petty thieves. Zhao Wan had been whispering to persuade Li Mo. Don't be afraid, do as I say. Li Mo straightened his spine, his gaze was like a torch, and he didn't have the slightest air of panic. Seeing that Li Mo was so resolute, the two women had no choice but to go and close the gate of the Purple Sun Hall. Squeak! As soon as the gate was closed, that Zhang Erdog brazenly moved his body, flew and swept rapidly, walking as fast as the wind. Phew! He spewed out a long breath that instantly blew out the candle flame in the hall. Throughout the house, it was dark and out of reach. But for martial artists, the 5 senses have long surpassed those of normal people. The scent of the living can still be detected in the darkness. Li Mo, however, was as steady as a mountain, concentrating his mind and chi, and began to mobilize his entire body's senses, especially after the physique is strengthened to 12. It was as if every cold hair on his body was a natural sensor. Any wind and grass blowing, within 1 step, Li Mo could definitely sense it in advance. Zhang Ergu dodged around to Li Mo's back, the middle knuckle of his right hand protruding out and, a poison dragon drill punch that specializes in the heart erupts violently. Phew! The strong fist force set off a sound of breaking wind. This punch specializes in attacking the heart. An ordinary person who receives a punch of the heart will be injured by the dark energy, and die violently on the spot. Zhang Ergu didn't realize that his movements were fast and Li Mo's movements were faster than his. Li Mo in the darkness, like an agile lone wolf, between changes of pace, the figure instantly flashed. Poison dragon drills a punch that misses. Not good. This is an expert. Zhang Ergu was immediately shocked in his heart. Anyone who could dodge his strike with such ease was at least a 2nd-grade martial artist or above. It's too late to say. Li Mo dodged Zhang Ergu's attack with a dodge and circled around to his back. Then it was a backhanded stab to the back of his heart. Giggle. Ah! Zhang Ergu only felt a sharp pain in the back of his heart, and then his mouth was covered with a hand. Couldn't even make a sound. Li Mo's voice echoed in his ears. Remember, when you're a castrated dog, you can't be too crazy. As the words fell, Li Mo's dagger slashed his throat. With a forceful tug of his right hand, Zhang Ergu's head was carried in his hand. It all happened so fast, almost in a few breaths. In the middle of the great hall, there was suddenly silence. Take the lamp. Zhao Wan. Li Mo's voice came, causing Zhao Wan to feel greatly surprised. This means that the one who died was not Li Mo. Wait until the long lights come back on. Zhao Wan and Xiaoyi couldn't help but be stunned, only to see Li Mo stepping on the dead soldier's body with one foot and holding his head with the other. It was a total landslide. Now, Zhao Wan's impression of Li Mo was completely different from before. Even martial artists could be easily killed. It seemed that Li Mo was a hidden expert. Women, all of them have the mentality of worshipping the strong. Li Mo's image, in Zhao Wan's mind, instantly became taller. Xiaoyi, on the other hand, was even more glad that this backer she had found turned out to be so strong. The two women now took the initiative to lean towards Li Mo. Li Mo, I can't believe that even the guard's dead soldiers can't help you. Your Excellency is a divine warrior. Xiaoyi pays her respects, especially Zhao Wan. There was an obvious change in her attitude towards Li Mo's speech. Li Mo put down the head of that Zhang air dog and said to the two women, from now on, this Xiang Hall, it's our territory. Now, get rid of these corpses first, okay? We'll listen to your Excellency's arrangements. Xiaoyi and Zhao Wan returned almost in unison. With that, Li Mo carried those corpses and threw them outside into the tunnel. The two women were helping to clean up the blood on the floor. After working for a while, Li Mo greeted the two of them in a side hall of the Purple Sun Palace. Remember, if nothing else happens these days, don't walk around freely. Every day at mealtime I will give you bread and water, though it is not very good, but it's guaranteed to survive. Xiaoyi nodded her head in a hurry. Zhao Wan, on the other hand, suggested that the food could be less, but the water could not be less. She washes her hands and face every day. Li Mo laughed. After 3 days, I'll arrange for you to bathe in a clear spring. How about it? Chapter 9, Out of the Water as a Hibiscus. Please pick it. 3 days of calm. In the evening, inside the Xiang Hall. Li Mo, just how many pies are you carrying here? Why do we keep eating and still have so much? Zhao Wan asked curiously as she took small bites of the hoe cake. Li Mo just smiled mysteriously. That question is not important. What is important is that we had food and drink and survived. On the other hand, had her two cheeks puffed out and looked like she was burying her head in the sand. Of course, for every meal she ate, Li Mo harvested an attribute rebate. The average person in this era usually eats only 2 meals a day. Although Li Mo didn't worry about the cakes, he couldn't spoil them too much. Over the course of 3 days, has eaten 6 times. She cumulatively contributed 10 points of strength, 15 points of speed, and 5 points of physique. Li Mo habitually opened the panel and looked at it. Strength, 27. Speed, 31. Physique, 17. Now it is equivalent to having 5 times the strength of a normal human, 6 times the speed of a normal human, and 3 times the physique of a normal human. The muscles all over his body had begun to gnarl. The entire body becomes more rigid in its lines. The functions of the 5 organs are doubled again. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Mo's full force punch right now was enough to kill a calf. Is a random return point, but so far, it appears that no mental powers have returned. The only thing that isn't getting any growth right now is mental strength. Li Mo certainly intends to be a well-rounded child in terms of moral, intellectual, physical, social and aesthetic development. It's time to catch up on the mental power return on the agenda. Thinking of this, Li Mo's gaze gathered on Zhao Wan. In his heart, he said, this little ninny, I'm afraid I'm going to have to take you in today, aren't I? He thought for a moment and said to Zhao Wan, after nightfall, in the east side of the side hall, how about I buy you a bath? Zhao Wan's body trembled slightly as she sniffed. In my heart, I said, bath? No way. Li Mo, you come for real? It was already surprising enough that Li Mo took out several bowls of water to drink on time every day. Previously, when she said about the bath, Zhao Wan had always thought that Li Mo was joking. A bath? How much water would that cost? Zhao Wan revealed a surprised expression, but inwardly, she was already somewhat looking forward to it. From the time he was sealed into the dungeon until now, his body has smelled. It would be nice to soak in a bucket for a good cleaning to get the body clean. That was more painful to her than eating mountains of food. Li Mo saw that Zhao Wan's eyes were already full of anticipation. Don't worry about the water. Just say, do you want to or don't you? Think. Zhao Wan didn't hesitate too much this time and just blurted it out. Good. Li Mo, will not go back on my word for what I promised you. When these words came out, Zhao Wan's heart shuddered again. Yes, 3 days ago, she had also promised Li Mo something. It was a bit embarrassing, but it was indeed a true promise. After 3 days together, Li Mo not only gave food and drink, but also talked and laughed with them. Many of the stories that Li Mo knew were unheard of by Zhao Wan and Xiaoyi. Zhao Wan sometimes really doubted if Li Mo was from this world. It could be said that between subtle changes, Zhao Wan had been attracted to Li Mo. Thinking of this, Zhao Wan silently made up her mind in her heart. After nightfall, in the middle of the eastern side hall, Li Mo carried the large tiled tank over. With a thought, the tank was filled with most of the fresh water, enough so that Zhao Wan's entire body could be submerged into it. Zhao Wan, go! Don't worry, no one will peek. Zhao Wan nodded silently and moved her small steps into the middle of the side room, although some mental preparation. But when seeing the big half of the tank of clear water, Zhao Wan still couldn't help but ask in her heart, isn't this really too extravagant? If those concubines in the inner courtyard see this scene, I'm afraid I'll have to rush over and strangle Zhao Wan alive. Can't care less. This smell on my body, I have to get rid of it properly. Zhao Wan gently covered the door to her room. After looking around and seeing no one, he got down to business. Soon, the entire body had been submerged in the clear water. This underground palace is well designed, both ventilated and dry, but the temperature is not too cold. The water is just right for bathing without feeling cold. After entering the water, Zhao Wan cleaned every inch of her skin. That refreshingly sharp feeling sunk in for her. This is totally the highest level of enjoyment for her. At this moment, Xiaoyi accompanied Li Mo outside in the middle of the Great Hall. Your Excellency, slave knows that you're going to pamper Sister Zhao Wan tonight, but don't worry. Your Excellency, my slave knows the limits. I'm just an ordinary courtesan. I'm lucky to be able to rely on the male. Li Mo reached out his hand and pinched Xiaoyi's doe-eyed little face. Don't worry, you won't be missing out on food and drinks. As for things like rain, of course it will be even. The two of them were talking when they heard Zhao Wan's voice coming. Li Mo, come here for a second. At that moment, Li Mo still had surprises. What the hell? This little ninny finally got the hang of it? With that, Li Mo took large strides to the door of the side hall. Only the doorway was hidden, and no bolt had been inserted from the inside. Li Mo, is that you? The door is unbolted. Come in. Zhao Wan's voice contained a few moments of nervousness. Squeak. Li Mo pushed his way in. It was a picture of a living beauty. Rolling hills. For a while, Li Mo really had some feeling of looking blank. Zhao Wan is really deep. Zhao Wan promised you that after 3 days, she would give herself to you, and at the mercy of the gentleman. These words clawed at Li Mo's heart like a kitten's claws. Having said that, Li Mo certainly wouldn't have the slightest hesitation. Immediately, he was having a good battle with Zhao Wan. Half an hour later, Li Mo sounded the retreat. It's true that you can't be too violent in your first fight. Afterward, the two returned to their rooms and rested individually. Zhao Wan fell into a deep sleep. Li Mo was still a bit glowing. After all, now that his physique was powerful, a fight of this level was not false at all. However, he did not realize that he had come quietly to the side, wrapped around him like a kitten. My lord, you promised that the rain would be evenly distributed, right? Li Mo looked at Xiaoyi. It's not impossible for me to make a second move. Then there was another blast of wind. When Xiaoyi also fell into a deep sleep, Li Mo was still in high spirits. This physique of mine, it's a bit too strong, Li Mo exclaimed. With that, he stood up and gingerly walked out of the room and began to study the volume of maps by the light. The Xiang Hall they were in now was a small 3-entry hall in the first level of the periphery. Proceed along the central axis at the back of the temple for about 2 kilometers or so before arriving at the entrance to the palace in the inner courtyard. No wonder it's so quiet these days. It turns out that this place is still so far away from the inner courtyard. While they're all asleep, I'll run over to the entrance of that inner courtyard and scout it out. Chapter 10, Post-Mortal Master, Guardian Yen Lu. The straight road leading to the inner courtyard was about 2 feet wide for carts and horses. On both sides stand stone figurines of Qin soldiers of various colors, holding swords, majestic and solemn. There is also a stone figurine of a palace eagle, holding a copper lamp. All of the materials for the underground palace are said to have been collected from locations personally explored by the plumber Manhwa. From within the huge quarry west of Mount Li, the finest lapis lazuli is selected as the material, which can remain intact for 100 years. Reflected by the copper lamps held in the hands of the stone figurines of the palace eagles on both sides, a silhouette was sweeping rapidly, heading straight in the direction of the entrance to the inner courtyard. Thanks to the attribute additions, Li Mo's speed was now comparable to that of a cheetah. A distance of 2 kilometers only takes about 10 minutes. Soon, a tall fence surfaced in Li Mo's field of vision. The wall was over 3 feet high with a huge gate in the center. On both sides of the city gate, there were 2 giant statues of warriors that were about 10 feet tall. Dozens of men dressed in black robes with long swords hanging from their waists were walking back and forth. These men were all as white as paper. Their faces gloomy. There was a murderous aura in his gaze. On top of the citadel, there were also warriors with armor who held their jails. This first emperor's underground palace is just like a huge city. In order to enter the middle of the inner courtyard, one must pass through this gate. Inevitably, you can't get around these dead soldiers guarding the tomb. Li Mo hid behind the nearest stone figurine and carefully observed the number of dead soldiers. Where it was visible, there were at least 30 dead soldiers. While he was thinking about it, he saw a silhouette flying down from above the city tower. Upon landing, the surrounding dead soldiers all crouched down and saluted the man. Li Mo's gaze focused on this person, and with a thought, information surfaced. Name, Yan Lu. Martial artist level, Hotian master. Strength, 50. Speed, 20. Physical fitness, 15. Description: a Hotian expert who surpasses a first-grade martial artist and possesses the power of 10 under the outbreak of Qi and blood power. Martial artists, 3rd grade, 2nd grade, 1st grade. Hotian, innate, half-step sectional master, transformation sectional master, and land immortal. Seeing this message, Li Mo's first reaction was, how come Zhao Gao sent his son-in-law to guard the tomb? History records that Yan Lu was Zhao Gao's son-in-law and one of his most loyal eagle dogs. Li Mo, however, did not expect to meet him here. Yan Lu is actually a Hotian expert. With my current strength, one-on-one, I might be instantly killed by him. The martial arts experts of this world seem to be strong as well. Li Mo had thought that after this period of attribute addition, he would be able to hang on to a bunch of martial artists. It seems like a bit of a long way to go now. And this is still just the entrance to the inner courtyard. The devil knows how terrifying existence there is in the emperor's tomb at the center. However, Li Mo now had food and drink, and returned attributes every day. It was only a matter of time before he surpassed Yan Lu. This place, for now, is not a hard place to break into. Thinking of this, Li Mo was ready to pull out and leave. At this exact moment, he saw several black-robed dead soldiers carrying a powerfully dressed woman to Yan Li's front. The woman was already bruised and dying. Yan Li stepped forward and lifted the woman's head by a handful of her hair. Yun Yang, Lord Zhao has trained you for many years and passed on all your skills. How dare you betray him? Could it be that you're really in love with that Jin? As he spoke, Yan Li's other hand clasped the wound on the woman's shoulder in a deadly grip. The sensation of pain through her muscles and bones came, and the woman frowned, but she didn't scream out. Seeing as you saved me before, I'll let you stay in this underground palace and fend for yourself. Men, throw her out of town, as far away as possible. After Yan Li finished speaking, he turned around and headed for the city gates. If this hadn't been hit by Lord Yan Li's extreme bliss scatter, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been easy to take her down. A black-robed man said to the people next to him as he carried Yun Yang on his shoulders. That's right, it's a pity that we've long been purified. Otherwise we could just help her with the poison. Don't think about it, you don't even have human roots anymore. Is it useful to think about it? Yeah, hurry up and get rid of her. Turn around and have a good meal with your brothers. Lord Yan has rewarded us with a wild deer today, roasted and eaten. It smells so good. A few people have been talking to each other for half a day. In the end, one of the weaker third-grade martial artists was then put in charge of handling Yun Yang. Li Mo held his breath at this time and collected his breath, letting that black-robed man carry Yun Yang past him. After the strengthening of the physique, the control over the body stepped into a subtle realm. The black-robed man was eager to complete his task and go back to eat meat, and didn't care much about it along the way. After walking out about a mile or so, he snapped and dropped Yun Yang on the side of the road. Life and death have their own destiny, so it's not my fault. The man let out a sentence and then turned to leave. Li Mo didn't kill the man. Although killing a third-grade martial artist was not a matter of concern, now was not the time. Li Mo's current target was the woman called Yun Yang. After all, the more people who have one more rebate, the faster their natural strength grows. He gently came to Yun Yang's heel, reached out and probed his nose, and there was still a faint breath still there. It seems that the woman is not dead, but only too badly injured? Carry it back first. Making up his mind, Li Mo bent down and carried Yun Yang on his shoulders, throwing off his steps and walking away. Not a moment's pause along the way. Half an hour later, rushed back inside the Purple Sun Palace. After entering the room, Li Mo placed Yun Yang on top of the grass mat on the floor. After a bumpy ride, Yun Yang's sanity snapped somewhat. As soon as I woke up, my mouth felt dry. Water. Her mouth opened slightly and she made a weak sound. Li Mo's backhand was to take out a bowl of water. Here, drink slowly. Holding her body with his left hand, he brought the water up with his right. Yun Yang immediately drank it and felt slightly better. But at this point there was still an overwhelming urge within, like a demon to devour her mind. After taking the polarizing powder, If you don't find a strong man to remove the mania from your body, after 2 hours, you will die of a broken meridian. After drinking the water, Yun Yang felt the restlessness in her body was temporarily suppressed, just about ready to breathe a sigh of relief. Instead, he suddenly realized that the feeling in his body was coming on like a volcanic eruption. Li Mo felt like a furnace in front of him. The rolling caused by the restlessness of her qi and blood made Yun Yang You, why are you so hot? At this time, Li Mo did not know why Yun Yang was doing this. You, kill me. Yun Yang was a strong woman, and she definitely did not want to lose her mind and do something out of the ordinary. Li Mo shook his head. No, there's no way I would kill someone for no reason. Then stay away from me. It was obvious that Yun Yang was trying her best to control herself. Li Mo shook his head again. If I wanted to stay away from you, I wouldn't have carried you back. Yun Yang tried to push Li Mo as hard as she could, but she realized that her whole body was limp, couldn't make any strength at all. A moment of imbalance, but the whole thing collapsed onto Li Mo's body. Chapter 11 Deadly Soldier Yun Yang, sworn to follow His Excellency. At that moment, the thick, manly aura of Li Mo's body came over him. The most primitive torrential beast inside Yun Yang's body was even more prancing to overwhelm her sanity. The spewing volcano finally erupted at that moment. The ferocity with which the gusts of wind and rain came was indeed somewhat beyond Li Mo's imagination. This hand of Yun Yang's, compared to the two women before, was described as like a wolf or a tiger. It's not excessive at all. Fortunately, Li Mo's physique was amazing and he was still holding up. Half an hour later, the storm stopped abruptly. Yun Yang's whole body, as if relieved. Li Mo, however, felt a strange sensation begin to spread throughout his body. It seemed like something was starting to eat away at his internal organs. Dang. Li Mo suddenly realized that his heart was beating faster, and it was actually vaguely sounding inside him. The flow of breath throughout his body accelerated steeply at that moment. The powerful flow of qi and blood poured the intrusion away. The natural defenses of his entire body then came into play and quickly melted the thing away. At this time, Li Mo already had a few tiredness, so he leaned against a side wall. Slumber. There is no day or night in the underground palace. Li Mo was in a daze of sleep when his ears heard a faint ringing around him. Opening her eyes slightly, she saw Yun Yang sitting up from the mat. She sat cross-legged with her hands on her knees, her beautiful eyes slightly closed as if she was running some sort of gong method. This Yun Yang, it seems that she is also a martial artist? Thinking of this, Li Mo made a movement of his mind. Yun Yang's message then surfaced. Name Yun Yang. Face value, 7. Consumption of 1 material return point, 10 points, random return. Consuming 5 supplies can randomly return martial arts techniques. Techniques are categorized into heaven, earth, Xian, Huang, first, second, and third grades. Loyalty, 8. Root and bone, superior. Martial artist level, Hotian martial artist, expandable view. Only then did Li Mo realize that Yun Yang's strength was extraordinary. Like that Yen Lu, he was surprisingly a Hotian expert. If this woman can be used for me, then I will definitely be like a tiger with wings in this underground palace. Li Mo was getting stronger and stronger even though he relied on adding strength. But if he faced a multitude of enemies, he would still be distracted. After all, a woman like Xiaoyi still needed someone to protect her. To solve this problem, it was natural that some martial artists needed to be taken under their wing. And, according to the system's previously provided statement, those who establish an up and down relationship with Li Mo can also provide him with attribute rebates. As he was pondering, he only heard a long breathing sound coming from Yun Yang's body. A white pizzle spat out of her mouth. Yun Yang's entire body began to relax, slightly opening her eyes. She then stood up and walked slowly to Li Mo. The poison of extreme bliss scatter is not to be solved by a man's virility, but, for that reason, it cost you your life. Yun Yang let out a sigh and a pair of jade hands reached for Li Mo's eyes. It looked like it was ready to stroke down Li Mo's eyes and let the good life rest in peace. Suddenly, Li Mo's body moved slightly. Then, amidst Yun Yang's incredulous look, Li Mo stretched his hands upwards. You're even alive? Yun Yang was the first to let out an exclamation. One must know that the extreme bliss scatter was a strange poison that was personally refined by the number 1 poisoner under the Jiao Master. As long as it enters the man's body, it can cause the man's internal organs to fester and die. Unless one is a patriarchal level martial arts expert, whose body's qi and blood can flush the internal organs, one will surely die. But on the contrary, Yun Yang did not feel the breath of a martial artist's qi and blood on Li Mo. How can an ordinary person resist such a strange poison? What else? You think I'm going to die? Although you're very raw, it's not as if you're going to make me, Li Mo, die of exhaustion in one night, right? Once Li Mo's words came out, Yun Yang was a bit embarrassed. Indeed, it would be fair to say that in yesterday's battle, it had been Yun Yang who had taken the initiative. That was the effect of the polarizing scatter. Not my intention. No matter what, Yun Yang will definitely remember the great favor of saving his life. Gongzi, from now on, Yun Yang will be your excellency's dead soldier, and will follow you to the death. Yun Yang has a straight heart. After saying that, she bowed to Li Mo on one knee. Yeah, Yun Yang, see you, my lord. Li Mo's mind at this moment was filled with the system's beeps. The host's first subordinate relationship was successfully established. This woman returns an increase of 5 attribute points. In other words, if Yun Yang consumed supplies once now, 15 points of attributes would directly arrive. It's the equivalent of 3 EE's worth. Li Mo, of course, was secretly happy again. Must test it. Thinking of this, Li Mo reached out and helped Yun Yang up. Yun Yang, get up. My name is Li Mo. From now on you can call me Gongzi. Adult sounds kinda uncomfortable. Yun Yang nodded her head. Yes, Your Excellency. From now on, Yun Yang will refer to Your Excellency as Your Excellency. Such an obedient and beautiful dead soldier now belonged exclusively to Li Mo alone. With this treatment, Li Mo realized that he seemed to have earned it. Yun Yang, I see that you were injured quite a bit before. You still need to recuperate well. Here, I have some food here. Take it and eat it. After saying that, Li Mo turned his hand and handed over 2 hoe cakes. Yun Yang looked at the 2 hoe cakes in front of her, and suddenly hunger struck her, completely irresistible. Of course, now Li Mo was her master. It was natural to refuse food given by the master, and there's no way it's going to hurt her. As a top assassin trained by Zhao Gao, Yun Yang normally wouldn't eat other people's food. Thank you, sir, Yun Yang said as she took the cake. After just a few bites, Li Mo handed over another bowl of water. Your mouth will be dry just eating the pie. Drink some water, it goes down better. And, eat slowly, don't choke. If it's not enough, I have more here. Li Mo's seemingly simple words moved Yun Yang's heart. As an assassin, he has been drinking blood for years and living a bloody life of killing. Shushing and asking for warmth were words that Yun Yang had heard for the first time since her mother's birth. Before, she was nothing more than a killing tool in her master's eyes. Your Excellency, Yun Yang has never seen someone who can treat our dead soldiers like this. As she spoke, Yun Yang's eyes slightly brimmed with crystallized tears. All right, don't be sad. From now on, follow me and you'll have enough to eat and drink. Li Mo was still so sunny and confident as he said to her. Aha! At this time, Yun Yang was even more determined to make her choice. Isn't a master like Li Mo hundreds of times better than that castrated dog Zhao Gao? Maybe it was because she had been wandering around for a long time. Yun Yang ate quickly. In 3 tries, 2 cakes and a bowl of water had gone down. The entire person's complexion, too, became less pale as the food entered the body. At this time, Li Mo's mind. Ding! The host's woman and subordinate consumes supplies once. Returns 15 points of power. Chapter 12, Mental Ability Rebates. Sense of sight without sight. Nice one. That's 15 points of power in one go. Li Mo immediately felt a ferocious and abnormal torrent surge into his body. Skin, flesh, bone, and blood seemed to have entered a new level. With a clenched fist, there was a feeling that he could crush the air. Now, Li Mo's power had reached 42 points and had reached the power of 8 people. It was already close to the power of a Hotian expert. And that's just the base power. If it exploded out with a special martial arts technique, it was entirely possible to reach the strength of 10 people. As for martial arts techniques, Li Mo found that Yun Yang's information had mentioned them. As long as Yun Yang consumed the supplies 5 times, she could return a martial arts technique. Li Mo was looking forward to what the first technique that would be opened in the future would be. With his own infinite additions paired with this world's martial arts techniques, how strong can he be then? Yun Yang, in the future, if you want to eat something, just give me a word. You don't have to be polite. Reimer was able to add points and was in a good mood. Yun Yang didn't know Li Mo's true purpose and only nodded her head silently in agreement. At that moment, Yi's voice came from outside. My lord, Xiaoyi has come to serve you to change your clothes and wash your face. While saying that, Yi walked in. Then, a look of surprise appeared on his face. After one night's absence, how come there's another woman by Li Mo's side? And, not only was the woman beautiful, she also had a powerful aura about her. A single look made E.G. shiver inside. My lord, this is... Xiaoyi looked at Yun Yang somewhat timidly. Li Mo very naturally introduced. This is Yun Yang, responsible for protecting me closely. After saying that, Li Mo pointed at Xiaoyi. This is Xiaoyi, in charge of my daily life. Yun Yang didn't care about Xiaoyi's appearance. For the dead soldiers, the master's business, should not ask, never ask. Xiaoyi just let out an oh-so-sweet sound, but started to come over to straighten Li Mo's clothes. Li Mo didn't stop her movements. Xiaoyi serving people was something she was used to. You're breaking her heart by not letting her do these things instead. After packing up, Li Mo asked Xiaoyi, "Zhao Wan is still sleeping?" Xiaoyi was just about to reply when she heard Zhao Wan's voice come in. "Who says I'm still sleeping? I'm up early. I'm afraid the prince hasn't had time to pay attention to people yet?" How did Li Mo hear this? How did he get a sour feeling? It turned out that Zhao Wan woke up once last night. She gingerly came out to look for Li Mo, but unexpectedly found Li Mo carrying a woman into the house. Zhao Wan didn't ask much. Zhao Wan got up early in the morning, ready to come over and see what was going on, but she didn't expect Xiaoyi to come over before her. Thus the scene just now appeared. "Zhao Wan, you're just in time. I just happened to introduce you. This is Yun Yang, and after that, we're all in the same boat." Zhao Wan was smart. Since Li Mo had said so, that means this Yun Yang Li Mo was set. In those days, it was normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It just so happens that it also shows that the man is very powerful. Then welcome Sister Yun. My name is Zhao Wan, and before that I was a female officer beside the young lord in this palace. Zhao Wan's attitude flew around. After all, she was now considered Li Mo's woman. Of course we have to give Li Mo face. Instead of being passive, take the initiative to befriend. Because by the looks of it, this Yun Yang seemed to be different from them and should be a martial arts practitioner. "Well, I'm the prince's personal bodyguard, so I won't compete with you for jealousy. Don't worry." Yun Yang's words directly surprised Zhao Wan. Is this woman so generous? Seeing this, Li Mo had to hurry and find something else to do. "I think it's about time for breakfast. You too. It won't take long to get through another day, with hoe cakes and fresh water. I'll treat you to something else." After saying that, Li Mo took out the reserve food. Yun Yang only faintly returned. "I've already eaten, so I don't need to trouble you any further." Indeed, she had just consumed 2 hoe cakes and a bowl of water. Xiaoyi and Zhao Wan are no longer polite. Li Mo gave food, that directly dry rice. After the night and the exercise with Li Mo, the body did need to replenish its energy as well. Li Mo also picked up a piece of cake and ate it. Ding! The host consumes 1 pie and returns 100 pies. The host consumes 100 grams of water and returns 10 kilograms of water. The 100x return chance allowed Li Mo to make another huge profit in supplies. Only the food. Now, does seem a bit monotonous, but Li Mo has a new goal in mind. Now, that's where the rest of the food can be found from the gang of dead tomb guards. After all, people even have roasted deer. The rest of the eats are probably not even in the cards. With this group guarding the gates, there must be a constant supply of food, and Li Mo only need to dip a little, but can use the system unlimited condom operation. It instantly skyrockets the amount of similar supplies. Ding! The host woman returns 5 points of physical fitness. Ding! The host woman returns 1 point of spirit. When he received the second message, Li Mo's heart burst with surprise. The rarest of mental power additions is finally here. At that moment, Li Mo felt a sudden buzz in his mind. It was as if a cool stream had merged into it. The feeling was marvelous. The neurons in his head seemed to be more alive. What had clearly changed was that it was Li Mo's ability to sense his surroundings. A faint fluctuation began to surface in his mind. These fluctuations are like a source of signals, constant signaling, and Li Mo could sense the location of these signals as long as he focused his mind. These strange signals should be the mental fluctuations emitted by people or animals themselves. Li Mo could sense this faint fluctuation now that his spiritual power had increased. That is, even in the dark, as long as the other party is still mentally active, then Li Mo is within a certain distance of then they can sense each other. Only, Li Mo was a bit surprised. The spiritual power had obviously increased by only a little bit, but yet the changes that he had produced were extremely remarkable. What Li Mo didn't know was that one could build speed, strength, and physique by practicing martial arts. However, mental strength was the only thing that could not be made to grow significantly even by practicing martial arts. Mental strength increased by 1 point, for the average person. Maybe it's something that can't be done in a lifetime. Instead, it was easy for Li Mo to rely on the magical rebates. Not bad. In the future, with this ability, in the middle of this dungeon, even if you are in the darkness, I can sense the enemy too. Li Mo sighed in his heart. At that exact moment, Li Mo sensed several weak signal fluctuations above the ground. It was creeping closer in their direction. Could it be that there are other living things existing in this underground palace? At that moment, however, a pain shriek could be heard coming from Xiaoyi. Chapter 13 1,000 Corpses of Poison Cake. Xiaoyi perishes. Hearing Xiaoyi's painful cries for help, Li Mo took a quick step outside the temple and ran over following the sound. In a slightly dimly lit corner, Eggie fell to the ground in a crouch, her body convulsing. Getting closer, Li Mo realized that there was a dark thing lying at Xiaoyi's calf. When he got a good look, he realized that it was a black beetle the size of a baby's fist. The two large chelae on the front end of that beetle had already stuck into Xiaoyi's legs. Red lines flashed faintly above the shiny black armor. Snap! Liemo immediately flew up with a leg and directly kicked the black beetle away. With that, he helped Xiaoyi up as soon as he could. How are you? Xiaoyi was pale at this point, and her lips were black and purple. Her body continued to tremble, and her eyes opened a bit lazily. Liemo could feel that her vitality was constantly being lost. Gongzi, I'm so cold. Made a weak sound. Liemo gathered her tighter. It's okay, you'll be fine. By this time, Yun Yang had also arrived at Li Mo's heels. When she saw the wound on Xiaoyi's leg, her face sank. Your Excellency, this is the bite of the 1,000 corpses poisoned by the first poison refiner under the Zhao Master, raised by Lao Ai. It's extremely poisonous. When Li Mo heard this, his heart was shocked again. Lao Ai, not the fake eunuch who messed up the harem with Empress Xiao back then. The one who was cut up by Ying Zhang? How did you arrive here and become a poison refiner under Zhao's master? This great Qin world, it seemed to be very different from the one Li Mo knew. Is there an antidote for this poison? Li Mo asked immediately. Yun Yang shook her head. This poisonous insect is raised by a corpse. Cold poison into the body that invades the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. There is no solution. Just after the words were said, Xiaoyi, who was still in Li Mo's arms, had her body stiffen violently. The entire face was black and purple in color. The divine light in his eyes disappeared abruptly. The warm body gradually cooled and hardened. Xiaoyi, Xiaoyi, Li Mo's low voice echoed in the hall. He hugged her tightly, feeling his heart tighten and ache. Although Xiaoyi was a palace maid, to Li Mo, she was her first woman in the middle of the underground palace. Less than a moment ago, Xiaoyi was gorging herself on Li Mo's hoe cake. At the moment, it was a corpse. Reality, sometimes, is so cruel. Warmth between people can sometimes be built without realizing it. This is the case between Li Mo and Xiaoyi. My lord, people can't come back from the dead, so please don't be too upset. Yun Yang, who was at the side, looked at Li Mo being so sad and went forward to console him. To an ordinary maid is still like this. It can be seen that Li Mo's heart is a person who emphasizes feelings. Such a man, Yun Yang had never encountered before. Yun Yang, go find some fire starters, and oil for the long lighting lamps, and Xiaoyi's corpse to be cremated by fire. Yes, my lord. The reason for cremating Xiaoyi is that a poison corpse will soon fester and decay. According to Yun Yang, more quantities of corpse crushers might grow inside again. Burning with fire is the best option. Yun Yang's movements were nimble, and she quickly found all the things to start the fire. Amidst the roaring fire, Xiaoyi was reduced to nothingness. Lao Ai, Li Mo, vow to take your life one day. Li Mo stood in front of the fire with Yun Yang and Zhao Wan and swore in his heart. As the fire dissipated, the light around them became dim once again. At this time, Li Mo sensed faint spiritual fluctuations approaching their side. Buzz! A corpse with shiny black armor took wing and flew in midair. Smelling the smell, he rushed over in the direction where Li Mo's people were. Zhao Wan, Yun Yang, another corpse is coming over. You two go to the west side amongst the rooms and lock the door to your room. Yun Yang, however, took a step to protect Li Mo. Your Excellency, the corpse is extremely fast. This is not something that ordinary people like you can resist. Yun Yang still has a few cultivations left in her. Let me do it. Li Mo sniffed. I'm sure I didn't take in the wrong person. Yun Yang has a loyal character and strong martial arts skills, so she can really come through in a pinch. Yun Yang, you're just responsible for protecting Zhao Wan. Leave these bugs to me. Li Mo's words had just fallen. Yun Yang sighed, then had a corpse collector charge towards her neck like a lightning bolt. Watch out! Li Mo let out a fierce cry, and the dagger in his hand flew out of his hand. The corpse scrapper opened its large keely and was about to stab into Yun Yang's neck. In midair, however, the wind whistled, and a sharp blade broke through the air and puffed. The hard shell was pierced right through by the dagger. The corpse that was the size of a baby's fist was nailed to the wall alive. Your Excellency's quick eyes and hands are not even below Yun Yang's? The corpse was killed by Li Mo with a single blow, and Yun Yang realized that the Li Mo doesn't seem to be as ordinary as he looks. Listen to me, you're not healed enough to make a big move. Bring Zhao Wan within the room. Now! Yun Yang obeyed the order and led Zhao Wan to the middle of the room. As soon as the two figures were messaged, Li Mo's entire body abruptly shook. Boom! A powerful aura of strength erupted out. Finally, a good kill. Li Mo didn't want to expose his true strength too early in front of Yun Yang and the others. Now there was no one in the 4 directions. Only a few corpse cubes flew in, which was just enough for Li Mo to have a good practice. Phew! A corpse whistled past his left ear. Li Mo's ears twitched slightly, and he had already sensed its precise location. Snap! Li Mo raised his left hand and flexed his fingers. Bang! In an instant, the body of the corpse collector exploded in mid-air, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Giggle! The toxins in the blood mist touched Li Mo's hands, and Li Mo's physique exploded. This poison doesn't even erode on the surface. Come on, dead bugs, let your grandpa kill me. Li Mo roared in his heart and took the initiative to strike in the direction where the corpse was flying from. A fist blasted out, and the two that flew head-on were simultaneously smashed. In the darkness, only dozens of black dots were seen surrounding Li Mo. One after another instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Not a single corpse had taken advantage of Li Mo. The last remaining one seemed to have spirituality. Seeing that it could not hurt Li Mo at all, squeaked a few times and then tried to escape. Can you walk? Li Mo, who possessed spiritual senses, sought this little thing as if it were a game. Although it was a worm, it had mental fluctuations. As long as it was a living thing, Li Mo could sense it. Brush! Li Mo pulled off the dagger nailed to the wall and leapt, so the tip of the blade drew an arc in the air. The corpse that tried to escape was directly chopped in half with a single slash. At this moment, within a room in the inner courtyard, a black-robed, head-carrying mask of a man was sitting on his knees. Breathe in and out, and move your chi throughout your body. A bronze square tripod carved with the texture of 100 insects was placed on its heel. In that tripod, it was densely crawling with 1,000 corpse poisonous cries. The man felt that the hour was almost up, so he scanned the rest of his eyes into the tripod. There was a puzzled look on his face. 9981. Why are there still 9 unreturned? Chapter 14, The Art of Tracking by Poisonous Insects. Lao Ai's disciple finds me. The black-robed masked man is a disciple of Lao Ai's seat, known as No Face. This 981,000 corpses of poisonous corpse, it is by the order of Lao Ai raised in this underground palace. It is released at midnight every night and will automatically return to this 100 insects cauldron in the early morning. The corpse is stimulated by a special drug in the worm cauldron. It will then expel the venom generated by absorption in the body. These venoms were precisely the drug attractors needed for the 100 poisons Shin Gong practiced by Lao Ai. With 9 fewer corpse collectors, the amount of venom must not be up to Lao Ai's requirements. Although No Face is a disciple of Lao Ai, he is responsible for raising worms for him in this underground palace. The slightest mistake could result in a reprimand or possibly the loss of one's head. Lao Ai, a great master who has already stepped into the half-step of the sovereign master. For Faceless, who was only at the Hotian realm, there was a world of difference in strength. We must find those 9 corpse collectors as soon as possible, or we won't be able to answer to master. Faceless stood up and beckoned an armor with a golden pattern on it out of his sleeve. The beetles were only half the size of those black corpse collectors. Go on, hunt for the scent of those corpse crushers and find them for me. The golden patterned beetle let fly into midair and buzzed its wings, vibrating, disappearing sharply into the darkness. Faceless stood up. The black cloak behind him was windless, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the night. The golden beetle is the female and is able to sniff out the scent of the corpse. Even if they are dead, they leave a recognizable flavor in their place. As long as he followed that golden beetle closely, he would soon be able to find out the whereabouts of those corpse collectors. In the Xiang Hall, Li Mo successfully resolved the corpse crushers that came to surround him and turned around to return to the room. My lord, are you alright? Yun Yang asked as she walked up. Li Mo, are there any more of those horrible bugs out there? Zhao Wan looked a little scared. I'm fine. The bugs outside are taken care of. I'm not sure, though, that any more bugs will fly this way. Let's stay inside this house for now. Don't go out easily. After Li Mo finished speaking, Yun Yang came to the front. My lord, Yun Yang should have been guarding your safety, but instead, she made you risk your life. Yun Yang is ashamed. As dead soldiers, their first priority, instilled by Zhao Gao, was to keep their master safe. Never allow yourself to die behind your master. You have injuries that have not yet healed, plus you have just recovered from a strange poison. You still need to recuperate. Don't worry, there will be a time for you to contribute later. Li Mo's 2 words settled Yun Yang's heart. Zhao Wan listened to the conversation between the two of them from the sidelines. She sighed softly. It's a pity that I don't know how to cultivate martial arts, so I dragged you all down instead. Hearing this, Li Mo walked up to her and said, Zhao Wan, there's no need to be anxious. Some more time. I have a way to make you as powerful as a martial arts practitioner. Zhao Wan's root bone. The system showed that it was good, and after Li Mo added points to reach a certain realm, you can also add points for her. In this way, Zhao Wan could also possess combat abilities that surpassed those of normal people. Only now, Li Mo still had to improve his strength. Really? That's great. Then I'll at least have the ability to protect myself. There's no need to drag you guys down. Yun Yang looked Zhao Wan up and down. Zhao Wan, you still have some qualifications in your roots and bones, only that you have missed the best time to practice martial arts. I'm a little curious when the male says he has a way to help you. However, I believe that the words of the prince are by no means false. Li Mo saw that the two women were getting along well, so he was kind of relaxed. Time passed quickly, and before you knew it, it was time to eat again. You guys, aren't you getting a little tired of eating hoe cakes every day here? Want to, switch it up or something? Yun Yang shook her head. It's good to have food in this underground palace. How can I still make conditions with the prince? Zhao Wen similarly shook her head. Thinking about it is thinking about it, but let's forget about it. This place that, where there's anything else to eat? Li Mo pointed in the direction of the inner courtyard. There's no such thing as the Purple Sun Palace, but there's meat for the dead guards over in the inner courtyard. I even heard someone rewarded them with a wild deer when I went over there earlier. Find a chance. I'll go over with Yunyang and find a way to fix some other food over. The two women ate while looking at Li Mo with some surprise. It was a first for a man to be so considerate of them. After listening to a meal, Li Mo harvested 15 points of physique and 1 point of spirit as expected. After his meal, he pulled up his personal panel out of habit. Name, Li Mo. Return multiplier, 100 times. Space size, 10,000 square meters. Strength, 42 /100. Speed, 31 /100. Body mass, 37 /100. Mental, 7 /100. Currently, Li Mo's basic strength, speed, and physique have all reached 6 times above normal. It had already surpassed the realm of a first-grade martial artist. Physical fitness can even finish off Hotian experts. What surprised Li Mo even more was the small change in the system panel. Behind its attributes, the limit values for each type of attribute appear. Li Mo could foresee that when these attributes reached their current limits, maybe his body will take a quantum leap. As for what exactly it was, Li Mo did not know at the moment. It seems like you can't stop adding points. Li Mo made up his mind that as long as he had the opportunity, he would need to take in some more women. As for the men, in this underground palace, they were all Zhao Gao's dead soldiers, so Li Mo didn't even consider them. In the future, when there was a chance to go outside, it was possible to consider forming forces. By the time the men under his command were in the thousands, the attribute points Li Mo received would be estimated to explode. Of course, all of this is an afterthought. Li Mo's current priority was to break through the city gate as soon as possible and enter the inner courtyard. Buzz. At this time, the golden beetle followed the scent of those corpse collectors all the way to the heel of the Purple Sun Palace. He then stopped flying forward and flew around the gate of the Purple Sun Hall. Tap. Faceless, who was following the beetle, pointed his toes on the ground and his body leapt up lightly, like a bat hanging upside down above the top wall. Purple Sun Hall? It seems that a portion of the corpses flew into this hall and never came out again? There were no eunuch Zhao's dead soldiers stationed in this hall. Could it be that someone else has entered? Doubts rose in Faceless' mind, but whoever it was, he was going in today to find out. Anyone who was sealed into the underground palace, except for Zhao Gao and Lao Ai's men. For the rest, he can kill one when he sees one. Flying to the door of the Purple Sun Hall, the door of the hall was closed and the interior was dark. Knock knock. Faceless reached out and banged hard on the temple door. At this time, Li Mo, who was inside in the middle of the side hall, had already heard the knock on the door. It looks like someone's coming to the door. You guys stay here and don't go out. I'm going to explore the situation first. After saying that, Li Mo drew himself out of the side hall and walked straight toward the gate of the Purple Sun Hall. Chapter 15, Just a few bugs. What's the point of killing them? Boom! Faceless ran his power and slapped his palm on top of the purple closed door of the Purple Sun Hall. The heavy door was instantly shaken open by a powerful force. A shadowy figure emerged from within the hall. Who are you? State your name. As a disciple of Lao Ai, Faceless naturally would not be polite to Li Mo. A moment ago, he had already probed Li Mo's entire body. The surging power of qi and blood unique to martial artists was not found. From this, Faceless concluded that Li Mo was just an ordinary person. With his current cultivation as a Hotian expert, one finger was enough to poke Li Mo to death. Why should I tell you my name? Li Mo snorted coldly and directly ignored it. Just a moment ago, Li Mo's gaze gathered and with a thought, information about Faceless surfaced. Name, Faceless. Martial artist rank, Hotian master. Strength, 40. Speed, 30. Physical fitness, 20. Characteristic training, poison. From these statistics, it was clear that Li Mo already had the strength to fight hard against it. Now, Li Mo was emboldened. Well, since you don't want to answer names, let me ask you this. Can you see black beetles in this temple? Faceless was now most concerned about finding the corpse as soon as possible to go back and deliver the goods. Li Mo sniffed and pointed to the ground aside. There were those nasty bugs just now. Where are they now? Faceless swept his gaze to that place, but he realized that something was wrong. On top of that ground, there was clearly something like paste scattered. Won't you see for yourself? It's already bursting. Li Mo's reply caused Faceless to jump up in anger at once. What? You got rid of those bugs? Faceless' eyes popped out. That was something his master had spent a huge amount of money to buy from the southern side of the border. And it took a lot of work to cultivate these poisonous caches. If Lao Ai knew about it, he would surely be in for a rude awakening. Seeing that the other party was so impatient, Li Mo waved his hand. Aren't they just a few bugs? What's the point of killing them? This glib remark made Faceless instantly jump even more furiously. Good. You're good. Do you realize that this one worm is more precious than your head? Today, I will use your head to make amends. As the words fell, the black cloak behind Faceless bulged with a clamor. He closed his palms together, and a force of chi and blood steeply added to his body. A black line converged in the palms of both palms. For a while, a gust of fishy air emanated around his body. It was Lao Ai who taught him the 100 poison Xian Gong. With this slap, I will turn you into pus. As the words fell, Faceless' entire body leapt into midair with a single point of both feet, and rotated high speed with your body as the axis. The entire person flew like a shuttle and pounced on Li Mo. Brush! When he was almost close, Faceless slapped out both palms at Li Mo. There was a gust of palm wind, and the pitch-black palms struck Li Mo's chest directly. Li Mo was fighting a Hotian expert for the first time, but he was not the least bit flustered. Only a slight movement of his body was seen. The plain and simple pair of meaty fists then met Faceless' double palms and blasted out. Bang! The fists and palms were intertwined. A sound of air shaking erupted as the two forces collided. Li Mo stood still and didn't move. Instead, Faceless was shaken by a huge force that sent his body spinning in midair. With that, he flew out of the great hall fiercely and fell on top of the ground. How is that possible? Feeling a tightness in his chest, blood spilled out from the corner of Faceless' mouth as he looked incredulously at Li Mo on the opposite side. Are you trying to say why I was able to defeat you even though I have no martial arts cultivation? Li Mo took a step forward and leaned down to look at Faceless. Faceless, however, smiled coldly. Defeat me? I'm afraid that's a bit early to say, isn't it? To tell you the truth, the moment you clapped with me, you were already a dead man. After saying that, Faceless reminded Li Mo, reach out and look at your palms. Are they already black and purple in color? That's the 100 poison Xian Gong that I've been practicing for many years. And anyone who dabbles in this poison will die with his organs turning into pus. Just after the words were said, Li Mo was stretching out a pair of rosy hands. But my hand, it doesn't seem to be what you say it is? In an instant, Faceless blushed harder than if he had eaten. The 100 poison Xian Gong was considered a first-grade martial arts technique. Even against a martial arts expert of comparable strength to him, he could still make the opponent accidentally die. What's more, on Li Mo, there was absolutely no martial cultivation. For a moment, Faceless was simply a bit skeptical. While he was in a daze, Li Mo took a step forward and crashed out with a booming fist. The punch looked ordinary and straight, but Faceless felt there was no way to hide or avoid it. Click! With a single punch, he shattered Faceless' sternum, and his entire chest was directly sunken. With that, Li Mo reached out and grabbed Faceless' legs, lifted him straight up. Knock! Knock! Thud! Like dropping a sack, it was swung straight up and slammed on the ground. After dozens of consecutive smashes, Li Mo finally stopped. Rough, absolutely rough. Looking at Faceless again, his tendons and bones were already broken, and he was too dead to die. It seems that Hotian experts are no longer enough for me to fear now. No face is still valuable to Li Mo. At least let him know that he was now close to being able to harden himself against Yen Lo. Yen Li's strength attribute had reached 50 points, indicating that he was a strength-oriented martial artist, and Faceless is weaker because he relies on poison. But he didn't realize that Li Mo's physique was amazing, and with the toxins emanating from his palms, it can't be helped at all. With a little more time, beheading Yen Li should not be a concern. Continue to live up in this purple sun hall. While speaking, Li Mo disposed of Faceless' body. The way to deal with it, naturally, was to dig a hole and give it a burial. For his current stamina, digging a hole was only a slightly weaker way to move his muscles. After hearing the wind calm down outside, Yun Yang walked out from inside. Sir, were you fighting someone just now? Yun Yang asked. Li Mo pointed to a place not far away. It's buried. Yun Yang breathed a sigh of relief. The ones who came were fortunately not martial arts experts. Li Mo asked rhetorically, is the Hotian realm considered a martial arts expert? Yun Yang directly froze. What? The one who came is an expert of the Hotian realm? Li Mo clapped his hands. I don't know. Anyway, one punch killed him. Instantly, Yun Yang was petrified. You should know that Hotian martial arts experts in the entire Zhao Gao's Dead Soldiers organization. That's less than a third of it. A punch to death? This is not a joke, is it? Your Excellency, you may have misunderstood. Hotian martial arts expert. It's not comparable to that Zhang Erdog from before. Li Mo smiled. Oh, that's so. Then maybe I'm mistaken. Or maybe, the man said it on purpose to scare me. Yun Yang nodded. When Yun Yang recovers her cultivation, she can let the Duke know that what is the realm of the Hotian? Chapter 16 Change of Flavor. Meet tonight, After Faceless was killed by Li Mo chose to continue to languish in the Purple Sun Hall. Yun Yang and Zhao Wan accompanied her, so she would not seem lonely. If nothing else, the three of them would chat and play poker. And life was not bad. But there was one thing that Li Mo really didn't want to eat hoe cakes all the time. I'm not starving, I guess, but there's always a feeling of not wanting to swallow when I see a hoagie now. Yun Yang was quite tolerant, eating only one meal a day, saying that this was how all their dead soldiers were trained, for fear of the food costing the owner food. Only, the amount of a meal is a little more than the average person. It took 3 days for Yun Yang to be considered to have consumed her supplies 3 times. Zhao Wan is considered normal, consuming supplies 6 times. Li Mo, of course, could not help but reap the benefits from it. Yun Yang contributed 15 points of strength and 30 points of speed. Zhao Wan, on the other hand, contributed 6 points of spiritual power. Now, Li Mo's strength reached 57 points. The speed is even exaggerated to 61 points. Mental strength also reached 13 points. Now, with a thought, Li Mo, one could even sense the tiny bugs that lurked underneath all that dirt in the middle of the dungeon. The moment his body moved, it was like a gust of wind, so fast that ordinary people could only see the residual shadow. At night, after Li Mo and Zhao Wan had some fights, my stomach began to rumble. Gongzi, I want to eat meat, Zhao Wan said daintily to Li Mo. Li Mo looked confused. Just now, didn't you just eat? Zhao Wan's face brushed red all of a sudden. No, it's not that kind, it's wanting some other kind of meat. You're so bad, Mr. Gong. Li Mo reached out and pinched her little cheeks. Just kidding, I know, you're looking for a change in food flavor, right? Zhao Wan nodded. Li Mo laughed. Good, tonight will be as you wish. Wait for me to find some food over. After saying that, Li Mo called Yun Yang next door. At this time, Yun Yang's injuries had recovered about 60%. She was dressed in a black power suit, her hair tied up, and in her right hand she held a bronze dagger it was like an assassin. Where are you planning to go, my lord? Yun Yang looked excited. Finally, it was time to show off his skills in front of Li Mo. As Li Mo's dead soldier, how can you let the master personally get on with such things as killing hands? Not to mention, one was still a great Hotian master. Thinking about all this, Yun Yang looked even more energized. Yun Yang, I'm going to go to that city gate in the inner courtyard and find something else to eat. Hearing this, Yun Yang thought for a moment and said, there are numerous martial artists gathered there. There are many martial arts experts among them. Are you sure you want to go? Obviously, Yun Yang was worried about Li Mo. After all, Yun Yang's current cultivation had only recovered 60%. If they were all restored, then they would not be afraid to fight Yen Lu, and now it still doesn't work. A martial arts expert, like the one I punched to death? Li Mo returned half-jokingly. Yun Yang shook her head. Gongzi, Yun Yang is serious. A martial arts expert can never be killed by one of your punches. Even, that Yen Lu who is guarding the city is a great Hotian master. Even if I were to fully recover, I'd still be at best an even match with him. Li Mo saw that Yun Yang was worried about him. The heart couldn't help but heat up. Who says dead soldiers don't have feelings? Yun Yang is a great dead soldier. Only one thing, when playing poker, there weren't as many tricks as Zhao Wan. Okay, I know. What about us? We're just going to go ahead and poke around. It's not like we're going to force our way through the gates. If things get bad, we'll just slip away. After saying that, Li Mo walked ahead and took a step out, quietly walking in the direction of the inner courtyard. Yun Yang did not say anymore, unfolded her body and quickly followed Li Mo. Gongzi, Yun Yang will show you how fast a Hotian martial artist can be. Thinking of this, Yun Yang secretly utilized the power in her body, and her chi and blood were infused between her legs. The moment he did so, he catalyzed his body with the power of his chi and blood. Phew! As if a swift wind was wrapped around her body, Yun Yang instantly performed the light skill Flying Flower Shadow. Li Mo only felt a fragrant wind sweeping by his side, and then he saw Yun Yang overtake him to the front. This little ninny, she seems to be a bit of a show-off. Do you really think my lord can't catch up with you? Li Mo's current speed hadn't been used 1/10, and he was completely primal instinct, without the need to run any feats. With just a thought, it was as if the wind was born under his legs, and his body instantly transformed into a residual shadow. Yun Yang couldn't help but feel happy when she saw that she easily surpassed Li Mo. After sweeping forward for another distance, it felt like the chi and blood in his body was somewhat unable to keep up. After all, She hadn't fully recovered from her injuries, but even so, she felt like she'd thrown off Li Mo by several blocks. I'll just wait here slowly for your excellency. Can't embarrass him too much, either. Yun Yang had nothing else to say, but she was still obsessed with martial arts, especially for himself to have the strength of the Hotian realm. He was very confident. After waiting for nearly a quarter of a second, he never saw Li Mo's figure at the back. Strange. How come the male is walking so slowly? With his footwork, he's also a lot stronger than an ordinary person. He should have come over a long time ago. After waiting for half a day, Yun Yang was wondering in her heart, should we go back and look for it? The male can't be walking, can he? It's also possible. Maybe it's that Zhaowan little goblin that's pestering us. Thinking of this, Yun Yang was ready to draw back and check on Li Mo's movements. At this time, it was Li Mo's voice that came from the front. Yun Yang, what are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry? Instantly, Yun Yang froze in place again. When she turned her head, she found Li Mo standing properly 100 paces away in front of her. Gongzi? You? How did you go ahead of me? Yun Yang flew to Li Mo, her eyes full of incredulity. Weren't you just following me the whole time? Li Mo asked rhetorically. Yun Yang was a bit embarrassed. Actually, I secretly utilized my light energy just now and rushed ahead of you, but then I didn't see you pass me at all. Li Mo laughed. Maybe you were distracted and didn't pay attention to me. Yun Yang thought for a moment, then thought again, still feeling that something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, Li Mo's figure disappeared from sight again. Only Li Mo's voice remained. Yun Yang, hurry up and slow down later and someone else can hide the stuff. Now, Yun Yang was shocked in her heart. Your Excellency, could it be a martial arts expert who doesn't come out of the world? Just now he suddenly disappeared into thin air and I didn't even notice? Thinking of this, Yun Yang hurriedly performed her stance and sprinted to follow Li Mo's direction. Soon, the tall inner courtyard wall appeared in front of Li Mo and Yun Yang. At the huge city gate, 7 or 8 dead soldiers guarding the gate were gathered around enjoying the food given to them by Yan Lu. Yun Yang, do you smell meat? They're eating meat tonight. Chapter 17 A Change of Flavor. Eat meat tonight, too. Yun Yang dodged behind a stone figurine, her gaze sweeping to the fire not far away. Those black-robed dead soldiers were gathered on top of the open space in front of the city gate, roasting a wild boar. One of the dead soldiers kept turning and rotating the roast with his hands, trying to make the meat as even and flavorful as possible. The boar had already sprouted grease above its surface, and from time to time it made a nuisance sound. A burst of meaty aroma came from the room, causing Yun Yang to gulp as well. How's that? This meat smells good, doesn't it? Li Mo pointed at the boar. Well, it's quite fragrant, but these dead men are very difficult to deal with, and if you force your way up there to grab it, I'm afraid that's not good. Yun Yang whispered back. Of course, you think I'm asking you to come and rob me the hard way, don't you? No, we outsmarted you. How do you outsmart it? After Yun Yang asked, Li Mo attached himself to her ear and said a few words. Yun Yang nodded and then began to prepare. On the other side, the campfire followed. 7 or 8 dead soldiers were drooling, their eyes dead set on the nearly roasted pork. Lord Yanlu has been in a good mood lately. He rewarded a deer yesterday, another pig today, a sharp-tongued man said. That's for sure. The entire palace is now under Lord Zhao's domain. Even that second emperor is nothing more than an obedient tool. As Lord Yanlu is Lord Zhao's son-in-law, he's naturally on the level. As they were talking, someone suddenly felt a shadow appear in front of them. Look, there seems to be a figure over there. The crowd followed the sound, and saw that above the straight path leading to the outlying, a woman's figure stood silently. The woman's long hair hung down, covering her face, but they recognized the clothes on her body. It was Yun Yang who had been given the ultimate bliss scatter by Yanlu that day. That's the female assassin. Yun Yang, right? Didn't she die a long time ago? How can one survive in this dungeon after being poisoned with the ultimate bliss scatter? While wondering, Yun Yang's entire body floated up like a ghost. A sultry voice went through the air. Give me back my life. Instantly, the scalps of those few dead soldiers tingled. How can you be in the mood for barbecue? I'm afraid this Yun Yang has turned into a severe ghost in death? I've heard that she was a Hotian expert in her lifetime. How can this be dealt with by the few of us? Quickly, report it to Lord Yin. One of them was about to stand up to report. The man at the head of the group was the one who grabbed him. What's the point of panicking? We are all martial artists. Are we still afraid of a female ghost? A small matter should alarm Lord Yanlu. Then what else do we need to do? It was only after a few words that the group of people collected their panicked looks. Go, all of you, up to see what's going on. Even if she's a ghost, she'll die under our swords. When he had finished speaking, the man in the lead stood up and, with 7 dead soldiers in tow, he walked briskly over to Yun Yang's side. When she got a little closer, Yun Yang's shadow was suddenly disappearing into the darkness all of a sudden. For the rest, there was only a stone figurine in the shape of a courtesan. Above the stone figurine, there was still a shirt that Yun Yang had worn. Look, you guys, where's the female ghost? Separately, it's just the shadow of this stone figurine. Fuss. The man at the head of the group angrily rebuked the dead soldiers behind him. It also dawned on several people that everything was nothing more than a false alarm. Well, back to the meat. With a wave of his hand, the group of dead soldiers headed back. Just a moment ago, Liemo certainly wasn't idle. While the gang all went to check on the female ghost, Liemo flew and rushed to the fire. He draped himself in the robes of Zhang Ergu, whom he had killed at the time, and deliberately kept his face down. Coupled with the extremely fast speed, the dead soldiers with armor above the citadel could not see the identity. Thought it was just a deadbeat guard at the gate. The dagger in his hand sliced off a piece of the boar with a gentle stroke. For Liemo, one piece was enough. Times back to the system. Supplies were only the difference between having them and not having them for him. Just in case, Liemo cut off the meat at the same time he went straight down. Ding! The host consumes 500 grams of wild boar and returns 100x, depositing 50 kilograms of roast pork. Inside the system space, things never go bad. In this way, Liemo didn't worry about having no meat to eat. To be precise, there's no shortage of wild boar in this life, still freshly baked. After completing everything, Liemo transformed into a residual shadow and quietly left the heel of the city building. Soon, the gang of dead soldiers walked back. The meat is burnt. What bad luck. It'll just have to make do. Several people then each began to take a knife and cut the meat down, and began to gobble it down. The light was dim and no one noticed where the meat was cut off by Liemo. Everything, wind and waves. Inside the Xiang Hall, the two women, Yun Yang and Zhao Wan, had two ceramic bowls in front of them. In the bowl, it was full of roasted wild boar, the piece that Liemo cut off, fat and thin. That was the best part. My lord, did you cut this over with a knife? But can you cut so much at once? Yun Yang thought that Liemo would take that boar whole. Liemo picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. Fragrance. The process doesn't matter. It's the result that counts. Okay? What are you two waiting for? Eat up. As the words fell, Yun Yang and Zhao Wan didn't ask too many questions and directly started stuffing meat into their mouths. Yummy. Much better than pie. Zhao Wan couldn't care less about her image and ate a mouthful of oil. Yun Yang still seemed to be exercising some restraint, and said that she was already full after eating just a small piece. Regardless of how much you eat, it's rebate time again for Liemo. The 15-point speed is instantaneous. It seems that the odds are that Yun Yang's random return is speed. Now, Liemo's speed value had reached 76 points, equivalent to a speed stack of 15 people, including reaction speed, movement speed, and strike speed. In terms of speed alone, he could completely hang on to the Hotian Grandmaster Yen Lu. Zhao Wan returned another bit of spiritual power, causing another secret stream to be injected into Liemo's mind. The wonderful use of spiritual power was not yet explored by Liemo, but after accumulating to a certain level, it is possible to metamorphose according to the system. Now, Liemo was somewhat looking forward to the spiritual power metamorphosis. Just then, the system alert sound rang out again. The host's subordinate martial artists have consumed supplies a total of 5 times, returning the Xian rank martial arts technique, the Heavenly Jedi Sword technique. Reimer remembered. There is indeed such a benefit amongst the panels of the Cloud Nymphs. 5 times you consume supplies and can return martial arts feats. Ness, let me see. What do martial arts feats look like in this world? Liemo saw a sheepskin scroll in the storage space. As his hand touched the scroll, another voice sounded. Does the host wish to learn this sword technique? Liemo did not hesitate and directly chose yes. Buzz. A torrent of water rushed into Liemo's head. Chapter 18, Xian rank technique. Are you really giving it to me? Boom. Liemo only felt a flood of water pouring into his mind. It was a spiritual force that contained the subtle sensation of the Heavenly Jade Sword technique. This power was just like a master who had refined the Heavenly Jade Sword technique had imparted his life's knowledge to him. 9 styles of Heavenly Jedi Sword. Each style is domineering and unrivaled, and the one who has achieved great success is enough to break a river with a single sword. Liemo was equivalent to saving decades of hard practice and pocketing the comprehension of these sword techniques in one fell swoop. At this moment, his utilization and comprehension of the Heavenly Jedi Sword technique had reached the peak. While integrating this spiritual power, Liemo found that his consciousness within his head was almost bursting. It turned out that the more powerful a martial arts technique was, if it was directly absorbed like Liemo's, extremely demanding in terms of mental strength. If you are not careful, you will be straight up mentally deranged. The head is in danger of being flushed out at any moment. The system prompted that this time it had reached the critical value, and the mental power points just qualified. So close. Looks like this mental strength needs to be added urgently. Otherwise, in the future, if you get a higher rank technique, you won't be able to cultivate it. After Liemo absorbed the heavenly Jedi sword technique, his entire body appeared even more upright like a pine. It exuded a powerful aura from the inside out. However, Liemo could instantly make this kind of aura converge by utilizing his strong bodily functions. Just as he came back to his senses, he saw the two women staring straight at him. Gongzi, what happened to you just now? The whole person is like a stone statue. Yun Yang asked with concern. Zhao Wan even came with a mouthful. Did you eat too much meat just now and choked on Gongzi? Liemo was directly one person with a finger-snapping brain crash. What are you talking about? Just now it's just that my lord was in a daze. Zhao Wan ate the pain and once she pouted her little mouth, she turned around and ignored Liemo. Yun Yang was not so petulant, but instead asked quietly, my lord, the way you looked just now, is it a technique for condensing and gathering qi? I've been observing your excellency for a long time, and I've realized that you don't seem to be very simple mile. Yun Yang is not a cutie either. Liemo several times can turn danger into safety. By no means rely on the luck of the draw. Ordinary people, even if they've been beating their strength for decades, it was also impossible to come and go like the wind under the eyes of that dead soldier. Thus, Yun Yang guessed that Liemo might be a hidden martial arts expert. Yun Yang, you're overthinking it. I'm just one of the craftsmen who built this underground palace. It's just that I've done a lot of work, and I've got a lot of strength. The body is just more flexible too. Yun Yang then didn't ask any more questions. After another day, Yun Yang had recovered from her injuries. The three of them had nothing to do in the Earth Palace. So Yun Yang pulled Liemo to the open space above the backyard of the Xiang Palace. Yun Yang, what did you bring me here for? Yun Yang smiled somewhat mysteriously. Gongzi, do you still remember? Yun Yang had said at first that after I recovered from my injuries, to show you the strength of a Hotian expert? Liemo suddenly realized and said in his heart, this little ninny seems to want to show her martial arts? Yun Yang was really a bit expressive in this matter. Oh, I remember. That's what you said. That means you're pretty much healed now? Yun Yang gently nodded, and with a point of her feet, her figure instantly leapt into mid-air. A long wooden sword had appeared in his hand at some point. My lord, watch. This is my flying flower falling cloud sword technique. Brush. The tip of the sword shook, and there were transformed into countless clouds of sword shadows. Yun Yang's figure was even more erratic, like a goddess flying in the nine heavens. Hurrah! She pointed her sword out and, the tip of the wooden sword only lightly touched a stone figurine in the courtyard. However, it was like cutting tofu, stabbing a hole right through that stone figurine. Instantly the stone figurines were in pieces. Good. Wonderful. Liemo couldn't help but clap his hands when he saw Yun Yang withdraw her momentum. Yun Yang's face was even more radiant when she saw how appreciative Liemo was. My lord, Yun Yang has been at this Hotian realm for 10 years. If you can experience the glimmer of aura and step into the realm of the innate, then your strength will even take a qualitative leap. Liemo asked curiously, a hint of aura? What is that? Yun Yang laughed. Having said that, perhaps your excellency doesn't understand that after martial arts cultivation reaches the Hotian realm, the physical body had already reached its limit, and in order to go further, then one must borrow the power of heaven and earth to completely shed their bones and become a spiritual body. Those with spiritual bodies will be able to capture those potential auras. Now, Liemo heard it. The limits of the human body's physical body are always limited. After a martial artist's cultivation reaches this limit, he or she will have to borrow external forces in order to go to the next level. And the first realm above this floor was the realm of the innate. Liemo suddenly remembered that he was in the middle of his information panel. Strength, speed, physique and spirit all have a limit value. Does that mean that when he reaches this limit value, he will be able to metamorphose into the so-called spiritual body? Therefore, Liemo was now completely adding to his cultivation. This way of not having to cultivate any gongfu, not to mention, was quite to Liemo's liking. Your Excellency, the path of martial arts is incredibly grueling, and it also depends on one's talent. If Yun Yang's talent wasn't still good, she would never have been able to achieve what she has now. Don't worry, Your Excellency. In the future, Yun Yang will swear to protect Your Excellency to the death. Liemo smiled indifferently. Yun Yang, do you know that although your sword technique just now was good, it was still not strong enough? When these words came out, Yun Yang was directly nonplussed. Your Excellency, this sword technique is a first-rate martial arts technique, and in the entire territory of Great Qin, it can all be considered one of the best. How dare you say it's not strong? Liemo extended his hand. Give me your wooden sword. Yun Yang didn't know why, but still did what Liemo said. Receiving the wooden sword, Liemo took a step out and raised his right hand to slash at the stone figurine with a sword. This sword did not have any flashy moves. It just looked like a very ordinary sword. However, when the sword slashed out, Yun Yang, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. She could truly feel that the sword contained the meaning of it is the great killing intent that cuts off all life. If this sword were to slash at her, she would not be able to resist it at all. Brush! The sword flashed. The wooden sword cut across the surface of that stone figurine. Click! The stone figurine immediately erupted with a crisp cracking sound. A thin crack gradually appeared in the center. The stone figurine then separated into two halves. The break was smooth as if someone had cut tofu with a knife. Liu put away his sword. His face as usual. Yun Yang immediately directly then half-kneeled to Liu. Your Excellency, this sword really opens Yun Yang's eyes too. Yun Yang is ignorant, and she still presumes to claim how strong a Hotian martial artist is. Only now do I realize that Yun Yang is like a mole compared to Gongzi. Liu helped Yun Yang up with one hand. Alright, it's not a big deal. It's just a sword technique. Here, it's a gift. After saying that, Liu directly handed the Heavenly Jade Sword Technique's merit volume to Yun Yang's hand. Yun Yang was instantly stunned again. This is a Xian rank technique. Gongzi really gave it to me? Chapter 19, Half-Step Patriarch. Lao Zhengyi. The beginning Emperor's underground palace. The central inner hall. A middle-aged man wearing a black embroidered gold python robe sat cross-legged. The man's face was white and beardless, and his appearance was impressive, but there was a gloomy and vicious aura between his eyebrows. With rhythmic breathing, his body rose and fell slightly. A purple-black aura lingered around. This person was none other than Lao Ai, who had stepped into the realm of a half-step sect master. Back then, Lao Ai and Empress Dowager Zhao plagued the harem and had a boy and a girl. After the incident, Lao Ai faked a military talisman and revolted. Shi Huangdi sat in command and quickly put down the rebellion. Lao Ai was executed with a cartwheel, which is a 5-horse split. Ying Zhang, you can't imagine that I, Lao Ai, am still alive, can you? The one who was carjacked back then was nothing more than my twin sibling. In his heart, Lao Ai's mind was incomparably resentful of the first emperor. After all, 2 of his children were ordered by the first emperor to be put down outright. In essence, it's falling alive in a sack. Once I break through the Zhongshe realm and kill Zhao Gao, I will be able to approach your tomb. I'm hidden in this underground palace. Do you think I'm really guarding your grave for you? What I want is to set you back on your feet. Lao Ai spoke his innermost and truest thoughts. Indeed, back then, he was lucky enough to escape, and afterward, he learned 100 poisonous metaphysical skills and prepared to seek revenge on the first emperor. Unexpectedly, however, the first emperor died violently on his grand tour. Zhao Gao in order to guard the tomb of the first emperor, recruiting dead soldiers outside, especially those with high martial arts cultivation, was entrusted with important tasks. This news is a perfect opportunity for Lao Ai. So, Lao Ai rejoined Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao didn't care about those things that Lao Ai used to do. What's wrong with that as long as it works for him? Only, no one knows that Zhao Gao, with great fanfare, guarded the tomb of the first emperor, has his own calculations, too. Under Zhao Gao's arrangement, Lao Ai was able to enter the inner hall of the underground palace to guard the tomb of the first emperor, and Zhao Gao also named him the first poison master under his seat. Phew! A long breath of purple and black was exhaled. Lao Ai's hands were filled with poisonous mist and veins popped out as he operated the 100 poison Xian Gong. At his heels was a small tripod made of bronze. Within the small cauldron, a foul odor emanated. It's the same kind of venom that comes from the body of 1,000 corpse venomous cadavers. Every day, Lao Ai must dip his hand into the venom and run his Xian Gong to pump the poison into his body, refining the toxin within the body, integrating it into the body, turning himself into an old poisonous man covered in poison. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept a glance within the bronze cauldron, and Lao Ai's face showed no pleasure, simply because the venom inside the copper cauldron had bottomed out. Come on man, Lao Ai chimed in. Outside, a man in a black power suit with a long sword on his back then walked in. The sword slave pays his respects to his excellency. When this man saw Lao Ai, he half-kneeled and worshipped, looking very respectful. Sword slave, why hasn't that faceless venom been delivered today? The sword slave bowed his head and replied, back to your excellency, faceless hasn't shown his face today, and in the past, at this hour, it's long overdue. This bastard, how dare he delay me from practicing, seeing that I'm about to break through the sovereign realm. This kind of critical time, if it spoils things for me, I'll make sure he dies with 10,000 poisons through his heart. The figure named Sword Slave arched his hand. Sword Slave is willing to go among the outer courtyard of the Earth Palace and check out the situation for your excellency. If Faceless is truly passive and negligent, then the Sword Slave will arrest him and bring him back for questioning. Lao Ai nodded after hearing this. Go, the sooner the better. You must get no face to me. I'm going to ask for it face to face. Nah. After the Sword Slave answered, he flew and disappeared into the darkness. It was a 20-mile journey from the central inner sanctum where Lao Ai was, to the outer courtyard residence where Faceless was. That sword slave was also in the realm of Hotian cultivation, all the way to infuse chi and blood power into his legs, sprinting like flying. When he arrived at the Faceless abode, he saw that it was dark inside. There was also silence all around. It's as if no one else lives here. Is Faceless here? Come out to me quickly. The voice traveled through the air, and still no one responded. The sword slave stepped forward and reached out, then pushed open the courtyard door. This is a small two-entry courtyard, with a hall in front and a small courtyard at the back. Phew! Sword slave blew up the fire folders and lit the lawn lamps, and the light around them brightened up. After looking around, there was no sign of Faceless. Instead, with a slight flick of his ears, he heard in one of the rooms on the inside that there came a rustling sound. Squeak! The sword slave pushed open the door of the side room, and, by the light of the outer, saw a bronze tripod placed at the center. Those rustling sounds sounded like they were coming out of that bronze cauldron. Walking up and checking it out, he found that the copper tripod was full of densely packed body parts, have started attacking and biting each other inside. Due to the length of time they've been locked up, it gave off a disgusting odor. Jen Nu closed the special lid of the copper tripod. Those bugs made her feel a little uncomfortable inside. Growing up, she had a bit of a dense fear. Looks like Faceless left here a while ago. Where will this man? Where will he go? Thinking darkly in her heart, she had a feeling that something could have happened to this Faceless, but with the strength of Faceless stepping into the Hotian realm, the underground palace of the, except for Yenla whom she knew as well as Lao Ai and others, can't think of anyone else who could threaten Faceless. Maybe, I'm overthinking it? While Sword Slave was thinking about it, outside was a golden beetle that buzzed and flew. Having followed Lao Ai for many years, Sword Slave naturally knew that this golden beetle was the mother insect. It can look for guys who have wandered off based on the smell of the corpse. This golden beetle, at that time, was beating around the outside of the Purple Sun Hall. Liamo was busy finishing off Faceless, but he let this guy slip through the cracks. Unexpectedly, it followed its original route and returned to where Faceless was. Seeing the golden beetles, the sword slaves had a way to find Faceless. This is because those who cultivate the 100 poisons Xian Gong will take a medicine that aids in detoxification for a long time. This medicine has a special odor. The golden beetles could follow the trail and hit him with just a sniff. Before the sword slaves came, they were naturally well prepared. She pulled out a small, delicate jade bottle from her body and a drop from it is placed in the palm of your left hand. Then, the sword slave drew his sword with his right hand, and lightning struck out at the golden beetle with a sword point. There seemed to be an invisible suction force above the tip of the sword, sticking the beetle directly to it. Here, smell that. Picking the tip of the sword above his left hand, the beetle's tentacles twitched and it seemed to recognize the peculiar smell. Go, and lead me to your master. Sword slave flung his hand and the golden beetle's sword in midair again. After making a few circles, it buzzed in the direction of the outskirts of the dungeon. The sword slave backhanded his sword into the top of the scabbard on his back and flew to follow. Chapter 20 Sword Slave's Shock. My sword skills are so bad. The golden beetle flew for nearly half an hour in 7 different directions. It finally stopped in front of a tunnel outside the Purple Sun Palace. Buzz. After it got there, it kept vibrating its wings and refused to move forward. Sword slave came to that area. Looking around, there was nothing but a dark tunnel. She paced back and forth with her feet on top of the bricks of the floor. One hand rested on his chin, thinking intently. Since the golden beetles don't fly when they get here, that means that Faceless must be nearby. Click. At that moment, a strange sound suddenly came from under his feet. With his keen senses, Jian Nu realized that the brick his left foot stepped on seemed a bit off. This brick is a little loose and not as tight as the others. There used to be no cement and these bricks were put together piece by piece. Could it be that this man is down here? With a heartbeat of surprise, Kenshinu crouched down and reached out to try and move the bricks. When an area of brick was removed, the dirt underneath was obviously newly filled back in. No way. How could someone be so chicken-hearted? Burying a body here? The sword slave had been busy digging and digging for half a day there. Finally, a foul odor came. Faceless body was dragged out from inside the ground by her. As a swordsman, life and death had long been looked down upon, and for the dead, sword slave had always been unafraid. She had really worked hard to figure out the truth. Soon, she checked the injuries on Faceless. Chest sunken in, sinews broken and dead, and that wound, no matter how you looked at it, looked like it had been punched out. No way? In the middle of the underground palace, there's actually someone who can punch Faceless to death? Although Faceless had just stepped into the realm of the Hotian, his poisonous skills were personally passed down by Lao Ai. Even if it was someone in the same realm, it would be impossible to kill him easily. Unless, it's an expert of the innate realm. Kenshina thought about it and came to a conclusion. But the only expert in the realm of the innate She only knew of Zhao Chang, the younger brother of Zhao Gao, the king of Lao Ai. There were also the 4 great masters under Zhao's master. The others, she couldn't really think of, especially in the middle of this dungeon. It's mind-boggling. This matter, it seems to be a bit troublesome. It's better to report to Lord Lao Ai as soon as possible. The sword slave made up his mind and was about to head back. At that exact moment, a burst of sword sounds came from the backyard within the Purple Sun Palace. Sword chi stirred and the sword resonated with itself. Clearly an expert with a sword was practicing. As soon as he heard the sound of the sword slave's little heart stirred a little. It's true. She's an authentic swordsman. Since he was a child, he has been obsessed with swordsmanship, and has entered the martial arts with his sword. Even more so, he vowed to become the greatest swordsman in the world. With swordsmanship, he stepped onto the pinnacle of martial arts. One of the important reasons why I threw myself under the seat of Lao Ai, it was because Lao Ai had given her a set of first-rate martial arts sword techniques, the rain-transforming sword technique. However, Lao Ai only gave her the first half of the remnants, and he promised to sell his life for him for 10 years before he would give her the next part of the remnants. For this condition, Sword Slave agreed without even thinking about it. Her real name was Lu Jiao, but she changed her name to Sword Slave. In order to do so, it was a constant reminder that this life belonged to the sword. Her whole life was just about finding and practicing swords. Now, suddenly sensing someone practicing swordplay not far away, and with a sword aura that, it seemed as if the power was not below his own. What's wrong with that? It's like a foodie who loves food and smells the spicy, fresh aroma of a not too distant. Where can I move my feet? Before I return the favor, I must see, who in this dungeon has such attainments? After making up his mind, Sword Slave Lu Jiao circled around and went to the outside of that enclosure. Inside the fence was the backyard of the Purple Sun Palace. At this moment, Yunyang was trying to practice the heavenly jade sword technique that Li Mo had given her. She holds a wooden sword, concentrates her energy, tries to become one with heaven and earth, without other or self, and, desperate to forget, only then could one appreciate the great killing intent within that heavenly Jedi sword. Brush! The sword shook, and the sword chi stirred. With a lift of his hand, a sword blade flashed steeply. A sword, like the light that split the night, with the power to cut through everything, exploded. Before the sword arrived, the sword chi had already arrived. The chi condensed into a sharp edge, cutting the stone figurine in front of him into 2 halves alive. Phew! After a sword cut, Yunyang felt as if her body had been drained, and sweat had soaked through her bodice. 9 styles of heavenly Jedi sword technique. She now could only barely make a complete sword. When she thought about Li Mo making this sword in front of her in the beginning, she was so casual and spontaneous, seemingly without thinking. The power of this sword technique was utilized to the fullest. And now, as she struck her sword, she realized that this swordplay was not so simple. Li Mo's sword realm had reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Thinking about this, Yunyang was even more admiring of Li Mo's martial arts cultivation. The sword slave was already frozen in place at this point. I had thought that the falling rain sword technique given to her by Lao Ai was already a superior sword technique. Now when compared to this heavenly Jedi sword technique in front of him, it was only then that he realized that his own sword technique really sucked. At that thought, the sword slave couldn't help but make a sound. Wonderful! This sword technique is marvelous. At this point, sword slave Lu Jiao, who was crouching on the wall watching Yunyang's sword practice, couldn't help but applaud Yunyang's swordplay just now. Yunyang followed the sound and let out a cry. Ho! The sword slave was not afraid, and flew off the edge of the wall and landed in the center of the courtyard. Her heart was in awe of Yunyang, who was so skilled with the sword. Your Excellency's exquisite swordsmanship is admirable. This sword technique, is it the legendary heaven, earth, Xian Huang among the 4 ranks? The 4 ranks of heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, which are high-ranked martial arts that lie above the first-ranked martial arts. Naturally, it also includes swordplay. Yunyang looked the sword slave up and down. In his heart, he said, it's obvious that she is a woman, but she has to dress like a man like this. Think I don't recognize it? Answer me first, who are you? Yunyang's tone carried a murderous intent. After all, to her, anyone who intruded into this realm could be Li Mo's enemy. As Li Mo's nemesis, of course he should share his master's worries. You can't just let Li Mo do everything. In that case, what value would she have as a personal bodyguard? It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is, that sword technique just now. Can you teach me? The sword slave's eyes were filled with fervor. Ha! Teach you? I've never even learned this sword technique. So who am I to teach you? If you don't tell me where you're from, don't blame me for being merciless with my sword. As Yunyang's words fell, the tip of that wooden sword in her hand flicked out, instantly transforming into an unparalleled sharpness. Straight at the sword slave. Sword Slave had just detected that Yunyang's strength was only in the same range as hers. An opponent of such strength just so happens to be able to have a good comparison of swordsmanship. In the middle of the underground palace, it had been a long time since there had been a battle of equal strength. Good. Since this is the case, then I will fight with your excellency. Chapter 21, Sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Another food delivery has come. Inside a bedroom and a side hall of the Purple Sun Palace, Reimer is sleeping. On the side, Zhao Wan was dead asleep. It couldn't be helped. Li Mo was now a dragon and strong, making her feel completely blocked. Vaguely, Li Mo's ears were filled with sounds of fighting. The first reaction was that Yunyang was practicing. It's so late. Yunyang is still working so hard. What a good effort. Since Yunyang was so diligent, then Li Mo, as the master, had to give some good instructions. Reimer yawned and drew himself up. With his strong physique, even if he didn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights, nothing happened to him. I'll conceal my breath first and not disturb her easily. With a thought, Li Mo's entire body's aura instantly tightened up. With a movement of his figure, he quickly approached the middle of the courtyard at the back. When he got closer, Li Mo sensed that there was actually more than one person in the courtyard. With his current spiritual sensing ability, he could clearly perceive other spirit flames, and during this time, he has learned a lesson. That is, the stronger the spiritual flame, the higher the martial arts cultivation. Among the senses, both groups of spirit flames were not weak relative to each other. It seems that someone is entangled with Yunyang. With doubts, Li Mo lightly came behind the door edge of the backyard and quietly used his afterglow to look inward. At this moment, Yunyang was fighting with the sword slave. The sword slave held a bronze longsword, and with a flick of his wrist, the sword chi steeply condensed above the tip of the sword. Hurricane was using the 8th style of the falling rain sword technique. The sword was like rain. However, the sword's shadows were seen overlapping, enveloping Yunyang like rain sprinkled from the sky. Each sword shadow stabbed Yunyang's vital points. This swordsmanship is based on stabbing, so the sword used is thinner and longer than ordinary swords. Yunyang, on the other hand, pulled her sword in a flourish. The sword chi above the wooden sword was as if it was wrapped around a cloudy mountain, wrapping itself perfectly. Bon bon. The wooden sword and the bronze sword clashed in succession. A clinking sound erupted. The two women were fighting back and forth. Why don't you use that sword technique of yours just now? Seeing that Yunyang wasn't using that heavenly jade sword technique, Sword Slave attacked while bellowing. Yunyang glared angrily and returned. You're not worthy yet. Good. Then let's show you my Sword Slave's watchword. Sword slaves are unrivaled when it comes to swords. As the words fell out of her mouth, she was seen withdrawing her body backward, drawing back her sword with her right hand and, the entire body flexes and extends, like a viper spitting out a letter. He stabbed out a sword with precision and viciousness, dripping water through stone. Brush. This sword was so sharp that the sword slave poured all his power into it, and it pierced through Yunyang's defense. The tip of the sword pointed straight at Yunyang's heart. In the nick of time, Yunyang faced the life and death situation head-on. Between life and death, there is great terror. Overcoming this terror is the only way to cut off everything and survive. So, this is the sword intent of the heavenly jade sword. Desperate. One sword breaks all laws. A sudden realization dawned on Yunyang. Boom! A chi energy spread out from her body like ripples. Yunyang's eyes suddenly changed, becoming sightless and looking away from everything. The sword stabbed out by the seemingly insoluble sword slave just now was actually slowing down in the eyes at this moment. Break! Yunyang let out a cry. The sword in his hand actually came out of his hand. The body then used the momentum to lean back, the limit wirelessly avoiding the sword slave's move of dripping water through stone. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand flew out of his hand. More than that, it cleverly made up for the shortcomings of not being as long as the sword of the sword slave. This wooden sword that suddenly flew in, made the sword slave not expected at all. No one had ever been able to fly their sword out of their hand in the middle of a sword competition. It was a long sword, not a short dagger so easily thrown. Bang! A crunching sound erupted as the wooden sword blade struck the sword slave's chest. The sword slave had a copper heart protector hidden in his chest, but he was still shocked and his body flew out backwards. Snap! The whole person fell hard on top of the ground. Bam! The bronze longsword in his hand fell to the ground. The sword slave only felt a tightness in his chest, and something fishy sweet spilled out from the corner of his mouth. You lose. Yunyang walked up briskly and looked down at the sword slave. Humph! My cultivation is not weaker than yours. Only, you took advantage of the sword technique. Such a profound sword technique really makes me. Sword slave. Admire it. While saying that, sword slave covered his heart and stood up. Brush. Yunyang picked up the sword on the ground and put it on her neck. Say, who are you? What are you doing here? If there's a single word of falsehood, I'll behead you with a sword. The sword slave, on the contrary, did not change his face and only said back, "My name is Lu Jiao. You can also call me sword slave. Coming here is purely because of sword watching. Finished? It's over." Both women are similar to dead assassins in this role. Speaking naturally doesn't beat around the bush. After the two sentences were finished, Yun Yang coldly grunted, "Only the dead will not tell the secrets of this place." Brush! That sword was just about to chop down, but suddenly felt a numbness in his arm, and the sword in his hand fell down. Seeing that Yun Yang really wanted to kill her, Sword Slave immediately backhanded Yun Yang's neck with a hand slash. However, she didn't want her arm to be grabbed by a strong hand just as she struck out. On the other hand, there was an extra man's figure at some point. If it's not Li Mo, who is it? You, so strong. The Sword Slave tried to break free from Li Mo's hand, but realized that the other party was not moving at all. Couldn't help but blurt it out. When Yun Yang saw that it was Li Mo, she immediately bowed to Li Mo. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for your help. I will, now, kill her." Li Mo waved his hand to stop. Slow. Yun Yang could only stop and obediently stood aside to go. The first rule of the Dead Soldier's Code. The master's orders must be obeyed unconditionally. Li Mo sized up the powerfully dressed woman in front of him. With a thought, a panel of her information surfaced before her eyes. Name, Lu Jiao, Sword Slave. Face value, 6. Consumption of 1 material return point, 5 points, random return. Consuming 5 supplies can randomly return martial arts techniques. Techniques are categorized into heaven, earth, Xian, Huang, 1st, 2nd and 3rd grade. Loyalty, 8. Root and bone, superior. Martial artist level, Hotian martial artist, expandable view. One could only say that among martial artists, it was considered moderate. 1 rebate is less compared to Yun Yang, but this is the kind of relationship that can develop into a woman and a ministry. Of course, Li Mo will not let go. Your name is Lu Jiao, right? Hotian realm. Not a bad stance. Facing Li Mo's critique, Lu Jiao seemed somewhat confident as she nodded. I'm no worse than her. It's just that I don't have the sword skills that she does. Li Mo lowered her arm and asked rhetorically, "What if I could give you that kind of swordsmanship?" These words struck the sword slave's little heart. Immediately, the sword slave knelt down to Li Mo in a flash. "My lord, please take me as your disciple, okay?" Chapter 22, wanting to be my disciple requires your sincerity. For a sword slave, there was nothing as tempting as a supreme sword technique. Previously, for the sake of a mere first-rate sword skill, she was willing to be instructed by Lao AI for 10 years. Now, what Li Mo could give her, that was a Xian rank sword technique. If she could learn this sword technique, she would be willing to lose 10 years of her life. This is the sword idiot. There is an unrelenting pursuit and yearning for the way of the sword. In the face of this sudden scene, Li Mo was still quite calm. He blandly returned, "If you want to be my disciple, it depends on how sincere you are." The sword slave fell to the ground and bowed. The sword slave is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Li Mo planned to hang her out to dry first. Going through fire? I don't need it for a while. Think again. After saying that, he pulled Yun Yang with one hand. "Come on, juggle with me inside for a while." Yun Yang certainly understood what Li Mo meant. Immediately, he blushed, and softly humphed, and followed Li Mo inside. There's no way around it. Li Mo's firepower is too fierce. A woman, now, simply cannot quench her thirst. With Yun Yang's Hotian cultivation, I should say that fighting felt more energizing. It's just that this little ninny has a no initiative, no refusal attitude about it. Let's let Li Mo have it sometimes. It's not very enjoyable. Seeing that Li Mo didn't agree with her, Jian Nu added that he wanted to see her sincerity. More than that, he didn't dare to stand up in a hurry. What is sincerity? In Kenshina's mind, it was all about her attitude towards the matter. Alright, if you don't agree, sir, I, sword slave, will kneel down for a long time. I'll stay on my knees until you agree. As the voice traveled, Li Mo did not turn around. This little ninny just had to let her know that the Xian rank sword technique was not that easy. The Li Mo sometimes felt like he was being a bit of a dick. But in this underground palace, the strong survive and the weak naturally have to pay some price. After a long time, the sword slaves in the middle of the backyard did not wait for Li Mo. Instead, there was a humming sound in his ears. How do you say that sound? And when he heard that sound, it was as if sword slave was being tickled by something inexplicable in his heart. What are they doing? Could it be that this is what that gentleman said about playing a bit of a trick? The sword slave muttered in his heart. Never having been a human being, she only knew how to practice her sword all day long. It can be said that you don't know anything about men and women, but she was also at the age of youth. And of course there was a primal volcano within her. At that moment, a woman's figure appeared in the middle of the backyard. It was none other than Zhao Wan, who had just been woken up by urine. Seeing that Li Mo had disappeared beside her, Zhao Wan didn't care. After all, Li Mo's spirit was too good for her to manage. Humming a little tune as he was about to go to the backyard to use the restroom, Zhao Wan, however, saw a figure dressed in a black robe and strong clothes kneeling in the center of the courtyard. Zhao Wan's mental quality was quite good, and she wasn't scared to the point of screaming. Anyone else would probably just not have to go to the bathroom. At the same time, the kneeling sword slave also saw Zhao Wan, who came out. Ha, there's another woman in here? By the looks of it, it looks like a courtesan dressed as a courtesan. Could this be that gentleman's lady-in-waiting? The sword slave stared at Zhao Wan, looking up and down. The appearance is not bad, but it's just an uncultivated one, not enough to be feared. Zhao Wan's kind. The sword slave was confident that he could kill her with a single finger. You, who are you? Why are you kneeling in the middle of this backyard? Zhao Wan saw that the man didn't move much. Striding forward, he asked the sword slave. The sword slave didn't answer positively and asked instead, "And who are you?" "I'm kneeling here. What's it to you?" Zhao Wan crossed her small waist. "That's strange. I live in this courtyard and I need you to ask me? You come barging in here late at night and you're on your knees. I think you're in over your head, right?" The sword slave glared fiercely at Zhao Wan. "If it weren't for the face of the Duke, I could kill you with a sword right now." Zhao Wan sniffed and immediately took a few steps back. You don't mess around. I can tell you, I am the personal maid of the prince inside. If you dare to touch me, the male will never spare you. Hearing this, the sword slave also confirmed his suspicions. It seemed that this Zhao Wan was indeed the gentleman's maid without a doubt. Well, in that case, do what you like and go. The sword slave continued to kneel and fume. Pust. Zhao Wan directly gave her a whole laugh. "I said, are you stupid? What the hell are you doing kneeling here?" Sword slave glanced at her. "To hell with you." When Zhao Wan heard Good say this, she immediately guessed. "I'm wondering if someone is on their knees trying to beg my son for something." When these words came out, the sword slave's eyes lit up. Since this Zhao Wan was Li Mo's personal maid, she must know Li Mo's true thoughts. "Actually, I want to beg your excellency to take me as his disciple." Hearing this, Zhao Wan laughed. "Take you as a disciple? What do you want to learn? Cultivate tombs? My father-in-law is the craftsman of this tomb repair." When these words came out, the sword slaves looked at Zhao Wan like she was an idiot. "I say, are you really that gentleman's maid? What's wrong?" Zhao Wan was a little unsure of what she meant by this. "Your son's martial arts cultivation is so powerful, and you're saying he's a grave cultivator? Or do you not know your male at all?" The sword slave finished inside. "A martial arts expert? Your excellency is stronger and more energetic, but it seems like Yun Yang is the martial arts expert, right?" Zhao Wan was still a bit unconvinced. The impression Li Mo gave her was not so much as to become the appearance of a supreme master. "You wouldn't understand even if I told you, but you always know your son's preferences, don't you?" Sword slave continued to ask. Zhao Wan nodded. "Of course I know this, Gongzi." Speaking here, Zhao Wan wanted to stop talking. After all, how is it good to talk about such things? "Tell me, what do you like?" The sword slave was a bit anxious. Zhao Wan looked the sword slave up and down. "You really want to know?" "Of course, or what am I asking you for?" Seeing that she was indeed a bit persistent, Zhao Wan walked up and whispered in her ear. "Ha, like that?" Sword slave was a face of eyesight. "Which one?" Zhao Wan stomped her foot. "Even you don't know this, there's really no way to tell you. Just go in there and listen to the door yourself and find out." "I'm not going to do it. I'm sleepy." After saying that, Zhao Wan yawned and went into her room. Sword slave finally stood up at this time. She followed the movement in the inner room and slowly approached Li Mo's side of the room door. In his heart, he was also cheering himself up. "It seems that everything is still up to you. Who doesn't know how to do things like listen to doors? Not only do I want to hear it, I want to see it." Soon, she arrived outside Li Mo and Yunyan's house. As a Hotian martial artist, through the door of the room, the movement inside was even more clearly heard. Chapter 23, Choosing Li Mo. "It's so worth it." The sword slave heard it more and more clearly, and his little heart was pounding even more. "Finally, I couldn't resist peeking inside through the doorway." Just one look made her back out in a hurry. Now, she finally understood what Zhao Wan had just said about Li Mo's preferences. It's something that doesn't seem difficult. It's just a little embarrassing. However, as long as I can practice the ultimate sword technique, this is nothing to me. While he was thinking, Li Mo had already sensed the movements of the sword slaves. Wrapping up early, Li Mo stepped out of it. "Well, how does it feel to hear the door?" Li Mo asked. Sword slave was refreshing. "It's quite good. It's just another item of insight for me. So how are you considering it?" Hearing Li Mo's words, the sword slave crouched down and bowed. "As long as I can learn your excellency's swordsmanship, I'll do whatever I'm told. My sincerity is no less than anyone else's." After saying that, this sword slave stood up and walked towards Li Mo step by step. Seeing this, Li Mo immediately stopped her. Thinking about what? There are some things that can't be rushed. You have to take your time. The sword slave shook his head. No, I'm in no hurry to wait. Learning the sword for me, more important than eating and sleeping. My lord, take me. Seeing that, this little ninny was giving up her life, wanting to pounce on Li Mo. However, she had really misunderstood Li Mo. All Li Mo wanted was her attitude. It wasn't all women that Li Mo wanted to take over someone else's body. Like the sword slaves, as long as they are loyal enough and have the strength to become upper and lower with Li Mo, it can also be a smooth rebate. He knew that the sword slave's weakness was not caring about herself, but wanting to learn the sword. Just hold the point. There's another reason why Kenshinu does seem to be a bit of a tomboy. Something like this was really not Li Mo's cup of tea. Be a henchman and be done with it. The sword slave was so persistent. Li Mo decided to give her a little sweetness first. Good. Since that's the case, I'll first enlighten you on a sword style, how much you can comprehend and it's up to you. After saying that, Li Mo's figure moved, instantly setting off a wave of wind. The sword slave's Hotian expert realm was surprisingly completely unresponsive. So fast, so strong. The sword slave was secretly surprised in his heart, then quickly followed. In the courtyard behind the temple, Li Mo stood with his arms crossed. Hearing that the sword slave had followed him, he said in a deep voice, "Sword, the king of all weapons, the way of the sword, the way of killing is also." As the words fell, Li Mo had already arrived in front of the sword slave. The bronze longsword on her back had been drawn out by Li Mo at some point. Watch this. Buzz. Li Mo's backhand shook, and the sword steeply erupted with a sword roar. The entire person and the sword seemed to be perfectly one. With my body as a sword, the sword is me being me, and I am the sword. Human sword unity. Brush. In an instant, an unrivaled swordlight was seen rushing up in the darkness. At that moment, Li Mo had just disappeared, and what replaced him was the monstrous sword might. The sword stance of this sword was merely a forward thrust, plain and simple. However, the sword slave standing on the side had been petrified there. The entire person was crushed to death by Li Mo's sword might, completely unable to move. The sharp tip of the sword seemed like it might take her life at any moment. Even the sword slave was breathing a little fast. The power of a sword is as terrifying as it is. Li Mo collected his momentum and walked over, handing the bronze longsword to the sword slave's hand. This sword technique, it's too strong. Sword slave obeys. The sword slave accepted another bow. The reason Li Mo chose to teach her was precisely because he saw this dedication to the sword path in her, with such a persistent spirit. In the future, this sword slave will be a great success in the sword path. In that case, why doesn't Li Mo give her a hand? In the future, he will have another powerful left arm. Good. Since I've passed on this sword technique to you, then I also have a few requests. So listen carefully. Li Mo reached out and helped her up. Sword slave is all ears. Li Mo then began. First, from now on, you will no longer be called sword slave and resume your real name. From now on, the sword needs to be made your slave, not you the slave of the sword. Secondly, from now on, you don't have to call me master, but as Gongzi, same as Yunyang, to be my personal bodyguard. Thirdly, make a clean break with the past, and from now on, follow me, Li Mo. Once the three demands were made, the sword slave immediately nodded in agreement. Your Excellency, from now on, Lu Jiao will follow you, no matter what. As long as your Excellency commands, I will do whatever you want. When Lu Jiao's words fell, Li Mo received a system beep, detected that the host has taken on a subordinate, establishing an upper and lower relationship, multiple return system binding successful. In other words, from this moment on, the system had recognized Lu Jiao's identity. She'll be able to return points now. Good. Then you will comprehend this style of swordplay while here. When something is accomplished, a new sword technique will naturally be passed on to you. LV Jiao naturally understood Li Mo's meaning of being greedy and chewing too much. This style of human sword unification was already enough for her to learn for a while. Lu Jiao thanks you, sir. After saying that, Lu Jiao went above the central clearing alone. According to the sword technique taught by Li Mo, he began to cultivate. At this time, it was already late at night. The surrounding area was silent, and only the sword chi was heard like the wind. Li Mo did not leave, but sat on the ground next to him and quietly watched Lu Jiao practicing her sword. What a desperate man. You don't even sleep in order to practice your sword. From time to time, Li Mo pointed out a thing or two from the side. He had now fused the inheritance of the house of great success of this sword technique. A few casual nudges benefited Lu Jiao. Finally, after practicing for nearly half an hour, Lu Jiao was a bit overwhelmed. Physically and mentally, it's close to the limit. Here, take a break over here. You can't rush sword training. Li Mo beckoned, so Lu Jiao obediently put away her sword and walked over. Luckily, thanks to your excellency's guidance just now, Lu Jiao was able to gain some insights. Thank you, excellency. Lu Jiao was now completely adoring Li Mo. The key point that Li Mo didn't force her to give herself up took big points in Lu Jiao's heart. It's nothing. It's just a set of swordsmanship. Remember, there's more to life than practicing swords. After saying that, Li Mo took out a bowl of meat as well as a bowl of water with 2 biscuits on top of it as if he was doing a magic trick. Come on. Must be hungry. Have something to eat and replenish your strength. And then what? Pick a room inside and get a good night's sleep. After saying that, Li Mo got up and left. Above the clearing, Lu Jiao stared at Li Mo's distant figure. The heart simply celebrates the bad. Here, there's food and drink, and there's a great sword technique to practice. It smells so good. As for Lao Ai, compared to Li Mo, his chest, temperament, and treatment are too far apart. Lu Jiao decisively abandoned him. It's so worth it to be on Li Mo's payroll. Chapter 24 Adding Points and Points. Zhao Wan's surprise. Ding. Ministry LV Zhao consumes supplies and returns 5 points of strength. The host's power value has reached its apex and needs to wait for the other values to reach their apex before completing the metamorphosis. Subsequent power values returned may be granted to others who are related to the host. Li Mo returned to his room and was about to take a rest when a system beep sounded in his head. It means that Lu Jiao has already eaten what he gave him. The attributes returned by Yunyang in these days were almost always strength. 15 points at a time. It's quickly approaching a peak of 100 points. Once these 5 points from Lu Jiao came in, it just made up 100 points. The power, it seems, has reached the base limit of this current physical body. Familiarly, Li Mo opened the panel to check it out. Name, Li Mo. Return multiplier, 100 times. Space size, 10,000 square meters. Strength, 100. Speed, 70/100. Physical fitness, 55/100. Mental, 20/100. Judging from the panel values, Li Mo currently possessed a base strength value equivalent to that of 20 people. Base speed for 15. Base physique for 10 and mental strength for 4. This value was enough to hang a Hotian expert. However, Li Mo hadn't encountered an expert of the innate realm yet, and whether he could defeat it remains to be seen. Spiritual power, it's still a bit low. Until the whole completes a metamorphosis, the mental power piece is still a key area to strengthen. So far, it seemed that only Zhao Wan could provide spiritual power. Although this little ninny doesn't know martial arts, she's well-read and has a flexible brain. You could say that it's intellectually sound. Thinking about it, Li Mo guessed that the person who could provide spiritual power rebates. Maybe it's the need for a highly intelligent person like a schemer. The next step, the focus is still to find this type of talent is, of course, female is better. As far as he knew so far, in the underground palace, apart from the concubines accompanying the burials, were the dead soldiers guarding the tomb. These eunuchs, of course, Li Mo could not recruit them. After all, this kind of misogynistic guy was a bit annoying to Li Mo as soon as he saw it. Even less likely to keep someone like that around. After making up his mind, Li Mo fell into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, Li Mo gathered the 3 girls together. Zhao Wan gave Lu Jiao a blank look when they met, and even took the initiative to straighten her chest. The meaning couldn't be clearer. I'm bigger than you. Yunyang didn't have so many little thoughts, and only stood respectfully at Li Mo's side. Everyone's here. Let me introduce you. This is Lu Jiao, officially joining us as of today. Lu Jiao. This is Zhao Wan, and this is Yunyang. From now on, we're all in the same boat. After Li Mo finished speaking, Lu Jiao took the initiative to go up to the 2 women and greet them. Zhao Wan had some small jealousy on her face, but she could only accept it. Yunyang nodded her head in response, thinking to herself, the defeated men are just not enough. Besides, looking at Lu Jiao's body, she was even less comparable to herself. Therefore, Yunyang was bashful. Well, all go about your business, and practice your swords as you should. The words fell. Lu Jiao and Yunyang exchanged glances. How can you let the other side steal the show when it comes to something like sword practice? Thus, the 2 women's figures spread out, and in an instant, they rushed towards the backyard. Alas, perhaps another great battle will be inevitable in the backyard. Li Mo shook his head inside as he looked at the 2 women's distant figures. Zhao Wan, however, did not move, still standing in front of Li Mo. Zhao Wan, you have nothing to do? Li Mo asked. My lord, they all have martial arts cultivation on their side, and I. Zhao Wan's small, aggrieved face was indeed still somewhat sympathetic. Obviously, she was worried that Li Mo would accept more and more women in the future. Would it suddenly abandon this useless her? Li Mo had seen it a long time ago, but just didn't point it out to her. Do you also want to step into the martial arts? become stronger and have the ability to protect yourself? These words could be said to have directly hit Zhao Wan's pain point. She immediately nodded her head and replied, yes, if there's a chance, I, Zhao Wan, also want to become stronger. Didn't your excellency say that there was a way for me to step into the martial arts path as well? Reimer hooked his hand to her. Follow me. Zhao Wan immediately understood, and with a shy face, she entered within a room with Li Mo. As soon as she entered, Zhao Wan very actively pasted over. Another brainbuster flew past Li Mo. It hurt so much that the little ninny bared her teeth. What do you mean by that? Sir, can't I take the initiative? The corner of Li Mo's mouth raised in an arc. What are you thinking? I'm trying to get you to step onto the path of martial arts now. What did you think it was for? Instantly, Zhao Wan was embarrassed. So, it wasn't for her to express her gratitude first. Here, come over here. Sit down on your knees and turn your back to me. Li Mo signaled. So Zhao Wan obediently complied. Afterwards, Li Mo came behind Zhao Wan. It's about to start. Yes, sir, come on. I'm ready. Zhao Wan didn't understand what Li Mo was up to though, but she still had great trust in Li Mo. These days together, Li Mo except a little bad, the rest almost all the same merits. The point was that this was the kind of little bad that she kinda liked. Zhao Wan's brain was just tumbling over memories. One of Li Mo's palms was already covering her heavenly aura. This was the action where the system prompted Li Mo to add points to others. Li Mo did as he was told, and it was quite a bit of a pass. Host, there are 5 system power points left. Is it possible to add all of them to Zhao Wan? At this moment, a system prompt came from the mind. All plus. For these remaining attribute points, Li Mo naturally would not waste them. As the words fell, a warm current immediately surged into Zhao Wan's body within the palm of her hand. Instantly, Zhao Wan felt inexplicable power surging into her limbs and bones. The qi and blood in his body seemed to double, and straight away he felt his heart thumping hard. There was a rolling breath surging through his entire body. The sense of power that was visibly coming from her was astonishing beyond words. Gongzi, you've really passed on your power to me? I felt it. That marvelous change in my body. It's marvelous. Is this what martial arts cultivation feels like? Zhao Wan got up and tried to move her muscles. It's like getting a new lease on life to realize that your body is getting a new lease on life. Full of energy attached. Li Mo passed on 5 points of strength attribute to her, which was equivalent to giving her twice the strength of a normal person. In terms of power level, it was considered to have stepped into the ranks of a third-grade martial artist. This test on Zhao Wan also made Li Mo realize that by adding a little bit of ordinary people can quickly step into the martial arts. In this way, not only could Li Mo himself become stronger, it can also make those around you stronger. Your Excellency's great kindness. Zhao Wan doesn't know how to thank you. Only, Zhao Wan's heart blossomed and she immediately repaid Li Mo properly in the most intense way. Li Mo gladly accepted. After the wild wind and rain, Li Mo got up and went inside the side hall of the Purple Sun Palace. Taking out some meat and patties with a bowl of water, he began to eat at a leisurely pace. At this time, in the peripheral city building of the underground palace, the guard Yen Lu was received a secret order. Chapter 25, You're not worthy to fight with me. Inside the hall above the citadel on the outskirts of the dungeon, a grim-faced Yen Lu put down the copy of the parchment scroll in his hand. Above is a secret order given by Zhao Gao in the name of the second emperor Hu Hai. The supply of the underground palace is cut in half. Humph. Making me guard the tomb of a dead man here and curtailing the supply. Yen Lu was furious after reading it. Recently, the second emperor, Hu Hai, has been engaged in a great deal of civil engineering work, repairing tombs at Mount Li and rebuilding the Afan Palace. Recruitment of laborers is countless. In addition, 50,000 warrior battalions were stationed in the royal palace of Xianyang. The food supply of the entire Xianyang reached a very tight point. In the underground palace, Zhao Gao secretly raised these dead soldiers, is also a not small expenses. Now, the shrinking supply in the underground palace meant that these dead soldiers were starting to run out of food as well. Yen La had to find a way to solve this problem. It seems that there's no need for those martial artists below the second grade to stay here. Let them fend for themselves, Yen La secretly said in his heart. The first thing he thought of was to reduce the number of dead soldiers. Those third-grade martial artists were dispensable to him. Now that the supply is tight, they are banished to the periphery. Yen La believed that with his Hotian martial artist realm, plus 10 experts of the second grade or above, it would be enough. Soon, the city building was at the gate, and 7 or 8 third-grade martial artists were driven out with their heads hanging down. For the sake of your contribution, Lord Yen will be lenient, and you will leave quickly. Go to the outer regions. A dead warrior with a first-rank cultivation began to drive away those third-rank martial artists. How can we live in those places on the periphery, where there is nothing to eat or drink? Yes, please Lord Yen, let us stay. We didn't do anything wrong. Why are you doing this to us? One by one, the dead men began to shout. Brush! A snowy sword light flashed. A large head had then fallen to the ground. A third-grade martial artist, in front of a first-grade martial artist, was barely able to fight back. Why don't you get out of here? Do I need to say it a second time? That first-grade martial artist let out a roar, and these third-grade martial artist dead soldiers immediately changed their faces drastically. Fly stepped onto the straight path that led to the perimeter. I've heard that some palaces have been built on the periphery as well. Let's look in there. Maybe we'll even find something to eat. A dead soldier named Uncle Wu said to the people around him. Okay, Uncle Wu is the one with the highest martial arts cultivation here. We'll listen to you. Soon, a group of people arrived outside the Xiang Hall. The door to the temple was wide open. The scene inside made Uncle Wu and the others straight away dumbfounded, only to see Liu Mo sitting alone in front of a desk table. It was topped with several bowls of sizzling barbecue and several hoagies. Liu Mo was currently drinking water while eating meat. On one side were people who were hungry and hadn't had a full meal in days. On the other hand, it was Liu Mo who was eating meat and drinking water. When you compare the two, it's not too damaging, but it's too insulting. People are more angry than people. I can't believe that in this outer palace, not only are there people alive, but there is also food and drink? Since it was found by us, then these food and drinks are of course ours. Uncle Wu and the others were not good birds in the first place. Things like killing and robbing are too normal for them. What's more, the Liu Mo on the opposite side was a weakling who didn't know martial arts in their eyes. Go on, kill him for me with one cut. Be sharp. Uncle Wu pushed a man next to him. The man nodded and rushed towards Liu Mo with his bronze longsword. When he was about to arrive in front of him, Liu Mo raised his hand and the ceramic bowl in his right hand came out. Snap! The pottery bowl was as fast as lightning, and under the flashing of flying shadows, it smashed into the man's face and shattered in response. The man's body froze for a moment, and then he planted himself on the ground. Behind them, Uncle Wu and the others froze. I thought that I had picked up a big bargain, but now it seems that the other party seems to be a bit bad. Uncle Wu, what should I do? Someone next to me asked again. Uncle Wu's face twitched, and his heart launched into a fierce rage. Together, I don't believe. This kid can have 3 heads and 6 arms. Kill! Uncle Wu let out a roar and led the charge towards Liu Mo with his long sword. Seeing that everyone had entered the hall, Liu Mo snorted coldly. Close the door. This sound surprised Uncle Wu and the others. When he turned around, he saw that the figures of 2 women had appeared behind him at some point. Bang! The door of the Xiang Hall closed with a loud bang. This situation made Uncle Wu cry out in his heart. No good. It seems like we've been tricked. Liu Mo stood up and nodded to Yunyan and Lu Jiao. It's up to you to clean up these small fry. My lord won't be able to keep me company. I'm full, so I'll go take a nap first. After saying that, Liu Mo turned around and walked slowly inward. Uncle Wu was furious when he saw this. You, stop right there. You don't take us too seriously, do you? Well, at least, we are people who have stepped into the martial way. If you have the guts, let my Uncle Wu meet you. Liu Mo, however, didn't even turn his body around. Only one sentence was left behind. You're not worthy to fight me. A solution to the sentence caused Uncle Wu to become completely furious. I really don't believe I can't kill you. With a bellowing cry, Uncle Wu's figure moved. The long sword in his hand shook and flew to stab sharply at Liu Mo's back heart. Unexpectedly, a silhouette flew from the side, and then a poof was heard. A long sword penetrated Uncle Wu's chest. It's... Uncle Wu stared in disbelief at Lu Jiao in front of him. You, what a lot of crap. Lu Jiao kicked Uncle Wu out a foot away and drew her longsword in the process. Above the tip of the sword, blood was still dripping. Now, the few third-grade dead soldiers in the back were directly scared out of their wits. How could there be such a terrifying person hiding in the outskirts of this underground palace? These 2 women alone had martial arts cultivation levels that exceeded theirs by an unknown amount. Uncle Wu's cultivation, which he claimed to be close to 2nd grade, didn't even make a splash. Not to mention these 3rd-grade martial artists. We really don't know. This is your territory. Spare us? Yes, we have no quarrel with you. Let us go. If we die, you'll be in big trouble. And it's better to do more than less, right? A group of people started trying to get Lu Jiao and Yunyan to release them. Yunyan's eyes showed a cold light. Gengzi said that anyone who knows the secrets of this hall cannot live. As the words fell, she and Lu Jiao passed a glance at each other. Brush! The sky filled with sword light enveloped the entire hall. All 3rd-grade martial artists. One sword to the throat. They all died without even a grunt. Dispose of the corpses and collect their weapons as ordered by the prince. The 2 women did what they said they would do, and soon finished disposing of the corpses. Liu Mo was inside the inner room and sensed the dissipation of these people's spiritual fire, knowing that they had been taken care of by the 2 women. From the time these dead soldiers approached the Purple Sun Palace, Liu Mo had already sensed their presence. After determining their cultivation level from the spirit flame, Liemo decided to take the initiative to guide them into the temple. And then is shut down. These people usually helped Yenla do a lot of bad things, so naturally Liemo couldn't possibly keep them alive in the world. Next, if one comes, I, Liemo, will kill one. If two come, I will kill a pair. Chapter 26, The Battle of the Inner Courts. The expelled Princess Mei. Within the underground citadel where Yenla was stationed was the residence of the concubines who were buried for the first emperor. After the death of the first emperor, the second emperor Hu Hai ordered that all the palace consorts who have not given birth are sealed in the underground palace. The number of these concubines, as recorded in history, was more than 200. Zhao Gao had the original idea of having a living man guarding the underground palace. It is a better way of martyrdom than death. So he did not kill the women. Instead, they were made to live in the darkness of the dungeon. Each concubine's residence was stocked with a certain amount of food, enough to keep them alive for a year and a half. No problem. But since entering the underground palace, these concubines have been engaged in fierce battles with each other. Often, they would fight over a small amount of food. In between, four major forces were formed, led by the four consorts of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. The reason was that these four concubines were actually martial arts practitioners, and their cultivation had even reached the Hotian realm. Among them, Princess Mei was the most aloof and had the strongest martial arts cultivation. That night, Princess Mei was suddenly attacked by a coalition of 3 other concubines. Although Princess Mei's cultivation was stronger, she was gradually losing ground as she fought 1 against 3. Princess Mei, today, we will expel you from the inner courtyard. Your abode and food, it's ours. The long sword of the bamboo concubine, who was dressed in a green-colored suit, was swung, and the sword blossoms were immediately transformed into a sky full of bamboo shadows. All of them attacked Princess Mei's vitals. Shine, Mei Fei, on the other hand, shook her backhand and a cold lightning bolt flew out. Tinkerbell, a steel needle struck on top of Consort Bamboo's long sword, shocking her tiger's mouth, and the long sword nearly came out of his hand. Bang! While she was busy responding to Consort Bamboo's Toki, behind her was Consort Land's shot of the orchid finger. A finger pointed at Princess Mei's lifegate point on her back. The lifegate was sealed. The chi and blood were subjected to Yin, and Princess Mei's body steeply stiffened. Concubine Zhu took the opportunity to strike several poisonous hidden weapons with her right hand, one of which pierced into Concubine Mei's right shoulder. Hiss! Princess Mei frowned at the pain. Immediately afterward, she executed the 7-star plum blossom pile steps and instantly stepped out dozens of paces away, darting in the direction of the citadel. Further inside the inner courtyard is the central hall guarded by Lao Ai. No one, without the order of the second emperor, is allowed to enter. Otherwise, they would be beheaded on the spot by the guards there. If Princess Mei is to live, she must head in the direction of the outer courtyard. Cut her off. Don't let her get away. Consort Bamboo let out a chirp and her body swam like a spirit snake, darting to follow Consort Mei. Don't worry, she's been hit by my strange poison. She won't be able to go far. Princess Kiku was close behind. A silhouette flew and chased above the palace pavilions of the underground palace. Finally, Princess Mei leaped up on top of the city tower where Yanlu was. Outside, there is the area that leads to the outer courtyard. Li Mo's purple sun hall was in the middle of that area. After leaving this citadel, if you want to go in again, you'll have to go through Yan Li's consent. That man, Yan Lu, will surely take the opportunity to humiliate me. There is no way I, Zhang Yuan, will be humiliated like this. But right now, rushing out to the perimeter is my only chance. Facing the pursuit of the 3 Hotian experts behind her, many thoughts scurried through Princess Mei's mind. Princess Mei, unless you jump from this building, you can't escape. Princess Bamboo's voice came through the air. Concubine Mei looked back and grunted coldly. Concubine Bamboo, if I, Concubine Mei, can still survive, this revenge will be avenged. After saying that, Princess Mei clenched her teeth, leaped and flew down to the city tower. The gang of dead soldiers defending the city only felt a silhouette flash in front of them. When she looked again, Princess Mei's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. It looks like someone jumped off the citadel. It must be the palace consorts in that inner court. Those ladies, they've been fighting a lot of infighting lately. Yes, Lord Yenlu has commanded that it be ignored. The more they fight, the better for us. These dead soldiers are now more of the same. Even after seeing Princess Mei flee, she didn't care. After all, it's not like they're interested in women, much less do they want to get involved in these pointless fights. Just watch the play, that's all. So, historically, there have been people from the inner courtyard who wanted to go out through these gates. None of them stopped. But there is one thing. If you want to go back in after going out, then you have to have Yan Li's consent. Zhao Wan is such an example. At that time, She took advantage of the chaos to escape from the citadel and did not go back. Of course, the way the dead soldiers see such a woman is that she won't live more than 3 days out there. Who would have thought that there was such a #1 character like Liu Mo who took them in? At this moment, on top of the straight path leading to the periphery, Princess May was in a hurry. The poison dart on his right shoulder was quenched with a poison called 7 steps scatter. It is claimed that after being poisoned, if you take 7 steps, the poison will enter your heart and there is no cure. Fortunately, Princess May possessed the cultivation of the Hotian realm, and her body was surging with qi and blood. Resistance to toxins far exceeds that of the average person. Even so, Princess May was now feeling groggy in the head. If one were to see her face, one would realize that she was pale and the lips are also beginning to show signs of blackening and purpling. Pain and numbness also came from her back at the vital point at times, exacerbating her injuries. No, Kongwon, will live. Princess May has always been tough and indomitable, with a very strong will, strongly holding on by sheer willpower. She moved forward, step by step. From time to time, he searched for a shelter where he could rest. As she stumbled, she arrived at the heel of the largest palace on the periphery, the Purple Sun Palace. At this moment, Li Mo's powerful spiritual senses had already enveloped the entire vicinity of the Xiang Hall. As soon as Princess May entered it, a spiritual fire appeared in Li Mo's mind. Another person whose strength has reached the Hotian realm? It seems that this person's spiritual fire flickers, and it seems to be somewhat unstable, should be physically injured. When he thought of this, Liu Mo quietly sneaked out and leapt within the hall of the Purple Sun Hall. Looking out through the crack in the window, Princess May's silhouette came into view. With a thought, the relevant information surfaced. Name Jiang 1. Face value, 8, 10 is the highest. The higher the face value the more rebates. Consumption of 1 material rebate, 10 points, spirit exclusive. Loyalty, 7, 10 points maximum. Loyalty can be cultivated. The higher the return points. Root bone, excellent. Root bone is categorized into ordinary, good, superior, excellent, and spirit bone. Good or above root bones can be strengthened by the host. Spirit exclusive, holy, 10 mental points at a time? This Kongwon, it's a treasure. Liu Mo called Ness straight in his heart. It was at this moment that she only saw Princess May's body swaying, nearly unsteady. Her eyes began to blur and a trickle of dark blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. Looks like I might not be able to hold out much longer, Kongwon muttered under her breath. As the words fell, her body slanted and lurched, and she directly collapsed outside the gate of the Purple Sun Palace. Seeing this, Liu Mo flew out and carried her on his shoulder. Yun Yang, Lu Jiao, come help quickly. Chapter 27, Detoxification Technique, Green Dragon Sucking Water. Li Mo's voice penetrated through the air into the backyard. The two women who were in the middle of comprehending the Tao of the sword snapped out of their contemplation abruptly. Li Mo's words, that's an order. Gongzi, Yun Yang is here. My lord, Lu Jiao is coming quickly. Both of them were now secretly fighting for Li Mo's favor. As for the other Jiao Wan, since Li Mo didn't call her, she knew she probably wouldn't be able to help much in the past. Might as well stay inside and potentially practice basic boxing. Ever since he had gotten Li Mo's extra points, he had begged a set of flipping clouds and rain fists from Yun Yang, so he was in the house when he had time to realize. Standing on the stump, punching, often practicing for several hours at a time. Zhao Wan knew very well that she was the weakest right now. If I don't work harder, I'm afraid I'll soon be abandoned by Li Mo. So, she's also now as good as gold at time. One word, it's, in a few breaths, Yun Yang and Lu Jiao had arrived in front of Li Mo, only to see a woman lying horizontally on top of the ground in front of Li Mo. The woman wore a purple robe embroidered with a plum blossom print, and a flying cloud bun on her head. The mold is clean and attractive. Looking at this dress, this woman should be a concubine in the inner courtyard, right? Yun Yang had previously been lurking on standby in the inner courtyard, so she naturally knew some things about the inner courtyard. Oh, do you know her? Li Mo asked. Yun Yang took a closer look and returned after a moment of contemplation. If I'm not mistaken, she should be that talented woman in the inner courtyard, Princess May, known as Second Miss May. Lu Jiao also took a closer look. That's a pretty face, better looking than even Yun Yang. Instantly, Yun Yang was glaring at Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, don't talk if you don't know how. Lu Jiao made a sword-swinging motion. What's the point of having good words? I'm fine with having a sword to practice on. Li Mo immediately stopped the two women. Alright, stop fighting. I didn't call you guys here to hear you argue here. I see she's been hit with a concealed weapon in her right shoulder and needs to clean the wound. So you two come and help. After saying that, Li Mo turned around and left the room. After all, men and women are not related. At a time like this, Li Mo didn't want to take advantage of anything. Soon, Yun Yang and Lu Jiao started to get busy. Liamo took out a basin of water and used it to clean Princess May's wound. Yun Yang also got her a clean outfit to change into. After everything was taken care of, Lu Jiao was the one who realized that there was something wrong with Princess May's wound. Only the wound was black and purple, and every now and then it gave off an unpleasant odor. Lu Jiao pulled Liamo to heal. Your Excellency, there is a strong poison on top of this concealed weapon. This kind of poison, if I'm not wrong, should be 7 steps scattered. After being poisoned and walking around for 7 steps, then the poison will attack the heart and die. Yun Yang also chimed in. Indeed, this poison is very strong. I'm afraid. The implication was that Princess May might not be able to hold out. Seeing this, Liamo remembered the time when Xiaoyi died of poisoning. No, something has to be done to save her. This is a rare spirit return point woman. It's hard to find this store after this village. Liamo thought darkly in his heart. There, why don't you try and suck the poison out of her body? Say it and do it. Liamo said to the 2 women. I have a great antidote to poison that I can try. Curious, the 2 women asked almost in unison. What move? This move, it's called Green Dragon Sucking Water. Watch this. After Liamo finished speaking, he directly ambushed Princess May. Opening his mouth wide, he sucked towards the dark wound. My lord, you mustn't, you'll be poisoned that way too. Yun Yang tried to stop Liamo, but Liamo moved too fast. That moment was already sucking. A stream of black poisonous blood was inhaled into Liamo's body. Those toxins were going to attack his internal organs by following his blood veins. In these 2 days, Yun Yang had made Liamo's physique points peak. This bit of toxin passed, and Liamo only felt slightly uncomfortable. The strong functions in the body then swallow the toxin right up. Not even a little splash. And Liamo's set of actions also caused Princess May's brows to wrinkle slightly. She felt something strange on her body. That poisoned feeling seemed so much easier. The realization was like being pulled back suddenly after falling into a dark abyss. A faint sound came out of Princess May's mouth. Gongzi, it's working. It's working. She seems to have come to her senses a bit. On the side, Lu Jiao's face was excited with excitement. Yun Yang, on the other hand, was a bit worried. Although Liamo was very strong, it was impossible that he wasn't even afraid of the poison. Right? My lord, you must be careful. Liamo spat the poisonous blood in his mouth onto the ground in a circular motion. Only, he was now a little embarrassed about the position of the poisoned dart, very close to the rolling peaks. At a glance, Liamo's head seemed to be buried. Those who didn't know would definitely not be able to figure out that Liamo was detoxifying the poison. As time passed, Liamo's movements continued and the poisonous blood was sucked out again and again. Princess May's consciousness gradually returned, slightly opening her eyes. The scene imprinted into her eyes was a shock to her. A strange man was actually crouching over himself at the moment, and, doing something unspeakable to herself. In an instant, Princess May's body shook violently and stepped back, looking at Liamo in shock. You, who are you? Just now, what did you do to me? You did this to me while I was unconscious. I killed you. Obviously, Liamo was greatly misunderstood. On the side, Lu Jiao came over. Hey, just now, Gongzi was saving you. Otherwise, you would have died of poison by now. Yun Yang also went up to help. Yes, my son has absolutely no other intentions towards you, purely to cure your poison. For a moment, the words of the 2 women on the left and right made Princess May a whole lot confused. What's going on? Where in the underground palace did such a man appear to use his mouth to cure her poison? Besides, this man seems to have good luck with women. How dare 2 beautiful women offer to discern for him? This girl, don't worry, Liamo, certainly won't take advantage of people's danger. The poison in your body has been relieved of 80%, and there are still 20% that have penetrated deep into your body, so you can only slowly dissolve it. Liamo stood up and instructed the 2 women, take good care of her, and give her some meat and water later. After saying that, Liamo turned around and left. When Princess May heard Liamo's words, she thought she was dreaming. Right? Another antidote for her poison and meat? This isn't like the underground palace. It's like the sky, right? Could it be that one is dead? In a flash, a bowl of roast pork had been served by Lu Jiao. The aroma emanating from that meat made Princess May truly feel what gluttony felt like. After all, it would be nice to have some dry food to eat in the middle of the inner courtyard right now. She, for one, has not seen the taste of meat for 7 days. Come on, the male rewarded you. Eat, no need to be polite. Princess May looked at this meat in front of her and was surprised. All for me? Lu Jiao pouted. Don't want to eat, do you? Mei Fei immediately brought the bowl over, not caring about the image, directly down to eat. Chapter 28 Good impression pulled full circle. Princess May's heart is moving. A wolfing down of the food in front of her. Princess May swept away the food in front of her. The kind of satisfaction that came from a full stomach brought pleasure to her face. Nowadays, in the inner courtyard, even the consort who is in the position of commander of the, and only on dry rations, there's no comparison to the treatment we're getting now. After you've eaten you'll rest well, and when the time comes, the prince will naturally see you. After LV Jiao threw down a sentence, she pulled Yunyang and walked away. What is it, then, my lord? Princess Mei felt like she was in a muddle right now, completely unable to make sense of it. In the middle of the Earth's palace, I hadn't even heard of this character. My lord, good man Mile, let's go. Yunyang, sword practice. Lu Jiao shook her head and shook her head back before going to the middle of the backyard with Yunyang. Participating in the heavenly jade sword technique was a necessary task for them now besides eating, sleeping, and playing poker. Li Mo set a goal for them. Within 7 days, they had to comprehend the third style. Although it was a bit difficult, the more it was, the more excited a sword nerd like Lu Jiao became. You don't sleep, and you have to practice to do it. Poor Yunyang, she's going crazy being pestered by Lu Jiao all day, unable to do anything about it. Li Mo asks the two of them to make progress together. I can only give up my life to accompany that Lu Jiao's madness. There is another important reason. Li Mo promised her a chance to kill Yan Lu with her own hands. For this, Yun Yang also tried her best to become stronger. The days rolled on for another 3 days. Li Mo did not need to cultivate, and his days were considered pleasant. Zhao 1. Yun Yang and Lu Jiao consumed the return points on time. All of Li Mo's attribute points had been pulled full except for spirit. Inside the room, Li Mo moved his mind and expanded his personal panel. Name, Li Mo. Return multiplier, 100 times. Space size, 10,000 square meters. Strength, 100, plus 10. Speed, 100, plus 5. Physical fitness, 100, plus 10. Mental, 57 / 100. Now, Li Mo's body showed exaggerated lines. A big tendon was like a gnarled big dragon, and when his fist was pinched, it was as if the air could be pinched. The sensing range of spiritual power can reach up to 50 meters in a circle. Physically, the healing ability becomes exaggerated. Even if you get a cut from a knife, it will heal again in a few minutes. Resistance to toxins has reached the point of being invulnerable to all poisons. The speed was even faster than that, and when his body moved, ordinary people could only see a trace of residual shadow. Those attribute values with the plus sign are what's left over after adding points over the last few days. It can be used to add points to a martial artist whose root bone is above normal. However, it was naturally Li Mo's call as to who to add points to and how much to add. At this time, Li Mo heard the two women's fiery sword fight in the middle of the backyard again. Looks like it's time to go see how these two ninjas are progressing? Having made up his mind, Li Mo lifted his steps and headed for the backyard. What came into view was the scene of the two women fighting, only to see Yun Yang let out a dainty cry. The long sword in her hand flashed with a sword aura, and the first style of the heavenly jade sword. The sword is proud of the dome of the sky. As soon as the sword was chopped out, there was a vertical and horizontal rivaling sword chi forming a sword blade that chopped down towards Lu Jiao head-on. If you use the first stance, I will use the second stance. Sword C8 wastes. Lu Jiao did not retreat, but instead advanced, and with a shake of the sword blade, dozens of sword shadows immediately flashed. These sword shadows carried a mountainous momentum as they roared to meet Yin Yang's sword strokes. Boom! When the two forces collided, the powerful sword chi lifted the surrounding stone figurines off the ground. One by one, the stone figurines cracked hard into pieces of varying sizes under the sword chi cuts. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiao, you really do have some ability, but I, Yun Yang, won't admit defeat either. After saying that, Yun Yang was ready to use the third stance of the heavenly jade sword technique, human sword unification. However, it was not expected that this style required a rather high degree of intentional unity between the body and the sword. Yun Yang had not grasped the essence by now, but had instead consumed a great deal of power for nothing. And yet it didn't work. LV Jiao has not been able to practice this style of swordplay because she is not allowed to do so. The two of us are half a caddy. This third style, you can't make it out, and I haven't realized it yet. Lu Jiao put away her sword and walked forward, extending her hand to Yun Yang. Yun Yang glared at her without a good look. Don't be complacent. I'm sure I'll comprehend this third stance before you do. At this time, Li Mo's figure had already appeared behind them. Looks like you guys have been working hard these past few days. Are you tired? If you're tired, there's no harm in resting for a while. Li Mo's voice came. The two women turned around almost at the same time, and then they bowed to Li Mo. Duke, please also teach me more. Li Mo was in a good mood and immediately reached out. Give me the sword. Yun Yang handed out her long sword with a backhand. After Li Mo received the sword, his body shook and his figure had instantly appeared at the center of the backyard. You two watch this. The The third stance of the Heavenly Jade Sword. Human Sword Unity. Brush. Liemo erected his sword in front of him, and that long sword erupted with a sword sound in his hand. At that moment, his entire body actually vibrated slightly like the body of a sword. It was as if he had become one with the sword. This was a state of mind of transporting the sword, a feeling of fusion with the sword after practicing the sword technique to the extreme. Liemo was a white whore who had been handed down the legacy of the Dengfeng master swordsman. Naturally, as soon as they struck, they stunned the two women on the opposite side of the room. At this moment, outside the gated courtyard of the backyard, another pair of eyes was also staring at the scene in the middle of the backyard. Can't even look away anymore. It was none other than Princess May, who had almost healed from her injuries. As a Hotian martial artist, their body functions are naturally several times stronger than ordinary people. The wound caused by the dark dart wasn't too big. Together with Lime's timely removal of the poison for her, she was now basically healed. Lying down to rest for 3 days, Princess May ate and drank. For a while in his heart, he became more and more curious about Liemo. Liemo didn't come to her in the past few days. Instead, it was even more unexpected to her. After all, concubine May's posture was a step above Yunyan and Zhaowan. When she was in the palace, Ying Zheng was also fond of her. How could a man in his prime like Liemo not be moved when he saw her? Princess May couldn't guess, so she quietly got up and went out of the room, wanting to explore. The Purple Sun Palace was not big, and soon she arrived at the door of the backyard. With a sidelong glance, he heard a sound of a sword fight. Deciding to get a better look, she plopped down at the doorway and peered inside through the crack. I just saw that Liemo was teaching the two girls the Heavenly Jade Sword technique. Phew! Only to see Liemo's body rise up in the air, holding his sword with both hands and spinning forward to attack. The whole body was like a sharp sword. Boom! A stone figurine was instantly crumbled into several pieces by the sword chi. Tread! Liemo landed on the ground and collected his momentum. The whole process was flowing, clean and dashing. Good! The male is fantastic. My lord's teachings, we will certainly keep them in mind. The two women were respectful to Liemo, and it looked like it was all from the bottom of their hearts. The more Princess May looked, the more she was shocked, and the impression of Liemo in her heart had been completely turned upside down. This gentleman, he's still a nice guy? Chapter 29, Qin Palace Secret, Longevity Pill. It wasn't just the fact that there was food and drink here that made Princess May's heart sing. More importantly, Liemo's powerful martial arts cultivation strength. This sword move that he showed the two women just now, Princess May asked herself that she wouldn't be able to take it even at her peak. Liemo, in her eyes, was at least a great expert in the realm of the innate. If she could defect under Liemo, then she would have a chance to deal with the remaining 3 concubines in the inner court. This revenge of being expelled from the inner courtyard, she had to avenge. Liemo had already sensed Princess May, who was hiding behind the door. After instructing the two women, Li then quickly walked over to Princess May's side. Princess May was just about to turn around and leave, but she didn't want Liemo's voice to come from behind her. If you're here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Why don't we find a place where we can talk? After saying that, Princess May only felt a gust of wind passing by her ears. The slender waist was surmounted by Liemo. At that moment, there was an indescribable feeling of electric shock throughout his body. Princess May tried to break free, but realized that it was as if she couldn't make any strength. Allowing Liemo to lead the way, he swept forward sharply. Soon, Liemo brought her to a side hall. By the looks of you, you seem a little curious about me, don't you? Liemo took the initiative to ask Princess May. Princess May nodded. That's natural. Within this underground palace. I've never heard of a man like you. Who are you? Really? Liemo returned. Liemo, just an insignificant craftsman in the underground palace. Of course Princess May didn't believe it. Artisan? You have such a high level of martial arts cultivation. Even those in the realm of the Hotian are simply no match for you. Where under the heavens is there such a craftsman? If not, are you the secret guards that the first emperor has placed in this underground palace? Liemo shook his head after hearing this. You mean, but those dead soldiers who guarded the tomb of the first emperor? Princess May waved her hand. No, those people can't even be compared to the first emperor's secret guards. These secret guards, every one of them is an expert above the realm of the innate. They were the most loyal to the emperor, guarding the emperor's tomb for generations. Those dead soldiers you speak of are nothing more than the lapdogs raised by that Zhao Gao. Listening to Princess May, she seemed to know the Qin Palace better. Liemo naturally couldn't let go of such an opportunity. He then asked, Zhao Gao, why did he keep these dead soldiers in the underground palace? Princess May sighed. The matter is a matter of palace secrecy, and I don't know much about it, but there are rumors that the reason why Zhao Gao died guarding this tomb was to find the immortality pill. Hearing this, Liemo was even more surprised. Among the historical materials he knew, Qin Shi Huang did pursue immortality. He even went so far as to spend a lot of money to build Su Fu's ship in order to find the immortal medicine. 3,000 boys and girls were also sent with the ship. Su Fu was ordered to go to the sea to find the 3 immortal mountains of Penglai, Fangjiang and Yingzhou. But in the end, there was no news. Some say that Su Fu eventually settled on the island called Fusong. It eventually developed into the granddaddy of small days. But all of this is a historical account, and there is no very strong evidence as to whether it is true or not. Now, Princess May's mouth mentioned the elixir of immortality. Could it be that Su Fu really found it when you went to sea back then? The immortality pill? In this underground palace? Could it be? It's a burial object of the first emperor? Li Mo continuously asked questions. Princess May shook her head. The specifics are unknown. Anyway, if Zhao Gao hadn't been looking out for his own interests, never would they send so many experts to guard the underground palace. I've even heard the secret rumor that the first emperor may not be dead, but has taken the pill of immortality. Went to the fairy palace. Li Mo listened. The mind's perception of the world became even more metaphysical. If it's true that the first emperor is fine, will he meet him in the underground palace someday? Also, if immortal medicine really exists, does that mean that there really are immortal palaces and immortals in the world? Everything, for Li Mo, was too exciting. Then do you know this man Su Fu? Li Mo tried to ask. Concubine May nodded. Of course, Su Fu is the state master of Great Qin, and he is powerful. I've heard that he can call the wind and rain, and the first emperor trusts him. This search for the immortal pill was given to Su Fu to handle single-handedly. Li Mo listened and secretly wondered in his heart. This Great Qin world, Su Fu has unexpectedly become the state master. And where is Su Fu now? Concubine May shook her head again. I don't know. I only know that since the first emperor's death, Su Fu was then never seen again. After obtaining this information, Li Mo was even more determined to reach the center of the underground palace. There, the core of the first emperor's tomb is located. The truth of all things will be revealed there, and there are many more obstacles to be faced on the way there. The most urgent thing in front of him was to break through the outer citadel and enter the inner courtyard. Princess May's arrival was a powerful boost for Li Mo. As long as he collected Princess May, Li Mo's spiritual power could quickly accumulate to its limit. According to the system's hints, by then, Li Mo would experience his first metamorphosis. Li Mo felt that by that time, he should be able to take on an expert of the realm of the innate. As for a character like Yen Lu, Li Mo really didn't take him seriously now. After all that, you still haven't told me what your name is? Li Mo looked at Princess May and began to test the waters. I was originally a concubine in the Qin Palace, and was given the title Princess Plum for my love of plum blossoms. You can also call me Ginger Hope, because Li Mo had the system on his side. He actually knew her name was Jiang Yuan. That way, it would also be possible to determine whether or not she was lying. If he didn't even want to really tell Li Mo his name, then he didn't really want to join. Good. Kongwon, I'll get right to the point. Do you, want to join my team? Kongwon thought for a moment and returned. I'm also a straight shooter, and joining your team. May there be any conditions? Li Mo laughed out loud. Good. Cool. You have 2 choices. One is to become my woman. The second is to become my ministry. Princess May's answer was unexpected to Li Mo. I prefer a more solid relationship. These 2 conditions, it doesn't seem contradictory to fulfill them at the same time, does it? Li Mo nodded. That's natural. I can't imagine that you're really straightforward. Jiang Yuan. Good point. Then I have a condition as well. Li Mo asked. What conditions? Accumulated resentment surfaced on Jiang Yuan's face, and she said through clenched teeth. In the inner courtyard, there are still 3 concubines that, Princess Bamboo, Princess Orchid and Princess Kiku. If we kill our way back to the inner court, these 3 women are to be handed over to me personally. Li Mo reached out and wrapped his arms around Jiang Yuan. It seems that you hate these 3 women with a passion, don't you? Good talk. Deal. Chapter 30, You can't beat me with your little mind. Concubine May refused to return the favor and said softly, It's a pity that I still have a few remaining poisons in this body. Alas, it will take some time for the body to serve His Excellency. When Li Mo heard this, he said in his heart, the little ninny is quite good at whetting people's appetites. The thing about residual poison in the body is that it can take as little as a few days or as much as a few months to completely remove it. Relying on Princess May's current strength, I'm afraid it's not enough. Hotian martial artists had abundant blood qi, but they did not cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels very well to residual poison, right? This is good. This gentleman will help you once more. Princess May immediately half-kneeled and then bowed. Jiang Yuan, thank you for your great favor. Things were just as she thought. A little pampering would make Li Mo step in to cure her poison. The reason why I thought of this later, it was because Li Mo had used his mouth to help her suck out the poison earlier. but people were showing no signs of poisoning at all. This meant that Li Mo must have an antidote for the poison. Li Mo helped her up. The right hand gently lifted her chin. Delicate face. Slightly cool eyes. The thin red lips matched the fair and smooth skin. It had to be said that Princess May's posture had stepped into the upper echelon. Coupled with the successful practice of martial arts, the figure is even more unparalleled. Then, if I help you cut the bottom to cure your poisonous wounds, how should you thank me? Kangwon looked up and met Li Mo's gaze. Whatever the prince wants, that's what he wants. This statement aptly describes her attitude. Good, that's what you said. Li Mo was bloodthirsty, and his 100 points of physique value was now at its peak. With Kangwon's words, that had to show her what it meant to be overbearing and overwhelming. After saying that, Li Mo sat down on his knees. You turn around and turn your back to me. I'll pass on my power to dissolve the poison in your body. Passing on credit is just talk to Li Mo. All Li Mo had to do was try to spice up Kangwon. Now from the information given by the system, Kangwon's physique points had dropped to around 20. It means that right now her body is functioning poorly. It's only equivalent to the bodily functions of 4 ordinary people. It didn't match her strength at the Hotian realm. Li Mo guessed that it should be that after the poison entered her body, it caused some damage to her functions. Now to completely restore the original state, the most fundamental thing is to solve the function problem. As long as the vitality in her body was strong enough, she could remove the poison on her own. Zhang Yuan obediently did as Li Mo said and similarly sat on her knees, turning her back to Li Mo. In a flash, Li Mo's palm was already on top of her heavenly aura. Host's will is detected. Do we give the other party a bonus point? The other party has not yet established a relationship with the host. The addition may fail. Hearing this prompt, Li Mo withdrew his palm. Kangwon whispered, "Finished? Li Mo, it hasn't started yet." Zhang Yuan wondered, "Could it be that Your Excellency has backtracked? You don't want to use your power to cure my poison?" Li Mo laughed. "Nonetheless, I have a rule here for transmitting Kung Fu. It has to come from your own mouth that you're willing to join my team." Zhang Ken thought it was something difficult. Immediately, he responded, "I, Zhang Yuan, am willing to join Li Mo's team and become Li Mo's subordinate." As soon as the words fell, the system prompted, "Congratulations to the host for taking in another subordinate. The bonding relationship is successful." Li Mo's hand then covered the top of Kangwon's head once again. Physique bonus, 10 points. With a thought, 10 physique points were passed over. Aha! Zhang Yuan only felt an invisible warmth penetrate into her body from above her head. A refreshingly cool feeling. Very good. Unconsciously, a murmur escaped. This power is completely different from pure infused power. After the power enters the body, it seems to have the powerful effect of reawakening the body's functions, especially between the internal organs. It was like a grain of cells came alive. Even Kangwon could clearly hear her heart thumping merrily. Those toxins that have leached into the organs, by the powerful action of the liver, it's starting to get drained a little bit. Above the surface of the skin, beads of sweat with a purple-black color began to seep out. Kangwon suddenly felt that her body was much more relaxed than before. Those places where the qi and blood are blocked up are cleared by the discharge of the toxins. It's like the feeling of a person whose nose is out of breath instantly getting better. There's only one word for it, awesome. How does it feel? Li Mo retracted his right palm that was pressed against her head. My whole body feels so much more relaxed. Your Excellency's divine skill. Zhang Yuan worships it. Li Mo gave Zhang Yuan more than a little shock. This kind of instantaneous dissolution of toxins, even the great poison master, Lao Ai, might not be able to achieve it, right? You're expelling poisonous sweat all over this body, aren't you? Li Mo realized that the top of Zhang Yuan's neck was covered with fine beads of sweat. The color, however, is very strange. Kangwon sighed. This smells really bad. It's a pity that this is in the middle of the underground palace. There's simply not that much water to bathe in. If you want to serve His Excellency, I'm afraid. Zhang Yuan's little mind was still hanging on to Li Mo's flavor. She knew that the less accessible it was, the more a man would cherish it. However, soon enough, Zhang Yuan was numb amidst Li Mo's words. Only Li Mo could be heard saying to Zhao Wan who had summoned him over, "In that side room in the backyard, boil a pot of hot water and let Zhang Yuan wash herself well." At that moment, Kangwon suspected she'd heard wrong. A pot of hot water? Meaning she's going to get a nice bath? How much water would that take? Now, in the middle of the inner courtyard, someone has to pour out even the wash water. A lot of the courtesans don't even wash up at all anymore, simply because there simply isn't that much water. Zhao Gao wants them alive, but will offer no more security. It's not possible to be treated like before when Ning Zhang was here. Now, Li Mo Hao was so angry as this. Straight away, he let her bathe in pain without even thinking about it. Simply, with the exception of a very few women. What woman wouldn't want to be able to take a bath or something every day? Li Mo's hand could be said to have also poked Zhang Yuan's heart again. Your Excellency, it seems like that Princess May won't be able to escape you tonight. Zhao Wan had now stepped into the martial arts path, and the strength in her hands had grown several times. While preparing firewood, he said to Li Mo, who was at the side. Li Mo crashed over with another blow to the head. In this dungeon, opportunities are earned, but I've never been one to force things. You know. Zhao Wan remembered the time when she had taken the initiative. Immediately, his face went red. If it weren't for your Excellency's mercy, I'm afraid I'd be a dead man by now. It's a blessed mile for us to have met His Excellency. This place, made by Li Mo on a whim, moved that big copper cylinder over. Inside those palaces in the middle of the underground palace, there were not in wooden things instead. Naturally, it became dry wood for Li Mo, together with Li Mo's stockpile of water sources. Every once in a while, everyone could wash with hot water. Cleanliness and hygiene, that's a must. After everything was in place, Li Mo brought Zhang Yuan to that side room. Under the hot steam, Kong Wan slowly walked in. Li Mo was just about to withdraw, but he didn't expect a voice to come from inside. Aren't you going to join us, my lord? Chapter 31 Tailored Feats, each with their own style. Inside the room, water vapor steamed. On the spur of the moment, Li Mo and Princess May had a Plum Blossom 3-player. Ding! The host has successfully taken this woman, and the relationship is bound successfully. Dual status stacks with increased rebate multipliers. Looking at Princess May, who was sleeping deeply beside him, a system prompt appeared in Li Mo's mind. Not bad. So, Princess May can provide 15 points of mental power at a time. What an exaggeration. Zhao Wan was previously 1 point at a time, and had recently raised it to 5 points at a time. The reason for this is that her loyalty rises to the top. But compared to this Princess Plum, Zhang Yuan, it was still much worse. It seems that Zhang Yuan's reputation as the #1 talented girl in the inner courtyard is not blown. Now, the spiritual power should reach its apex soon. Li Mo's plan to attack the city was also starting to enter the countdown. The next day, Li Mo made a public announcement. Kong Wan officially joins and becomes a member of their organization. The other 3 women were also happy to accept, especially Zhao Wan and Yun Yang. They were looking forward to having one more person to share Li Mo's excess energy. Recently, Li Mo's body seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Both of these men were feeling a bit overwhelmed. Princess May's beauty was above theirs. Now that's a good way to divert Li Mo's fire. Lu Jiao, on the other hand, was only focused on the way of the sword, the third stance of the Heavenly Jade Sword technique. She was also beginning to feel her way after Li Mo's instruction. 2 more days passed in a flash. In 2 days, Li Mo had harvested 60 points of spiritual power from Zhang Yuan. Spirit points are now at 80. Pushing the limits is just around the corner. Several people had just finished breakfast and were ready to go about their respective activities as planned. Li Mo, however, suddenly heard a voice in his head. 2 martial artists were detected consuming supplies 5 times. Return to Xian rank technique, Bijou sword technique. Return to Xian rank technique, Immortal Crane divine needle. Li Mo instantly understood. The gongfu returned by the system seemed to be an advanced gongfu tailored to the martial artist himself. The purpose is to make these martial artists stronger. Li Mo, on the other hand, possesses more advanced abilities. It was possible to master feats to the point of reaching the peak. This way, Li Mo could guide them in their training. It seems that the system was created in the beginning to allow Li Mo to grow his power. Well, the Bijou sword technique. It should be tailor-made for Lu Jiao. Immortal Crane divine needle. This name seems like Li Mo has heard it somewhere before. Oddly familiar. The system is too ticked off. I can't believe that the name of the TV show is even given to the entire law. Tapping on the introduction of the technique, he realized that it was a parochial martial arts technique that catalyzed flying needles with internal energy. It's comparable to the embroidery stitches of the Oriental undefeated sunflower treasure tree. Princess May's hobbies are quite peculiar. Li Mo sighed. Randomly, with a movement of his mind, the overwhelming legacies of the 2 techniques converged into his mind. The 2 Xian rank techniques were instantly fused together by him. At this time, Zhang Yuan was in the middle of the backyard, carefully observing the 2 women participating in the sword Dao. Yun Yang, the third stance of the Heavenly Jade Sword technique. I've realized it. Lu Jiao's voice was quite a bit smug. Then she erected her sword on her body, and using her body as an axis, she flew and spun up in the air. The entire person was like a sharp sword flying past. Click! The stone figurines on the opposite side shattered in response. Yun Yang was also not willing to be weaker, and immediately executed the 3 styles of Heavenly Jedi as well. For a while, the backyard was heavy with sword shadows and a cold light flashed. Wherever the sword chi went, there was a sense of solemnity. Zhang Yuan was watching from the sidelines and was also surprised by the powerful sword intent. She was trying to feel if she could receive this Heavenly Jedi 3 styles with her current martial arts cultivation. The answer, obviously, is no. This martial arts technique was clearly on a higher level than the yellow level technique she practiced, the vegetable maiden needle. This sword technique, could it be the legendary Qian rank technique? Within the entire empire of Great Qin, merit laws above the Qian rank were very rare. It was said that only those who had reached the realm of the patriarch would have such a powerful technique passed down to them. Thinking of this, Kangwon then secretly generalized. Unfortunately, my martial art is not swordplay, but flying needles, and I'm afraid that, under all the heavens, it's hard to get a more refined technique. Indeed, she entered the palace alone. The primary purpose, Lord, is to utilize the resources and superior power of the palace. Collect the world stitches for her. The vegetarian needle technique that I am practicing now is the one that, over the years, the only yellow-ranked gongfu he'd found. At this time, Li Mo had already arrived in the backyard at some point. All of you ladies, stop for a second, okay? Li Mo's voice was extremely penetrating, thick and magnetic. Yun Yang and Lu Jiao immediately put away their swords. Lu Jiao even hopped like a little rabbit to Li Mo's side. Yun Yang blankly glanced at Lu Jiao. In his heart, he said, "You're the one who runs fast. What are your orders, my lord?" Yun Yang was the first to ask. Li Mo, on the other hand, spoke out of turn. "My lord thinks that you practicing one set of swordsmanship together has no characteristics, so why don't I give you another set of? How about practicing each one?" At that moment, Lu Jiao directly jumped up in excitement. "Good, Your Excellency. I want to practice a set of swordsmanship alone. That heavenly Jedi sword was taught to Yun Yang by you, so it can only be counted as hers." Yun Yang arched her hand. "The heavenly jade sword technique was personally taught by Your Excellency, and Yun Yang is determined not to change it again." Li Mo waved his hand after hearing this. "Lu Jiao, take it." Lu Jiao reached out and grabbed a turquoise jade scroll out of thin air. "It's Bijou sword technique, Qian rank technique." For a while, Lu Jiao had been so happy that she was trembling a little. With just one look, she knew that this sword technique was simply tailor-made for her. The falling rain sword technique that she had practiced before was all based on moves that were like needles in a sheep's clothing. The long sword does not cleave or chop, but specializes in sudden stabs. Like a fine drizzle, it kills in an invisible way. Although the heavenly Jedi sword was overbearing and extraordinary, the main purpose of its swordsmanship was to be rigid and overbearing, killing and decisive. This was indeed somewhat inconsistent with Lu Jiao's character traits. Now, Lu Jiao finally had her own exclusive sword technique. Lu Jiao pays her respects to Your Excellency. "In this life, I will surely serve you always." Kangwon, who was watching from the sidelines, was even more envious in her heart. But on the contrary, he was not a sword cultivator. Her eyes swept towards Li Mo with a few moments of anticipation. Li Mo naturally sensed her heartfelt gaze. He walked slowly to Kangwon. "Zhang Yuan, you also want a martial arts technique of your own, right?" Kangwon nodded. "Your Excellency, it's a pity that I'm not practicing the way of the sword. Otherwise," before he could finish his words, Li Mo reached over and handed over a scroll of jade slips. "So what if it's not kendo? Open it up." Kangwon froze directly in place. There can't be that many good things, can there? Ha! As soon as he unfolded that jade slip, it clearly read, "Immortal Crane Divine Needle." At once, Kangwon was like a treasure. Chapter 32 Awakened Secret Guards. Innate Masters. Li Mo's hand had completely conquered Zhang Yuan's heart. On top of the matter of martial arts, he had never seen someone who was so generous. It could be said that by choosing to join Li Mo, she felt that she had earned hemp. "How can Zhang Yuan repay you for such a generous gift, Your Excellency?" Li Mo waved his hand. "Help me consume more food every day. Is that okay?" At those words, Kangwon directly went numb again. What kind of request is that? Everyone else is asking their subordinates to be oxen and horses. Li Mo was good. Asking his subordinates to eat more? Kangwon reacted instantly. Could it be that Li Mo thinks she's too skinny? She was still confident in her figure. Of course, what she didn't realize was that Li Mo was going to rely on her to consume supplies to return points. Zhang Yuan obeys His Excellency's order. After saying that, Li Mo pointed to the middle of the courtyard. "Go on, hurry up and cultivate. Let's see how this gongfu I gave you is better than the one you had before." Holler! Zhang Yuan responded and winded up joining Yunyang and Lu Jiao. Zhao Wan, on the other hand, was still shut up in her room, sitting on her knees, practicing the art of breathing and exhaling. She has the thinnest of bases and is still in the stage of constantly building a foundation. Li Mo's current gongfu class was too high and was not suitable for Zhao Wan. If she forced herself to cultivate, it might cause her qi and blood to dry up and die. Therefore, Zhao Wan was also very self-aware. All that is required is to make quiet progress every day. Now, she had already stepped into the late stage of a third-grade martial artist. It was about to reach the bottleneck from breaking through to a second-grade martial artist. Liemo saw that several women were busy, but instead, he became the most idle one. Forget it, it's idle. Why don't we go to that townhouse and see if there's anything else to eat? After making up his mind, Liemo transformed into a gust of wind. With his current running speed, reaching the citadel would be a matter of minutes. When he came to the front of the city building, Liemo realized that the number of people guarding the city gates had been reduced by a full half. The lowest cultivation level was that of a second-grade martial artist, and all of them are wearing armor and swords, with a murderous look on their faces. However, right now, this level of martial artists were not even worthy of lifting their shoes before Liemo. The men were seen gathered together, each holding a clay bowl. Inside, it's yellow millet porridge vegetable porridge. The vegetable is the most common winter anemone vegetable in Dutchine. This kind of dish Liemo has also eaten in later life. If you cook soup or porridge together, it can get kind of sticky. It's pretty ordinary porridge though, but for Liemo, who has been eating clear water plus barbecue plus who biscuits for so long, it's just great. What he needs right now is exactly this kind of veggie porridge. Bang! A flying rock went over. The crowd of people who were drinking kanji were so shocked that they put down their chopsticks. Who? Get the hell out of here! The leading eunuch dead man drew his waist-long sword at once and his eyes shot in Liemo's direction. Naturally, Liemo was long gone over there. You too, go over there. When he said that, two people carried their swords and walked briskly in the direction of the sound that had been made. Liemo then circled around to the other side of the position. Chief, no one. The two men checked it out and then shouted back to the rear. Bang! At that moment, there was another rattle from the other direction. Go, over there, all of you, get your asses in gear. With a roar from the leader of the dead soldiers, all of them then split into 3 groups and began to investigate in different directions. Phew! Someone just felt a flash of light. It was as if a figure had swept up behind him. By the time he reacted, Liemo had already shunned a bowl from that side. After getting it, Liemo directly raised his hand and drank down a large mouthful. Gulp! Porridge in the belly. With that came the system voice. The host consumed 200 grams of millet porridge, 100 times returned, 20 kilograms of millet porridge. For Liemo, to drink is to earn. At once, Liemo was in a good mood. He accelerated steeply under his legs and hurried back down the straightaway. Those dead soldiers checked for half a day and didn't find anyone, but lost a bowl of porridge instead. Each one of them had a horrified look on their face. In the underground palace, the legend of ghosts and gods has never been broken. The gang could only pray that it wasn't a ghost or monster coming to their door. Liemo ran furiously all the way, about to approach the Xiang Hall halfway among the middle of the road. There is a 10 feet high stone figurine. The shape of this stone figurine is different from the ordinary ones. It is a furious eyes, holding a ghost head sword. It looks very menacing. Every time Liemo passed by here, he always felt like the stone figurines were staring at him. This time, when he was about to approach the stone figurine, Liemo sensed a spiritual fire. This massive fire was faint and hard to detect at first, but little by little it began to expand. Soon, this spiritual fire became bucket loads bigger. A hoarse voice came through the air toward Liemo. The palace of the first emperor. Trespassers, die. Liemo could naturally sense that the source of the voice was none other than this stone figurine. Holy, it's not like the rocks have become fertilized, is it? Liemo cursed in his heart. Click. At this time, cracks actually appeared on the surface of the stone figurine. Avalanche. The stones outside shattered in response. A gnarled man who was 2 meters tall appeared in front of Liemo, with a large square face and a serpentine eyebrow. His skin took on a bronze color, and a rippling vein emerged. What was even more different was that this big man's entire body was permeated with a blazing aura. It was as if he, himself, was a furnace. Liemo's eyes stared at him as information floated before his eyes. Name, Guochuan, Dark Guard of the Earth Palace. Martial cultivation level, early innate. Technique, Rakshasa Xian Gong. Turtle breath technique. Remarks, a martial artist who has stepped into the realm of the innate, taking the chi of heaven and earth to reshape himself, and his strength can defeat 100. I'll go. I can't believe I met an innate expert here. This matter was indeed somewhat unexpected by Liemo. However, for Liemo, it was a chance to test the waters. Hotian experts were no longer challenging to Liemo now. Die. The big man similarly stared at Liemo and with a cold snort, he flew and pounced. Phew! With a grip of 5 fingers, a fist the size of a casserole dish blasted over to Liemo. At the same time, an invisible chi force impacted toward Liemo with this punch of his. Good coming! Liemo let out an explosive cry and his entire body steeply shook. Boom! A footprint was made above the ground by Liemo's foot. The whole body was like a cannonball running in the direction of Guochuan. Liemo swings out a punch, and chooses to go straight for the hard hit. Boo! A powerful shockwave erupted as the powerful forces collided. the surrounding stone figurines were directly overturned to the ground. Dark Guard Guochuan's strong body was shaken back dozens of steps to stabilize himself. At once, his face sank. I didn't realize that you were a martial arts expert as well? It looks like I'm going to get serious. After saying that, he was seen brushing his brush and drawing out his ghost head greatsword, the snowy blade shining brightly in the underground palace. Ha! Whatever tricks you have, feel free to use them on your grandfather. Liu Mo flew back and held the stone sword in the hand of the stone figurine next to him. Comparing swords, Liu Mo would never be false. Chapter 33 Metamorphosis of the Spiritual Body. Concentration of Qi into soldiers. Brush. Dark Guard Guochuan's long knife shook, and in an instant, an invisible knife Qi split through the air. Before the knife arrives, the knife Qi arrives first. This was precisely the strength of the realm of the innate, which could transform invisible Qi into tangible power. Liu Mo operated the method of spiritual sensing, and even though his eyes did not see anything, one could also clearly sense the orientation of that blade Qi slashing head-on. Tread. Taking a step sideways, his body instantly moved at a high speed, narrowly avoiding the harsh slash. A crack was split above the ground by the blade Qi. I can't believe that you still have some strength. Then I'll let you taste my ghost slashing blade technique. Guochuan let out another explosive cry, and his huge body erupted with a burst of bone-cracking rattling sounds. A blazing red aura permeated his entire body. With a display of his body, he rushed towards Liu Mo with great strides, and the long knife in his hand was dancing with a tiger's wind. For a while, it was like the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling all around. The shadows of the knives overlapped, enveloping Liu Mo from all directions. Yellow ranked technique. Ghost cutting blade. Shine. The stone sword in Liu Mo's hand he sword was a sword to meet it. The first stance of the heavenly jade sword. Sword pride of the sky. Instantly, that stone sword was blooming with a dominating sword intent. Boom! Under the clash of the swords, another loud concussive sound was heard. The surrounding area was even shaken to the point of flying sand. Ka-chow! A crack exploded on top of Liu Mo's stone sword, and then the sword was suddenly broken into two. With a tremendous force just now, this stone sword couldn't withstand it at all. It just crumbled right off on its own. Ha ha, your weapon is broken. What are you going to fight me with? Guochuan on the opposite side let out a loud laugh and delivered another crazy output with a chain of slashes. In the midst of thousands of sword shadows, Liu Mo's body was like a swimming dragon, and he dodged all of them with almost no effort. Come on, don't hide, boy. There was a gurgle of shameful laughter from across the room. Avalanche. Reimer seized the opportunity to stick and burst in. A fist blasted out and waves of air tumbled. Guochuan blocks a backhanded cross armbar. Boo! The sound of a popping blow sounded. The large body was shaken by Liu Mo's punch and flew backwards. If he wasn't attached to the Rakshasa Xiangong again, this punch would have directly broken his bones. Asshole! He cursed angrily and flew up, and with a sweeping blow from his ghostly greatsword, another blade Qi erupted out. Liu Mo sensed the direction and flew to hide behind a stone figurine. Giggle! The stone figurine was instantly shattered by the blade energy. Guochuan flew and exploded up, hitting another explosive chop on his head. A powerful blow. Liu Mo dodged continuously and directly avoided it. Hoo-hoo! Guochuan continuous output. The body Qi consumption is too large. Tired straight gasping. Liu Mo said in his heart, an innate realm expert is really a bit difficult to deal with. Although he has no problem defending himself, it's not easy to quickly decapitate him. The point was, Liu Mo didn't have a weapon in his hand. It's too late to say. That Guochuan charged again like he didn't want to die. Boom! A wild punch. Liu Mo was shaken back a few steps away. Take your life. With a roar, the light of the blade appeared. The ghost head blade seemed like an evil ghost, frantically trying to swallow Liu Mo. Liu Mo raised a stone figurine with his backhand and smashed it directly at the other party. Boom! The stone figurine shattered in response. At this time, a beep suddenly sounded in Liu Mo's head. Kong 1 consumes supplies and returns spirit points 15. Zhao 1 consumes supplies and returns spirit points 5. Congratulations to the host. All basic attributes are full. The host begins to metamorphose. As the voice fell, Liu Mo only felt a power so surging that it exploded fill his entire body. A spiritual light fell from the heavenly aura, and the whole body had a sense of permeability. A certain arcane aura between heaven and earth could now be sensed by Liu Mo. With a thought, it was as if the air around them could be imprisoned. This is condensing Qi into a soldier? Liu Mo sensed that the surrounding aura would actually change with his intention. Buzz! Liu Mo grabbed it with 5 fingers. In an instant, an invisible wave of air was formed in front of his body. With a push from both hands, the wave of Qi rumbled to meet Guochuan's slashing blade Qi. Avalanche! The mountainous wave of Qi instantly submerged his blade Qi. The tremendous force sent him crashing several feet away, directly knocking over 7 or 8 stone figurines. Aha! With a tightness in his chest, Guochuan spat out a mouthful of blood with a wow. How can you be so strong? While strongly supporting his body, his mouth exploded in shock. Guochuan stood up. Li Mo's eyes were filled with killing intent as he snorted coldly. Innate expert, take my sword. Boom! With a thought, his right hand grasped and clenched in the void. A long sword condensed with breath emerged steeply. Heavenly Jedi sword technique, 9th style. One sword to the sky. With a lift of his hand, the long sword that Li Mo had condensed into a dominating sword intent rose up into the sky and it seems to extinguish all life. At that moment, Guochuan's eyes saw a dominating sword that cut down the sky and destroyed the earth. The sword intent was many times stronger than his ghost head blade technique. Those ghost head blade techniques produced a sword intent like that of an evil spirit, and under this sword intent, it went up in smoke in an instant. Wow! The long sword made of condensed chi slashed down with a loud bang. Guochuan's body immediately froze in place. Bam! The ghost-headed greatsword broke apart from the center, and the blade fell above the ground. A thin line of blood appeared above Guochuan's head. Giggle! The whole thing is split in two down the middle, with a smooth, flat cut. Then, it was the body that fell to the ground with a thud. Is this the power after metamorphosis? Compared to the pure strength of the physical body before, it's like a world of difference, Li Mo said in his heart. Habitually, Li Mo opened his personal panel. Name, Li Mo. Return multiplier, 500 times. Space size, 50,000 square meters. 5 spiritual roots, gold, 1/100. Wood, 1/100. Water, 1/100. Fire, 1/100. Earth, 1/100. Divine Mind, 1/100. Technique Inheritance, Heavenly Jedi Sword Technique. Bijou Sword Technique. Immortal Crane Divine Needle. Li Mo realized that the information panel had also changed a lot now. The return multiplier and space size have been upgraded by a factor of 5. Most importantly, the 5 elements of the spiritual root attribute appeared, as well as an attribute called Divine Mind. The previous base attributes disappeared. This could mean that Li Mo would not have to increase his basic attribute points in the future. The base power of the physical body had already reached its limit. Next, it should involve fusing the power of heaven and earth. Digging deeper, the system suggests that for each full point of the 5 elements of the spiritual root attribute, the attribute can then be added to the feat. With all attributes filled up and the 5 elements united, the body will once again undergo a metamorphosis. As for the attribute of Divine Mind, the system was not explaining it in depth. It should need to be experienced on its own. Afterwards, Li Mo simply disposed of Guochuan's corpse and flew away. It soon returned to the Purple Sun Palace. A group of women were in the middle of the hall anxiously waiting for Li Mo to return. When they saw Li Mo's figure, their hanging hearts relaxed. After all, Li Mo was now their backbone. Gonzi, you're finally back. Yeah, we almost went out looking for you. Are you okay? The ladies surrounded Li Mo while talking. Li Mo patted the dust on his body. No need to worry. I'm just going out to look for some food. Been eating meat and drinking water all day and want a change of scenery. After saying that, Li Mo took out the steaming veggie porridge. Here, each of you have a bowl of this to take the edge off. Chapter 34, Toward a Greater Goal. Departure. When Yun Yang finished her bowl of porridge, a system prompt rang in Li Mo's head. Yun Yang consumed supplies one time and returned 0.2 fire attribute points. Subsequently, LV Zhao returned 0.2 points in the water attribute and Zhang Yuan returns 0.2 points in the wood attribute. Zhao Wan returns 0.1 points of the earth attribute. Now it seems that since Li Mo has now metamorphosed into a spirit body, their consumption of material rebates has also changed radically. Different people, depending on their natural disposition, return different 5-element attributes. And this attribute point value is very weak. In other words, now Li Mo's women or his ministry, the help offered to him became less. As for attribute points like divine thoughts, no one could provide them to Li Mo now. To fully illustrate the point, ordinary people, including Hotian martial artists, did not form divine thoughts on their own. Li Mo guessed that it would be above the realm of an innate martial artist that would give him back some divine thoughts. Right now, there's only one step to take. However, with Li Mo's current strength, he would have no problem hanging on to an innate martial artist. The capture of the citadel was a must for Li Mo. After a night's rest, Li Mo gathered the 4 women together. Seeing Li Mo's serious look, several women knew that Li Mo was about to make a move. It's dark in the underground palace. I don't think you guys want to stay here all the time, do you? Li Mo said as he pushed open the door of the Purple Sun Hall. Yun Yang, Lu Jiao, Zhang Yuan, and Zhao Wan responded in unison. At your service, Your Excellency. Go through fire and water and die. At that moment, a wave of emotion still surged in Li Mo's heart. although he usually molested these little nymphs a lot. But when it mattered, he could sense that they were loyal to him. Good. The inner courtyard of the Earth Palace is our goal this time. Take out the dead soldiers that guarded the city. All of them. After Liemo finished speaking, he leaped and sprinted to step onto that long underground straight path. The 4 women followed closely behind and began to head in the direction of the inner courtyard citadel. At this time, the entrance to the citadel. 7 or 8 second-grade martial dead gathered together and began to discuss the recent changes. The biggest change is that there is less food and drink again. I say, why does the top withhold food for 3 days? Yeah, it's been a couple days since I've had meat. I've heard that there's a shortage of food in Xianyang, and you and I are in the underground palace, and we still want to eat and drink? It's a good thing I didn't banish you. While they were talking, someone noticed that several silhouettes had appeared on the opposite side. Look, you guys, there's someone coming over there. As the voice fell, the rest of the gazes swept over. Only a few silhouettes were seen darting and galloping, and in the blink of an eye, they were getting closer and closer to them. When they got closer, someone with sharp eyes recognized Yunyang. OMG, isn't that Yunyang who already died last time? And that one, it seems to be the palace consort who leapt out of the citadel last time, right? Instantly, the faces of the crowd were shocked. The leading first-grade martial artist, Lu Chong, was still quite level-headed. Seeing that the visitor was not good, he immediately drew his long sword, with a fierce look on his face. Brothers, no matter who it is, after leaving this underground palace citadel, they cannot go back. Kill anyone who dares to come and offend. Brush, 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 brush. Upon hearing this, those dead soldiers also drew their long swords and stood in a tight formation. At that moment, Liemo was the first to move. Only a residual shadow flashed, and in an instant, Liemo flew and leaped onto the city floor. The guards with armor above the citadel only felt a gust of wind in their ears that a figure had appeared beside him. Pust! Before he could react, Liemo's sword had already cut across his throat. A sword to seal the throat. Bang! 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 Several figures planted themselves down from the top of the citadel, startling the crowd of dead soldiers with amazement. Those of you down there, it's all yours. Liemo's voice traveled through the air from above the citadel. At once, the 4 female figures below rushed forward to meet those dead soldiers. For a while, swords and shadows flashed below as well. Yun Yang flew up and struck the sword pride dome, and with a single strike, she killed that first-grade martial artist on the spot. Lu Jiao, on the other hand, hit a blue sky with a clear sky, and stabbed with a direct sword in a row. It instantly pierced through the hearts of 2 second-grade martial artists. With a shake of Jiang Yuan's sleeve, several silver ons flew, directly penetrating the opposite 3 people to death. Zhao Wan didn't even have time to make a move, and all of the dead soldiers below perished. You guys, save one for me instead. She was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. At this time, it was a wild laugh that could be heard steeply above the building city. He Fong Xiao Xiao, dare to move earth on my Yenla head. Immediately afterward, Yenli's figure broke out from above the city tower and flew down in front of Yun Yang's several women. After landing, Yenli's stern gaze was fixed on Yun Yang's body. Yun Yang, you really do have a great life. You were hit by my extreme bliss scatter and you didn't even die? Yun Yang glared angrily and let out a chorus. Yen Lu, take your life. As the words fell, the long sword in her hand shook. A sword blade flashed, and the blade went straight towards Yen Lu. Ha ha, out of your depth. Yen Lu let out a long whistle, and with a backhanded grab in the air, he actually formed an invisible air force that, it directly swatted Yun Yan's long sword away. Yun Yan's face sank. I can't believe that you've broken through to the innate realm. Late. Yenla let out a cold snort and immediately flew at Yun Yang. A palm was slapped out in the air, and between the chi, there seemed to be a huge palm print slapping down towards Yun Yang's head. It was Yen Li's yellow level technique. Yen Luo Palm. Just a moment ago, Yenla had just broken through the innate realm after several days of closed-door cultivation. It can make an outburst of dense chi energy that hurts people through the air. Yun Yang only felt a wave of chi rushing in. Her body tried to move, but it was like her blood veins had been sealed, and unable to move feet. Is this the strength of a martial artist in the realm of the innate? She understood in her heart that even though she possessed the heavenly Jedi sword technique, the gap in the realm of not that swordsmanship can make up for it. In the nick of time, Li Mo's figure appeared in front of Yun Yang. Very casually, he swung out a palm and directly met Yen Li's large palm print. Boom! Waves of air churned and triggered an explosion. Li Mo flicked the dust off his body and didn't move a muscle. On the opposite side, Yen Li's figure, however, flew backwards, directly crashing on top of the city wall. It smashed a big hole in the city wall. Yenla felt that his whole body was almost shaken apart, struggling to climb out of that wall depression. Remember, My name is Liemo. Liemo finished speaking and flexed his fingers. Phew! A chi energy transformed into a sharp blade and directly pierced through Yan Li's knee. Snap! Yan Lu immediately fell to his knees. Yun Yang! I said I would give you a chance to kill Yan La handily. Yun Yang immediately understood that. Thank you, sir, for your help. After saying that, she flew close and slashed out with a backhanded sword. The sword light flashed. Yan Li's huge head rolled to the ground with a thud. Chapter 35, The Inner Courtyard Collapses. Liemo makes a move. Once Yan Lu died, the remaining dead soldiers were basically powerless to resist. Liemo naturally wouldn't stay his hand. After all, these eunuchs were actually Zhao Gao's men. Stay, and you might soon be tipping off Zhao Gao. After handling everything, Liemo led the 4 women into the city building. Yan Li's lair underground is now owned by Liemo. Immediately, Liemo ordered Yunyang and Lu Zhao to check everywhere to see if there was anything available, and the layout of the rooms. Quite a bit of air-dried meat was found in Yan Li's room, along with some dried food. These are the private goods he secretly hid down. If consumed by one person, it will last almost 3 months without any problem. The citadel possessed a dozen or so rooms on top of it, which used to be mainly for these dead soldiers to live in. After Liemo occupied this place, he divided a few of the best rooms among the 4 girls. After arranging everything, Liemo summoned Kong Yuan. What did the gentleman call me for? Zhang Yuan's look at Liemo was completely different now, and her entire eyes were filled with admiration. Killing Yan Lu, who broke through the innate realm, with a single blow. I'm afraid that only stepping into the sovereign realm can do that. The fact that Liemo was so young and possessed the strength of the Zhongshe realm made her admire him. Zhang Yuan, as Princess Mei, you should know the situation of the inner courtyard very well, right? Kong Yuan sniffed and immediately nodded. What does your excellency want to ask? I will know everything. Liemo also got right to the point. I heard you say that before. There are 3 other concubines with high martial arts cultivation in the inner court, right? Kong Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, those 3 are not only highly skilled in martial arts, but they've made an alliance and are ruthless and ruthless. In the inner courtyard, those who do not listen to them will only die. And, as your lordship may not know, the kind of fight between women that brutalizes it's even more outrageous. The implication is that these 3 consorts have resorted to some very cruel means against those who oppose her. Liemo secretly said, there's no harm in it. My lord would like to see just how arrogant these 3 concubines are. Zhang Yuan was puzzled and said further, but your excellency promised me that these 3 concubines are to be placed at my disposal. Liemo nodded. Don't worry, Liemo, will never dip into these 3 concubines. A sinister and ruthless person. Not quite to my taste. After saying that, Liemo attached himself to Princess Mei's ear and said a few words. Got it? Good. Kong Yuan understands. Go down and make arrangements immediately. After saying that, Kong Yuan slowly retreated. The room that Liemo was living in now was the best upper room of Yan Li's room above the city tower. He slowly came within the room and looked at the food that was laid out on the table. Have some of each so you can take out more types of food. Soon, Liemo consumed 5 pieces of jerky and returned 2,500 pieces of jerky. Consumed 5 pastries and returned 2,500 pastries. Liemo quickly ate his fill, which was equivalent to stocking up on a round of supplies in disguise. Now 500 times the rate of return, and it can be stacked over and over again. Any supplies that, as long as Liemo consumed a little bit, theoretically there would be an unlimited supply. As long as the storage space fit, Liemo would not worry about running out of supplies. Right now, Liemo's top priority is to develop more people to build relationships with him. And as opposed to starting a harem, Liemo felt that developing subordinate relationships more resources seem to be available. Because the number of additive anti-attribute individuals is now so limited, you have to go for volume to make it work. Based on this reason, Liemo then asked Zhang Yuan to start spreading the news to the inner courtyard. In the middle of the Chuizhu Xian in the inner courtyard, Consort Bamboo, Consort Ju, and Consort Lan were gathered together. They had no idea about what was going on outside the citadel right now. The reason for the gathering is that the stock of food in the inner courtyard has been running low lately. The water that can be used is also close to the limit. Princess Lan and Princess Ju, what are you going to do? Supplies are getting scarce and there just aren't enough to feed that many people anymore. It's time to get rid of those who wait around. Those who don't listen, kill them all. The 3 of them spoke to each other and began to agree on a countermeasure. Soon, the girls made up their minds. A few moments later, a group of concubines, maids of honor, and female officials were gathered within the central square of the inner courtyard. Looking at the 3 consorts standing in front of her, with a gloomy face and ruthlessness in her eyes, the crowd knew it would not be good. It looks like someone is going to suffer again. I hope it's not me. I can serve well and not make a single mistake. I haven't made a single mistake. What do you know? I'm guessing it might be an eviction. Yes, I've heard rumors of this before. Those of us whose lives are cheaper than grass. There's totally not enough to eat or drink right now, and even if we don't leave, we'll end up dead. For a while, various voices of discussion were heard. The bamboo concubine, dressed in a green power suit and holding a long sword, quickly walked above the front stage. I have gathered you all here today to make an announcement. Everyone, quiet. Bamboo concubine lifted her breath, her voice instantly bringing a burst of penetration that it shook the eardrums of those below. In an instant, everyone down there shut up and it was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. From now on, you are no longer needed in the inner court. All the food stocked here is all in one place, and it's none of your business anymore. You guys, help yourselves. The whole room was in an uproar at those words. All of these maids and ladies-in-waiting who had once worked for the three consorts were now mercilessly abandoned. I'll give you all a quarter of an hour to get out of here, or else, kill. Bamboo concubine drew her long sword with a brush, her eyes turning icy cold. Consort Ju and Consort Lan on the side also had cold eyes and took it as a tacit acceptance. But where can we go if we leave here? In this underground palace, with no food or drink, we'll only die. Yes, my lord, please be gracious. Some of the maids kneeled down on the spot, unwilling to leave. Brush. The sword flashed. Some people died on the spot immediately. This scene immediately frightened the rest of the people. One turned and ran in terror, though it was better than being killed by a sword. Despite knowing that maybe it wouldn't survive in the end, there were more than 200 concubines, and the total number of attendants and female officers around them added up to 400 or so. Excluding the portion that was killed by the three consorts, there were now nearly 150 or so in total as well. Among these, there were about 50 people who were third-grade martial artists or above. Now, all expelled. Soon, a black crowd came out from the inner courtyard, one by one, like fleeing refugees, along the straight path toward the outskirts of toward the direction of the citadel. Their faces were marked by helplessness and despair. Just then, but someone saw a familiar figure standing not far away. Look, isn't that Princess May? She was expelled from the inner courtyard, and she's not even dead yet? More than that, look, Princess May's essence. Where does it look like she's dying? In the next moment, May concubine Jiang Yuan's words made them instantly break their defenses. I'm short of people here. Food and drink. Anyone want to come? Chapter 36, such a good thing? It's impossible. As soon as Princess May's words were finished, each and every one of those women who had been expelled directly froze in place. In the middle of the underground palace, there is such a good thing? Impossible. It's not a trick to go over there and kill them and drink their blood and eat their meat, is it? One woman looked at Princess May somewhat hesitantly and did not go over immediately. At that moment, a woman of the third-grade martial artist, named Wang Frost, numbly walked forward. Lady-in-waiting Wang Frost, meet Anti-Princess May. I wonder if the queen could take me. Jiang Yuan has Li Mo's authorization to recruit anyone who is willing to go over there. And these people are under the control of Princess May. Becoming Princess May's subordinate naturally made her Li Mo's subordinate. Mei Fei is already a high prestige among the palace concubines, and it would be more than appropriate for her to manage it. Sure, take anyone who wants to come. Princess May waved her hand, signaling those who wished to come to follow her. Wang Frost saw that everyone was looking at her and without hesitation, she followed. Let's wait for that Wang Frost to try first. If it's really that good, it won't be too late for us to follow him over. The female official named Gong Sun Jing whispered to the group of people next to her. These words, though small in sound, reached Princess May's ears. Such a woman, with an uncertain heart and swaying from side to side, must not be wanted. Although Li Mo had authorized it, Princess May still had a certain amount of decision-making power as to whether or not she could receive it. It's not like anyone can be kept by Li Mo, at least not to give the Gongzi a hard time. Anyone who is unwilling to join this time will not have another chance. Kang Yuan turned around and coldly transmitted his voice through the air. As a Hotian martial artist, his chi and blood were full and pronounced, and could be transmitted through the air to hundreds of meters away. Humph, believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. Where can such a good thing happen? Maybe, when you go, you'll be slaughtered. Dong Sunjing naturally heard Jiang Yuan's words and still had a disbelieving look on her face. Not only that, but she was loudly encouraging the woman next to her not to rush to follow her there. There were also some people who didn't listen to her, but followed Wang Frost's lead closely. Soon, about 50 people who were willing to join Kongwon arrived at the citadel. Among these 50 people, 20 of them possessed third-grade martial artist cultivation. The other 30 were ordinary maids and ladies-in-waiting. At this moment, Li Mo stood with his hands above the city tower, quietly looking down. Jiang Yuan led the group of women to the bottom of the city tower and then bowed to Li Mo. My lord, as you commanded, the men have been brought. With a sweep of Li Mo's gaze, the basic information of each woman surfaced. Looking at the information displayed, each of the 20 martial artists could return 0.1 points of a different 5 elemental attribute at a time, while ordinary people could return even less, only 0.05 points. It's right as I guessed, even ordinary people can return to the 5 elemental attributes, except that it's a relatively small number of points, but the common man, the victory is over the number of men. This reasoning is like the Dragon Kingdom where Liamo was before he crossed over. With a large enough population base, even if each individual contributes a small amount, the total amount is still very scary. What Liamo is now trying to pile on is the number of ministries. Looking at the pair of eyes below, Liamo cleared his throat and said, "Since you followed Princess May here, from now on, you will follow me, Liamo. Here, everyone eats and drinks enough." Just this one sentence instantly made these women below boil. Food and drink? It was like a mirage in the middle of the underground palace. Before, when I was in the inner courtyard, it was good enough to have a mouthful of food every day. Many of the maids are hanging on for dear life. It's full of the desire to survive that's holding it together, or it would have been over a long time ago. Now, someone is actually saying that you can eat and drink as much as you want, even above ground. I'm afraid this is a luxury for the average courtesan. Your Excellency, you're not lying to us, are you? Yes. Where is there so much food and drink in this underground palace? For a moment, the crowd began to question. Liamo did not respond positively, but waved his hand to Yunyang, Lu Jiao, and Zhao Wan next to him. The three girls immediately understood, and one by one, they carried their large pockets towards the crowd, while the crowd was at a loss for words. Wang Frost, who was standing at the front, smelled a meaty aroma. It was the scent of the jerky the sergeant always ate. She had befriended one of the dead soldiers guarding the castle tower before, and had eaten a few times in private. It's very hunger-proof, and 3 strips of jerky will cover a day's worth of meals. Here you go, take it. Zhao Wan came to Wang Frost and took out 3 strips of jerky from her pocket and placed them directly in her hand. Wang Frost's face was filled with surprise. She knew it was probably going to be something to hand out, but she didn't realize. So much? 3 strips of jerky, each? The heart had just been secretly excited when Yin Yang came to heal again. Here, take it. After saying that, a piece of hoe cake was handed directly in front of her eyes. Ha? And hoe cakes? Wang Frost's eyes practically popped out. Then Pai's hands were shaking from too much excitement. The next moment, Lu Jiao came back to her. No, there's more, right? Wang Frost had a premonition in his heart, but it felt like he was really dreaming. This Nima's treatment was much better than those concubines in the inner court. The point is, they didn't do anything, they just came right up and claimed. Here, it's a whole 50 people. What are you gawking at? Here, take it. Lu Jiao gave Wang Frost a blank look and handed out another piece of pastry. At that moment, Wang Frost went straight numb. She looked to the upright male above the city tower and said in her heart, could this gentleman be a god? If you're not a god, how can you have so much to eat? Can't really figure it out. Sharing Wang Frost's thoughts are 49 other women. Some, even so excited that they covered their faces and cried on the spot. Some were so excited that they just jerked off. Some even wondered if they were dreaming and pinched themselves one after another. All this food is a reward for you from the prince. In the future, when you follow the prince, you can have these every day. But one thing, one must swear allegiance to the duke. Understand? Zhang Yuan looked at the women below. The aura of Princess May erupted from her body, and she drank in a deep voice. Understood. We vow to follow your son to the death. We vow to follow the duke to the death. At one point, each of these women let out a lungful of words. This timely reign of Liamo really saved their lives. How could they not be willing to serve such a good master? Liamo was on top of the city tower and received feedback from the system in his head. The host has taken in 50 subordinates. The binding relationship is in progress. The binding is successful. The ministry consumes supplies to return points. Upon hearing this, Liamo waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take what's in your hand, and eat it for me. Chapter 37, The 3 Concubines' Intentions. Exploring the city tower at night. With a gulp, one woman quickly finished a consumption of supplies. Ding! Fire attribute plus 0, 1. Water property plus 0, 1. The sound of harvesting kept coming from Liamo's mind. Of the 50 women, 20 offered the fire attribute, 10 offered the wood attribute. The 20 provided water properties. In total, 2 points of fire, 1 point of wood and 2 points of water attributes were gained. And that's just from consuming supplies for one meal. It was dozens of times more than what the 4 women had offered before. I have to say, there are some things that still have to go in volume. A satisfied look appeared on Liamo's face. That's a move that seems to be on the right track. As the spiritual root attributes in his body increased, he clearly felt that his physique was slowly changing. This change is different from the previous pure increase in strength or speed or whatever. The change in his physique allowed him to meditatively sense the powerful forces contained in the 5 elements of heaven and earth. However, none of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, or earth had been fully lit yet. For the time being, Liemo hadn't obtained a stronger technique. Calm one. From now on, these new recruits will be under your management. Depending on their characteristics, those who can do martial arts act as guards, and the ordinary women who can't act as maids of honor. After Jiang Yuan came to ask for instructions, Liemo handed these women over to her, by the order of the prince. Kangwon nodded in agreement and was about to back off in style. Instead, Liemo wrapped his arms around her. Tonight, how about staying here with me? My lord, I'm a little scared. Afraid of what? I'm afraid of that plumbing move of yours. Ha ha, I've only heard of oxen that died of exhaustion from plowing, but not from plowing bad ground. Liemo laughed aloud and extinguished the candlelight in the room with a wave of his hand. Inside the Cui Zhu Fei, the 3 of them, Consort Bamboo, Consort Orchid, and Consort Ju, put together all the food they had collected. These eats were mainly some corn, not even half a froth of meat. The next thing they'll probably eat every day is a little corn porridge made with water. As for water, there was even less left in a large tank. Food, at best, would last them about 3 months, and the worst part is the water, which will probably only last about half a month. I didn't realize that this was all that was left of the food in the original inner courtyard. Yeah, well, it's a good thing we got rid of those maids, or we might not have gotten through a few days. We're all going to drink the northwest wind. Bamboo concubine, it was still your idea. From now on, our 2 sisters will be honored by you, Consort Lan said while arching her hand toward Consort Bamboo. Seeing this, Consort Ju also hurriedly showed her kindness to Consort Bamboo. Princess Bamboo was smug in her heart. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the Hotian realm. Indeed, it was also the tallest of the 3. This boss position should naturally be hers. The 3 of them were speaking when they saw a petite figure hurrying over. It was no one else, but the very same Gong Sun Jing who had been indecisive before Princess Mei. She later went over to the citadel, following the direction of those, saw the treatment of the women who defected to Liemo, almost regretted it, and when she tried to go and join, she was rejected by Princess Mei. Thus, Gong Sun Jing ran back and tipped off the 3 bamboo concubines. Stop! Who dares to break into my Cui Zhu Xian? Consort Bamboo let out a bellow, her gaze sweeping sternly towards Gong Sun Jing. Gong Sun Jing rushed to the trio and directly fell to the ground. Great news from the heavens. 3 matrons. Princess Bamboo ordered her to get up and speak. Tell me, what's the good news? If you dare to tell a half-truth, the sword in my hand will make your head fall to the ground. Gong Sun Jing glanced at those corn in front of the 3 of them and shook her head. A few empresses. You're eating here, and now you're not as good as a maid. When Consort Bamboo heard this, she immediately looked skeptical and asked, what do you mean? We don't eat as well as the maids? Gong Sun Jing nodded vigorously. Yes, you may not know that. Now many of those people defected to one man. Don't sell me short. Say, who? Princess Mei. The moment these words came out, the remaining 3 consorts directly froze. Princess Mei? Impossible. She's already been driven out of the citadel by us. If she wants to come in, she must have Yan Li's consent. How can Yan Lo let her in? And, even if she's not dead, there's no way she's still capable of taking people in. The 3 of them spoke one by one, not believing what Gong Sun Jing said at all. What I'm saying is true. If the 3 ladies don't believe me, just go and take a look for yourself. Gong Sun Jing, at this point, had only this to say. Those words were right up Princess Bamboo's alley. Okay, lead the way. I want to see if it's really that Princess Mei. 2 sisters wait here for me. I'll be right back. Consort Bamboo took out her bossy demeanor and didn't even try to get Consort Lan and Consort Ju to follow her. She believed that with her current martial arts cultivation, even if she were to fight Princess Mei alone, she would be completely unafraid. Gong Sun Jing nodded. Follow me. After saying that, the 2 of them went out of the inner courtyard one after the other and ran straight in the direction of the citadel. The one in charge of the watch tonight is Lu Jiao. At this moment, Lu Jiao was standing on top of the city tower, pondering over the bijou sword technique taught by Liemo. To her, practicing the sword was the only joy in life. Everything else is just clouds to her. Soon, Lu Jiao swept her gaze and saw 2 figures traveling through the darkness, approaching the citadel. 2 women. Could it be that they want to defect to the prince again? This kind of food and drink that doesn't come is just a cutie. I'll take a look at it first. Having made up her mind, Lu Jiao ambled down, her eyes fixed on the 2 shadows not far away. However, the 2 shadows were seen to stop when they were about 500 meters away from the citadel. Bamboo Princess concealed herself behind a stone figurine, her gaze sweeping towards the citadel. only to see several petite figures standing on top of the citadel that didn't look like men. Those, aren't they the maids in the middle of the inner courtyard? Them? How come they're standing on top of the citadel? Where are those dead soldiers of Yanlo? In Bamboo Concubine's heart, it was now a sudden rise of 100,000 reasons. Gongsun Jing returned. That princess Mei seems to be in control of the citadel right now. Those women are the ones who defected to her and went within the citadel. These words, too, were not quite believable to Consort Bamboo. Yanlu is likewise a great expert at the peak of the Hotian realm. The dead soldiers under his command were also mostly first and second grade martial artists, so it was impossible for Princess Mei to give her control. This matter, indeed, seems odd. It was at this moment that a maid whom Princess Bamboo recognized came over from the direction of the city tower with a wobble. It seems like there's some kind of internal emergency and they're looking for a place to facilitate. Seeing her chance, Consort Bamboo darted over and grabbed the maid by the hand. Follow me. After saying that, Bamboo Concubine carried that maid but backward. Lu Jiao wanted to go after them, but Li Yamo instructed her that she must hold her post and not leave. It can only be dismissed. Returning to Cui Zhu Shen, Bamboo Concubine immediately began to interrogate that servant girl. Chapter 38. You're really tired of living on the head of too many years old. Speak. Tell me what you saw, what you heard, all of it. As soon as Princess Bamboo pressed the maid to the ground, the tip of her sword was already against the woman's throat. The woman was so scared that her face turned ashen, and she immediately nodded her head as if she were pounding garlic. I'll say it, I'll say it, I'll say it all. Immediately, the woman told everything she knew. Instantly, the three consorts were directly nonplussed. What did you say? Each person was given 3 pieces of jerky, a hoagie, and a pastry? The maid pulled a hoe cake and jerky from her lapel and handed it over. By no means, indeed. And here, there are the rest of the hoe cakes and 2 pieces of jerky. Princess Bamboo snatched it up as soon as she could. Ha ha, what a godsend. With all this food, we'll be able to stay in the underground palace for a long time. After that, she told the 2 consorts about her idea. Ha, you mean go grab some food there? Exactly. With the 3 of us joining forces, that concubine Mei would have already been defeated. Moreover, the woman said that there was no Yanlu on guard at all, and that perhaps he had been summoned by eunuch Xiao for something. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. After the Bamboo Concubine finished speaking, she stabbed her sword through the maid's chest. Gongsun Jing, who was on the side, saw the situation and turned around to try to escape. Princess Ju backhanded a soul-chasing poison nail, directly above her back heart. With a miserable scream, Gongsun Jing's entire body blackened and stiffened and died. Princess Bamboo's ruthlessness is evident. After discussing the countermeasures, the 3 consorts began to act. At this moment, above the city tower, Li Mo had just finished a battle with Zhang Yuan. Kongwon fell into a deep sleep. Li Mo, however, was still very much in good spirits. Unable to sleep, he prepared to take a walk on top of the citadel. What brings you here, my lord? Lu Jiao was still there pondering over her sword moves, and when she saw Li Mo coming over, her eyes shone with excitement. Well, can there be any anomalies? Li Mo asked in a deep voice. Lu Jiao then told what she saw. Li Mo thought about it and thought that it could be nothing more than the woman from the inner courtyard that Zhang Yuan was talking about. Just as well, he wanted to see it. So he nodded. Fine, go rest, I'll be here. No harm done. Lu Jiao, however, shook her head. Your Excellency, can you instruct me again? This bijou sword technique is not very good for practicing. Li Mo felt that it was idle anyway. Alright, my lord will instruct you one more time. After speaking, Li Mo told Lu Jiao as much as he could about some of his understanding of the bijou sword technique. LV Jiao's enlightenment was not low. After Li Hei's enlightenment, he was able to understand many key points at once. When a sword was swung out, it was like 1,000 layers of waves, one layer still stronger than the other, and one wave still higher than the other. Not bad, not much progress. A few compliments from Li Mo made Lu Jiao even more delighted. Please don't worry, Your Excellency. I will definitely become under Your Excellency the #1 swordsman. Li Mo smiled. This niece was really born for the sword. It's nice to have something to strive for in life, just for one thing. After continuing to practice with the sword for a while, Lu Jiao finally couldn't resist her sleepiness and went back to her room. Li Mo was alone on top of the city tower, thinking about the next step of his plan. The citadel is nothing more than a temporary place of transition. His ultimate goal, naturally, was to get to the core of the Earth Palace. Only when we get there will we be able to uncover the secrets of this underground palace. Why did the first emperor die suddenly and violently? And why did Zhao Gao send so many experts to guard the underground palace? Everything began to slowly approach Li Mo. Li Mo had always never fought unprepared battles. Before going to the core of the underground palace, one had to keep improving his strength. Now, although one can easily defeat an expert of the innate realm, but if he encountered a patriarch-level character, Li Mo didn't have a clue in his heart, because from Yun Yang's mouth, he had learned that Zhao Gao, himself, was a martial arts master. If Li Mo wanted to achieve his goal, Zhao Gao was definitely unable to get around it. Therefore, Li Mo's path of adding and upgrading was far from stopping. In the middle of his thoughts, 3 more spiritual flames suddenly appeared in Li Mo's spiritual domain. These 3 spiritual flames approached from a distance towards the citadel. Judging from the intensity, they should all be at the realm of Hotian martial cultivation. Li Mo secretly said, could it be that this is the 3 concubines of that inner court that Zhang Yuan was talking about? Thinking of this, Li Mo temporarily collected his breath. He wanted to see what these 3 wanted to do. Tap. Several footsteps came, and then 3 figures flew up and, in a single bound, he scampered up the several feet high citadel. Whoosh! After Princess Kiku landed, she looked around and there was no one in sight. Didn't you say just now that there are guards above this citadel? Now why is there no one in sight? She said to Princess Bamboo and Princess Lan beside her. Bamboo Princess carried her long sword and also looked around. What the hell? No one's better. Lest I get my sword out. Go to the room above the citadel and search the room. Take what you find and leave. After saying that, the bamboo concubine walked straight towards the western side of the premises. The 3 were about to open the door to the room when they heard a calm man's voice from behind them. 3 girls, not sleeping at this late hour? In an instant, it was a real shock to the 3 of them. Princess Bamboo turned around, and a man with a straight figure and handsome face appeared in her vision. Who are you? One of Yan Li's men? Li Mo sniffed and laughed. Yan Lo? You guys are looking for him? Do I need to tell you where he is? Where? A dead man. Where do you think it would be? At those words, the bamboo concubine's face was horrified. She's seen Yan Li's martial arts cultivation, and with Zhao Gao's guidance, one-on-one, Princess Bamboo thought she couldn't beat Yan Lu. And now, Yan Lu was even said to be dead by the other party. Looking at Li Mo's appearance, he was very glib, as if Yan Lu was an ant. Full of nonsense. Just with you, can you kill Yan Lu? With a bellow, Consort Bamboo decided to probe Li Mo's bottom. After all, as a Hotian Grand Master, it was impossible for the bamboo concubine to admit defeat right off the bat. As she said that, she took a step out and raised her hand to stab at Li Mo with a sword. In Li Mo's eyes, the speed of this sword was as slow as a slow-motion scene in a movie. Because Li Mo's current spiritual body, all aspects of sensing had long since transcended the ordinary physical body. Too slow out of the sword, only seeing Li Mo slightly sidestepping, that sword blade sticking to Li Mo then avoided it. With that, Li Mo flexed his finger and flicked it on bamboo concubine's sword. Avalanche. The sword vibrated like an iron string. Bamboo concubine only felt a powerful bouncing force coming from above the sword. The rawness cracked her tiger's mouth. Snap. The long sword landed instantly. Princess Bamboo was dumbfounded on the spot. The cultivation gap between her and Li Mo was simply a world of difference. How can we fight? Chapter 39. From now on, there are no more plums, orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums in the world. As soon as Li Mo made a move, Bamboo Concubine knew that she was no match in any way and instantly wimped out. After all, she still loved her life. Your Excellency's cultivation is heavenly. The young woman has just offended. After saying that, Consort Bamboo bowed to Li Mo very respectfully. Seeing this, Consort Lan and Consort Ju, who were following behind, also hurriedly saluted Li Mo. One upset from such a master, and they might be dead in the water. Staying alive, of course, comes first. Li Mo reached out and lifted that bamboo concubine's chin, looking at it carefully. A delicate little face with picturesque eyebrows. Very clean. If I'm not mistaken, you are the bamboo concubine in the inner courtyard, right? Bamboo concubine nodded her head in a hurry. Yes, Your Excellency actually recognizes me? Li Mo laughed. Even though I don't know you, but I've heard the name of your 3 consorts often from Kangwon. As soon as these words came out, Consort Lan behind her began to argue. That consort May is all a bunch of nonsense. Your Excellency must not listen to them. Yes, we 3 sisters, because Princess May is too overbearing and it was only then that they joined forces to evict her from the hospital. For a while, the 3 consorts said one thing to each other, all of them saying that Zhang Yuan was not right. Li Mo was bashful. These things had nothing to do with him. Only, he promised Kangwon that these 3 concubines shall be at her disposal. Your affairs are none of my business. Speak. What is the matter for which you have come here this night? Bamboo Concubine's face was a shade of red and white, but of course she didn't dare to say that she had come to rob the grain. Isn't that just asking for death? We are here to find some maids. In her haste, Princess Bamboo made up this excuse. Ha, still telling me lies here. Those maids were originally thrown out by you, and now you're looking for them? You think I'll believe it? Reimer intensified his tone. An invisible pressure instantly enveloped the three consorts. Bamboo concubine only felt a chill run up her back, and a fine sweat began to seep from her forehead. We are here to seek food. There is no food left in the inner courtyard, concubine Lan added afterward. Li Mo grunted coldly. Seeking food, flying up the wall, holding a sharp sword, stabbing people on sight? My lord, spare my life. We really didn't mean to offend. Yeah, give us a break. Seeing Li Mo's anger, the three consorts hurriedly crouched down and begged for mercy. Li Mo threw down a sentence. Wait here. Your life or death depends on Jiang Yuan. A few moments later, a powerfully dressed Kangwon appeared in front of the three consorts. The moment she saw Kangwon, a look of despair appeared on the third concubine's face. In the beginning, the three consorts joined forces and vowed to bring death to Jiang Yuan. Their fate, now, was completely in Kangwon's hands. Jiang Yuan slowly walked towards Bamboo concubine, saying as she did so, the three of you, mutilating innocents in the middle of the inner courtyard, and joining forces to bring me to my death. Did you not know that you would also have today? At these words, the bamboo princess knew that it was wonderful. She suddenly flew and leapt backward, her palms pushing behind concubine Lan and concubine Ju. Bang! Those two women were completely unguarded, and instantly their bodies were sent flying, blasting towards Jiang Yuan. Two sisters, block for sister me. I will find someone to avenge you. Bamboo concubine took advantage of the situation to leap down, exerting all her power, transforming into a swift wind, flying in the direction of the inner courtyard. When it came down to it, she decided to go deeper into the direction of the central hall. There, every guard is above the realm of the innate. There was even a half-step sovereign realm grand poison master, Lao Ai, in attendance. It was not easy for Li Mo to kill her. Hoo-hoo! Only feeling a gust of wind sweeping past her ears, the bamboo concubine was secretly grateful. Shedding Princess Lan and Princess Ju, his own little life was finally at peace. After half a day of running like crazy, he suddenly realized that not far ahead, there was a familiar-looking figure. Li Mo just stood quietly, his eyes meeting the darting bamboo concubine's heady eyes. All of a sudden, bamboo concubine felt the sweaty hairs on her entire body stand up. Still running? Li Mo gently spat out three words, a plan steeped in Princess Bamboo's mind. She flew to Li Mo and bowed to the ground in a flash. My lord, spare my life. My little girl won't run away anymore. She won't run away anymore. If you don't mind, my daughter will be your man, and you can do whatever you want. Obviously, she was trying to get Li Mo to let his guard down. Li Mo was just about to say something. Bamboo concubine steeply stormed up, her body jerking upward, sharp blades piercing out above the toes of her soles. A flying spinning kick lands straight on Li Mo's throat. This move had once allowed consort Bamboo to turn a dangerous situation into a successful one, stabbing to death an enemy whose martial arts cultivation was twice as strong as hers. Now, it can be called the same old trick. However, what she didn't want to do, this time she kicked, was an invisible wave of air. With a thought, the breath in Li Mo's body condensed into a wall of defense. Immediately, she blocked her move. I, Li Mo, will not let the person who wants me dead live. Boom! Li Mo threw out a punch, and the invisible fist force blasted above the bamboo concubine's chest. Click! His chest was directly sunken, his tendons and bones broken, and his entire body flew backwards tens of feet away. Bamboo princess, perish! Back on top of the citadel, Kangwon has likewise already grilled the two consorts. When she sees Li Mo, Kang Yuan knows that consort Bamboo has been executed. Jiang Yuan immediately half-kneeled down to Li Mo. Your Excellency, avenge this for me. Jiang Yuan has been at your service ever since, forever and ever. Li Mo gently lifted her up. Well, you are my woman, and what need is there for words? In the future, in this world, there will be no more four consorts of plum, orchid, bamboo and chrysanthemum. Remember, you are just Jiang Yuan. Kangwon nodded in agreement. Kangwon takes note. Li Mo then arranged it. Tomorrow, move everyone into the middle of the inner courtyard. For a period of time in the future, we will live temporarily in the inner courtyard. After saying that, he took Jiang Yuan's hand and returned to the room one after the other. At this time, in the central hall, Lao Ai was seated in the inner sanctum lobby with a big horse. Below them, half kneeling, were four physically imposing men in black. The four black-clothed men exuded the powerful aura of innate martial artists. The cultivation levels had all reached the middle innate stage. However, in front of half-step patriarch Lao Ai, he was still respectful. Lately, there are more and more strange things in this underground palace. First, my disciple, Faceless, is unaccounted for, and then Sword Slave is nowhere to be found. Getting you guys over here means turning over the outskirts of this dungeon to find me someone. Lao Ai's anger was so great that with a roar the whole hall trembled a little. Don't worry, my lord, we will definitely not miss any trace. That is, digging 3 feet into the ground. Find the man. 2. The black-robed man at the head of the group had an icy coldness emanating from his entire body. There was a hawk-like gaze in his eyes. This person is precisely the leader of the 4 innate guards under the seat of Lao Ai, Lao Chang. Go on. If you meet someone who doesn't cooperate, just kill them directly. Nah. Chapter 40, you guys, let's go together. At the entrance of the central hall, 4 black figures flashed out in rapid steps. In an instant, he disappeared into the darkness. It was the 4 great innate masters under that Lao Ai. At the state of innate, returning to the source, one can collect the chi of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body internally, and externally release one's internal energy, hurting people at 100 paces. The 4 are ordered to go to the outskirts of the underground palace to find the whereabouts of Faceless and Lu Jiao, sprinting along the straightaway of the central axis. About half a day's work. Then you can faintly see the rear side gateway into the inner courtyard of the concubines of the underground palace. At a glance, the gates were locked and not open like before. Humph. These concubines are nothing more than burial pieces. Do you really take yourself seriously? Bang bang. Lao Chang stepped forward and reached out to slam the door ring. Open the door. The gruff voice echoed through the underground space. There was no response from the door. The entire inner courtyard, led by Li Mo, chose to close its doors. Could it be that all the concubines in there are dead? One behind him named Lu Bao said, with this door, you want to stop us too? Boom! Lao Chang fiercely exerted his strength. Veins rippled above his arm, and his thick palm power came out through the air. The bolt that was blocking the doorway behind the doorway was directly shattered by a palm. The 4 of them fishtailed into the room one after the other. Inside the best plum language pavilion in the inner courtyard, Li Mo was having a meal with the 4 girls. My lord, where on earth did you get all this food? We do wonder. Lu Jiao tore off a piece of jerky in one bite and drank the yellow rice porridge again, while asking in a small voice. Yun Yang on the side directly nudged her awake. Gongzi said, what you shouldn't ask less of it. Can't you stop eating? Li Mo smiled without saying anything. I can't explain to them that I have an awesome system. As the several women ate and drank, Li Mo's mind continued to harvest attribute rebates. The people down there, are they all set? Li Mo gazed at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan nodded her head. Everything is arranged according to what your excellency said. There are more than enough rooms in the inner courtyard. Kang Wan runs these things with a clean slate. Remember to distribute the daily meals regularly. And, for those with martial arts training, you and others can give more guidance when you have time. By order of the prince, Zhang Yuan, Lu Jiao and Yun Yang responded in unison. Zhao Wan on the side didn't dare to say anything. After all, these were experts of the Hotian realm. She could, right now, barely be considered a second-grade martial artist. The difference is too great for words, so I can only bury my head in the sand and eat. Li Mo had nothing to point out to her recently, and Zhao Wan's progress was already considered fast. It's also impossible to eat a fat one right off the bat. At this time, the 4 black-robed innate experts had already entered the inner courtyard. With their powerful chi-sensing ability, they found that there were quite a few people in the inner courtyard. Most of it is concentrated in the west side of the compound. Let's go. Take a look at the west side and have some fun with some chicks on the way. Lao Chang has always liked women's color. This trip over, he does not intend to return empty-handed. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the west side and appeared outside the door of Chuizhu Xian. I've heard that a woman named Princess Bamboo lives here, and she's very pretty. That would be just the thing to take her down. The emperor's old man is dead now, and these women, they can't be wasted. After saying that, Lao Chang swaggered towards there. Outside the door, the 2 third-grade martial artist maids sensed the visitors from across the street. Quickly, go and report quickly. One of the maids was quite alert and immediately sent another in to report to Lu Jiao. This Cuizhu Xian was now exactly the residence that Li Mo had assigned to Lu Jiao. At this moment, Lu Jiao was practicing her sword in the courtyard at the back. Lord Lu, it's not good. A few people have come outside, and they're aggressive and, to break into this yard. Lu Jiao sniffed and rushed outside with her sword. Was worried there was no one to fight. Who dares to trespass my Cuizhu Xian? As soon as LV Jiao's voice came out, Nian immediately reacted. Ha ha, it's really lucky. Sword slave, you're really here. As the voice fell, Lao Chang flew and landed in front of Lu Jiao. It's you? What are you doing here? LV Jiao naturally recognized Lao Chang as well. After all, they all used to work for Lao Ai together. By order of Lord Lao Ai, you are to be taken back. You have been ordered by your lord to find Faceless, and so far you have not returned to resume your duties. Do you know that His Excellency is very annoyed? Lao Chang's face sank, and there was some intimidation in his voice. Louis Jiao looked like he couldn't care less. Lao Ai, tell him that I, Lu Jiao, have joined another master. As for faceless, he can also be told that he died long ago. When Lao Chang heard this, a shocked look appeared on his face. The sword slave, Lu Jiao, was loyal to Lao Ai at the time, so why the sudden defection? Another to a bright master. You're not going to tell me it's that Yan Lu, are you? Lao Chang could think of a few strengths that could be found in the periphery of this underground palace. It's also Yan Lu. After all, Yan Lu is Zhao Gao's son-in-law, and the power behind him, Lao Ai, has to yield 3 times. Lu Jiao waved her hand. That kind of goods are not worthy of Lu Jiao's heart. Now, it was Lao Chang's turn to be confused. Besides Yan Lu, who else is in this underground palace? LV Jiao is a martial arts practitioner of the Hotian realm, and she can make her pay homage to the. You're at the innate realm, aren't you? Don't sell me short. Lu Jiao, no matter who you voted for, right now, you have to come with me. Lu Jiao shined and drew her long sword. What if I don't? Lao Chang's face sank. Well, then, I'll just have to take your corpse back to the office. Lu Jiao was about to make a move, but she heard Li Mo's voice behind her. Lu Jiao, don't you want to learn the essence of this bijou sword technique? As the voice fell, the sword in Lu Jiao's hand had reached Li Mo's hand at some point. He was seen with his long sword in his hand, his robes and uniforms were windless, and the whole person was like a floating sword fairy. Really handsome, my lord. What are you going to? No need to say much. You watch carefully from the sidelines. How much you can realize is up to you. Li Mo had been conversing with Lu Jiao, completely ignoring Lao Chang and the others. Lao Chang was furious. The 4 innate masters of the hall, to be ignored by a kid who came out of nowhere? Look, I don't care where you come from. Today, I will tear you apart piece by piece. This is the price you pay for being too arrogant. Remember, next time you're reincarnated, think it through. After saying that, Lao Chang walked forward with great strides, his hands kneading the bones with a clicking sound. Li Mo, however, had an unperturbed face. He raised his eyes and looked around at the 4 innate realm experts in front of him. The spiritual fire of the 4 was comparable to that of the Dark Guard at the beginning. Almost all of them had reached the middle stage of the realm of the innate. The long sword in his hand was pointed, and he spoke in a shocking manner. The 4 of you, together. Chapter 41. 1 against 4. Wind swept away the clouds. Die for me. Old me has never seen such an arrogant person. Li Mo's words just now made the opposite side of the room. Lao Chang just stormed out on the spot. With a roar, Lao Chang's entire body abruptly shook. Rumble. A thunderous sound exploded in place, and the invisible Qi energy lifted the surrounding sand and rocks directly off the ground. An overpowering Qi lingered on top of his fist, flashing red mist. It was the Qi and blood change that was formed after a martial arts expert stepped into the realm of the innate. Wow! These red mists gradually condensed into a huge fist and blasted towards Li Mo Fei. However, this level of condensation was still not a small difference from Li Mo's condensation of Qi into soldiers. Li Mo speculated with the martial arts cultivation in this world. He had at least stepped into the sovereign realm by now. Lu Jiao, watch this. The first stance of the bijou sword technique. Bijou tied heart. As the words fell, only Li Mo's sword in his hand swung backhandedly. An invisible sword Qi erupted vertically and horizontally. Layers and layers of sword shadows flashed steeply. Wow! The wind from the sword in his ears seemed to be surging with thousands of waves. Immediately afterward, the turquoise-colored sword uncut through the night sky and directly met that red mist condensed into a fist. Giggle! Like slicing tofu, the sword blade sliced through the mist, and the sword shadow instantly enveloped Lao Chang. When Lao Chang saw Li Mo's sword break the move, his face was worse than eating. Fiery tiger Xian Gong. Ho! This person steeply let out a sound of a tiger's roar, and his entire body swelled an entire circle. Then he gathered his full strength and crashed out with a fist. Rumble! A loud concussive sound was heard. All the clothes on Lao Chang's body were immediately crumbled to pieces by the sword Qi. The whole thing just stood frozen in place. Giggle! Subsequently, countless thin streams of blood sprayed out from him. The whole thing is like a giant sprinkler. Upon closer inspection, it was visible that numerous dense holes had been stabbed out all over Ing Cheng's body. It amounts to bloodletting in disguise. The 3 men on the sidelines looked directly confused. With Lao Chang's cultivation strength, he hadn't even resisted that sword style just now. Lu Jiao on the side was also stunned. Bijou sword technique. So it's so powerful? Sure enough, what the male gives is strong. Li Mo blandly said to Lu Jiao. The style just now. The high tidal heart. That is, sword Qi surges like tidal waves. Attacks overlap like ocean waves. Sword-ons cover like water waves, and are pervasive. Directly, 3 more men from the realm of the innate were ignored. Lu Jiao jumped up and down with excitement. Your Excellency has really opened Lu Jiao's eyes. This sword technique, Lu Jiao must have practiced it well. After saying that, Lu Jiao shouted, Your Excellency. Those 3 people ran away. Just as Li Mo spoke, the three exchanged a single glance and it instantly split into three directions and swept away. Naturally, they want to all run back at least one. Tell this important news to Lao AI. I'm afraid that inviting the half-step sovereign realm's Lao AI to come out would be the only way to cure the one in front of me. Li Mo snorted coldly. Want to run? With that, he looked at the direction where one person had fled and threw a backhanded sword. Shoo! A sword sound. That long sword instantly turned into a stream of light. Puff! The man's back heart was directly penetrated by a sword, and his entire body was nailed to the palace wall. At the same time, Li Mo's figure flickered and instantly disappeared in the same place. The wind pounced on Lu Bao. This person's spiritual fire is second only to Lao Chang, so he cannot be allowed to escape too far. Lu Bao didn't care about anything now, and fully urged his body's chi and blood, running wildly all the way to take over his life. But Li Mo's speed was not something he could compare to. The key over was that Li Mo could sense the fire of his spirit. No matter how he ran, he was always locked by Li Mo. No, don't kill me. While running, Lu Bao begged Li Mo for mercy. Avalanche. Suddenly, Li Mo grasped his 5 fingers and formed a solid wall of chi in front of Lu Bao. Lu Bao crashed headfirst into it without any defense, and was immediately knocked out. Li Mo flew close and grabbed one hand on top of his head. At this time, it was the system's beep that unexpectedly sounded. Spiritual fire detected. Host can directly absorb it into the body and transform it into divine mind value. Instantly, Li Mo discovered the divine mind value acquisition method, directly ingested into the body. System, wouldn't you have prompted earlier? Reg, a thought. Li Mo felt a thin stream of warmth introduced from the palm of his hand to a certain location in his mind. Ding, divine mind plus 001. As the system beep sounded, Li Mo felt that somewhere in his mind, there is a pool-like area that has been opened up. And the increased divine mind is a drop of water in this pool. After such a change, Li Mo felt his mind clearer. One can even vaguely internalize the various inner organs of one's body. Divine thought value. It's really extraordinary. There's another one. As if Li Mo had discovered a new continent, he instantly began to sense that person's spiritual fire. After the divine idea entered the body, the sensing ability obviously increased a bit. Luckily, it's not out of sensory range. Li Mo followed that direction and flew away. Phew! Phew, who? Although the third man was at the realm of the innate, his guts were the smallest of the three. Seeing how powerful Li Mo was, he was so scared that his legs went a little weak, running all the way, trying to use all his strength, but still feeling a bit overwhelmed, until he saw Li Mo's figure standing in front of him. A sense of despair instantly surged through his heart. Pouncing, this person directly knelt down to Li Mo. Higher power, please, don't kill me, let me do anything, I'll do anything. There are always some people who can't calm down in the face of death, especially this kind of easily cultivated to the innate realm, but also do not want to waste it. Li Mo walked slowly to him. If I were on my knees begging for mercy at this time, would you spare me? After saying that, Li Mo covered the man's head with a palm. The flickering spiritual fire was instantly taken into Li Mo's mind. Divine mind plus 001. On the contrary, the man who had lost his spiritual fire had a dull look on his face and was completely out of sorts. Li Mo didn't hold back and sent him straight to his death with a backhand. Wrong, just blame it on the fact that you're with the wrong guy. After resolving these 4 people, Li Mo calmly returned to the courtyard. On this trip, the main gain was knowing how to obtain divine mind value. Back in the courtyard, Li Mo asked Yunyan to come over and try to finding out doesn't draw on her spiritual fire. So, Li Mo had a guess. Perhaps, it takes someone who has attained the cultivation level of an innate martial artist. The spiritual flame was strong to a certain degree before it could be condensed into a divine mind. No wonder Yin Yang and the others consumed supplies without returning to divine mind. Maybe it's because they're not in a sufficient realm of cultivation? It seems that the next time we meet someone in the realm of innate martial artists, let's see if we can take them? Li Mo secretly had an idea in his heart. On the other hand, in Xianyang, within Zhao Gao's mansion, a cold and unparalleled woman, is kneeling to obey the order. Chapter 42, Martial Arts Master. First Trader Zhao Gao, Xianyang, in the middle of the Zhengtai Palace's side hall, on top of a bronze throne decorated with 5-clawed golden dragons, seated in a large horse was a man with gray hair, dressed in a black python robe. His face was gloomy and his eyes were as sharp as eagles. The air around us was as heavy as if it had been drenched in water. It made the woman who was half kneeling in front of him feel a burst of pressure. This person is the first treacherous minister of Qin, Zhao Gao, who has the cultivation of a patriarch. Kneeling below was none other than Zhao Gao's righteous daughter, Ji Wushuang, with the title of the first female expert under Zhao Gao's seat, better than Yun Yang ever had. The cultivation level had even reached the late innate stage. She is said to be a righteous daughter, but Zhao Gao is controlling her with insidious means. Not only did he give her the highly poisonous 7 deadly sanctions made by Lao AI, but he also gave her the 7 deadly sanctions made by Lao AI, and it also took the woman's parents under control. The purpose was to make this woman obey him. Ji Wushuang had then become his proper killing tool over the years. Ji Wushuang naturally wasn't stupid, and had been trying to get out of Zhao Gao's grasp all these years as well, but he has been suffering from the lack of a way to dissolve the poison in his body. At the same time, it was even more so that his parents were afraid of being among the Zhao masters. There was no choice but to follow Zhao Gao's orders again and again. Wushuang, do you know what I have summoned you to the temple for? Zhao Gao's cockney voice dangled. Wushuang is at the beck and call of his righteous father. Zhao Gao returned with a leathery smile. That's more like it, but I've heard that you haven't been very peaceful lately. Wushuang wouldn't dare. Indeed, Ji Wushuang had recently secretly tried to find the antidote to the 7 extinction scatter, but came up empty-handed, and all this was seen by Zhao Gao's secret spies. Now, the entire city of Xianyang is filled with Zhao Gao's eyes and ears. The second emperor, Hu Hai, also became a puppet manipulated by Zhao Gao. What a dare! Do you think that the things you did can escape my eyes? This seat, it's just that I don't want to bother with you. Zhao Gao let out a furious rebuke and grabbed 5 fingers in the air. Immediately, an invisible qi energy condensed into a pair of large hands, instantly strangling Ji Wushuang's neck. Ji Wushuang's strength was not worth mentioning before Zhao Gao. The entire body was lifted off the ground. Remember, this seat can cultivate you or destroy you at any time. Next time you think otherwise, I'll strangle you myself. Knock! Zhao Gao loosened up. Ji Wushuang's body then smashed heavily on top of the ground. She gritted her teeth and secretly vowed in her heart that when she had the chance, she would kill Zhao Gao. She didn't want to live a day longer in this kind of endurance. Wushuang knows he's wrong. May I be chastised, my lord? At this point, it's better to hold back for a while. Zhao Gao's face twitched as another very grim smile surfaced. The corners of his mouth lifted. In that case, this mission is only to be successful, or else bring me my head. Ji Wushuang nodded her head. Please show me what you can do, my lord. Good. This time, I want you to go deep into the underground palace and find Yan Lu. Take him back personally. This rebellious son. I can't believe I haven't heard from him for more than half a month. Several times I've sent word, and I've heard nothing. This seat guesses that this person must have embraced power in the middle of the underground palace and wanted to set up his own mountain. Ji Wushuang secretly said, the underground palace? That's not where the dead stay. What is Yan Lu doing down there? About Zhao Gao sending dead soldiers to the underground palace. Zhao Gao sealed it off so tightly that other than Yan Lu, Lao AI and the like, no one else knew about it at all. This time, the reason why Zhao Gao sent Ji Wushuang down, it was because Zhao Gao was aware of the fact that Lao AI was now secretly developing his own power. So, this time Zhao Gao didn't want to use the power of Lao AI. Ji Wushuang, as a late innate stage expert, went down to the middle of the underground palace to apprehend a Yan Lu. No problem at all. All Zhao Gao had to do was order someone to open the secret passage and send her down. Around the central hall. Simply enter the citadel through the other passage. Ji Wushuang thought it was something big. Capturing a Hotian realm Yan Lu would be a trivial matter for her to handle. Don't worry, my lord. Wushuang will definitely quickly capture the Yan Lu and ask for your pardon in person. Zhao Gao waved his hand. Go! Ji Wushuang got up, saluted Zhao Gao again, and turned to leave the hall. After the door to the room closed, Zhao Gao stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Your Majesty, that Su Fu brought back the elixir of immortality. Your heart is so cruel. That longevity medicine Su Fu brought back. You hardly didn't let Xiao Gaozi take a look at it. That Mengi is merely meritorious in protecting the medicine. And you're even talking about giving him a pill. He's nothing. All of this should belong to me. Zhao Gao. Now this great Qin. This world. You don't care. Little Gaozi will take care of it for you. The core hall of that underground palace. I, Zhao Gao, will attack it sooner or later. When the time comes, don't you dare blame little Takako for being merciless for miles. As Zhao Gao spoke, that old face had twisted to the point of no return. When first emperor was around, he, Zhao Gao, was an obedient dog. With the first emperor gone, he became Lord Zhao, who did everything in Xianyang. The reason why he sent his dead soldiers into the underground palace, Zhao Gao's purpose, was to attack the tomb of the first emperor, obtain that elixir of immortality. Unfortunately, the design of the entire dungeon came from 2 men. One of them is Li Si, who is well known in the history of Qin. One person is Zhang Hua, who is known as the first engineering master of Great Qin. With the cooperation of the 2 men, they gathered craftsmen and designed the dungeon to be grand and solid, especially the place where the first emperor slept. What's more, not only are their organs densely packed, but there are also some horrible existences from legends guarding the tomb. Even a martial arts master like Zhao Gao didn't dare to step in easily. There are even rumors that in the deepest part of the underground palace, there are 12 golden figures guarding the peaceful sleep of the first emperor. Anyone and others, once they come close, will be beheaded by those 12 golden men. Zhao Gao naturally didn't believe it and sent his men to the deepest part of the city to try and find out. Unfortunately, all the masters who went there never returned. Zhao Gao was a prudent man, and was very careful of his own life, and because of various legends, never got to explore in person. So Zhao Gao guarded the tomb for the first emperor. Many martial arts experts were sent to act as dead soldiers and were spread out in the underground palace. In the open, they guarded the tomb, but in the dark, they sent these men to search all parts of the underground palace, find out if there are any secrets about accessing the core palace. The result, naturally, was nothing, but Zhao Gao was not willing to do so. He was waiting for a moment, waiting for the day when he breaks through the realm of transformation patriarch. He will then personally lead the masters into the deepest chambers. Handfighting started the emperor's 9-dragon bronze coffin. Before that, it was even more unlikely that Zhao Gao would let anyone get their hands on the underground palace. Under Zhao Gao's arrangement, Ji Wushuang passed through a secret passage and arrived in the underground palace. Skirting the central inner sanctum and stepping onto the straight path of the central axis, she sprinted in the direction of the citadel. Chapter 43, I'm an innate master. You make me a maid. To get to the outer citadel, the inner courtyard palace was naturally the place to go. The people arranged by Zhao Gao had already informed Ji Wushuang of the situation in advance. Shi Huangdi is really extravagant. People are dead. What more concubines? Under the night, Ji Wushuang was like a dexterous black cat as she flew and swept sharply above the roof. Happened to see the lights lit up below, and the figures coming and going to the heart came darkly. Ji Wushuang didn't have much interest in these irrelevant people and things. After all, the mountain of Zhao Gao was now pressing down on her head. Other than trying to find a way to escape Zhao Gao's grasp, nothing else could attract her interest. She just wanted to finish the single task quickly. Tap. Just as she was fully focused on flying over the roof of a house, a white heat filled the room from the roof, momentarily blocking her view. Just as he was about to change directions, his ears were ringing with a magnetic man's voice. What kind of kitten has nothing better to do than run around on my roof? It's not nice to have your good grace disturbed. I'm sorry. The voice smelled of laziness and idleness, but it was exceptionally clear. Ji Wushuang was instantly shocked in her heart. No good. She's been discovered. At that moment she stopped, and her whole body flopped down on top of the roof. Instantly, he gathered his breath. Inside the room, half of Li Mo's body was soaking in a bucket of hot water, comfortably enjoying the pleasure of bathing. Sensing an unusually powerful mass of spiritual fire moving above the roof, he then transmitted his voice through the air. After all, such behavior, it still seemed rude to Li Mo. Seeing that the spiritual fire stopped moving, Li Mo knew in his heart that the other party must have stopped. You think I don't know if you don't move? Another sound reached Ji Wushuang's ears. At that moment, Ji Wushuang's heart thumped. Obviously, she had already restrained all her aura. Why could the other party still sense her? Mo Bu Ming, the other party's cultivation has already reached the realm of a Zongshi? Also, this is the inner courtyard harem. What's a man doing here? Thinking of this, Ji Wushuang's curiosity was instantly piqued. What kind of person was this person who gave her the message? Next, she carefully lifted the glazed tiles on the roof to reveal a thin crack. Through the thin crack, her gaze bored into the house. The hazy vapor rose, and the scene inside could only be seen in a general way. Within Ji Wushuang's field of vision, Li Mo's lean and sturdy figure loomed large. It exudes a strong masculine charisma. For a moment, Ji Wushuang felt her cheeks heat up a bit. Oops, what was I thinking? It's time to go. The reasoning that had been tempered over the years pulled Ji Wushuang back. She was back on her feet, ready to bolt. But unexpectedly, the voice came again. What? You want to leave after seeing it? Is this male so easy to fool? For a moment, Ji Wushuang froze. Dare I say, her every move was under this man's control? With this level of sensing ability, I'm afraid that the other party's cultivation is not below that Zhao Gao's. I'm sorry, but I just didn't mean to peek, and it wasn't a very good look. Much offense. I have business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. Ji Wushuang tried transmitting his voice through the air. The corner of Li Mo's mouth lifted up. Good point. Since I have a serious matter to attend to, it would be inconvenient for this gentleman to keep you. There you go. As the words fell, Li Mo stood up and began to quickly change his clothes. Seeing that the other party agreed, Ji Wushuang didn't stay much longer and flew off in the direction of the outer city building. After Li Mo gathered himself, he similarly followed her bearing and similarly disappeared into the darkness. For no other reason than Ji Wushuang's spiritual fire. It was the strongest ball of fire he had sensed so far. This indicated that the other party were all at least martial artists of the innate realm. Li Mo was now in urgent need of increasing his divine mind value, and for martial artists who possessed this spiritual flame. Naturally, I won't let it go. With Li Mo's strength, as long as he didn't actively show himself, Ji Wuxuan wouldn't be able to discover him. After passing the inner courtyard and following the straight road for several miles, the outer walls and citadel were seen. Only, Ji Wuxuan did not sense the slightest bit of anger here. All around, the smell of dead silence filled the room. Now, this confused Ji Wuxuan. You, Zhao Gao, sent me to find Yan Lu, saying he's guarding the citadel. Now, there's not even a ghost in the place. Where are the guards of this citadel? After searching around for a while, Ji Wuxuan was finally outside. Underneath the city wall, a newly filled area was discovered. Sharp intuition gave her the feeling that something might be buried below. Soon, her eyes lit up. Snap! Yanked a body out of it. Black robes, white face, and several sword marks on his body. Someone killed the guards here? Judging from the sword marks, the opponent's swordsmanship is extremely exquisite, but his power is average. Snap! Another body was pulled out of the yellow earth. It's also a sword wound, almost the same as the one before. It should be done by the same person. With each corpse pulled out, Ji Wuxuan analyzed it. She had killed a handful of people over the years, and had an understanding of the various ways people could die. In particular, it was possible to roughly deduce the martial arts cultivation of the murderer from the wounds. The last thing dragged out was a headless body. Tall, fit, and bearded, he was completely different from those who had come before him. Despite the lack of a head, she eventually recognized it. This is Yan Lu. Ji Wuxuan's face was filled with shock. Who is Yan Lu? Zhao Gao's son-in-law. Although the relationship is ordinary, this is not an ordinary person. In the middle of this underground palace, how dare anyone lay hands on him? Could it be that this person is not even afraid of Zhao Gao? Thinking of this, Ji Wuxuan reasoned in passing. The person who killed Yan Lu wasn't even afraid of Zhao Gao, so that meant that this person's martial arts cultivation was comparable to Zhao Gao's, right? It seems that in this world, there are really people outside of people, and days outside of days. In the middle of the underground palace, there are actually hidden experts like this. Ji Wuxuan was secretly surprised in her heart. Looking around, he didn't find Yan Li's head. As things stood, there was no choice but to return with this corpse to deliver the goods. He was just about to withdraw when he turned his head and realized that a man's figure had appeared not far behind him. This figure was the same man who had just peeked into the shower in that house. For a while, Ji Wuxuan didn't know what to say. Li Mo, however, laughed and said, "This girl really has a good sense of humor, doesn't she? Coming here in the middle of the night to dig up corpses?" Ji Wuxuan turned toward Li Mo. "If I'm not guessing, these people, you must have killed them, right?" Li Mo shook his head. "These people, it's enough for the maids under me to kill them. I wonder, are you interested in being my maid?" Chapter 44, a good chance to get away from Zhao Gao. You must seize it. What? Being your maid of honor? Do you realize what kind of person you are talking to? In the face of Li Mo's somewhat molesting words, Ji Wuxuan was immediately bursting out the aura of his body. Late innate masters, gathering just one step away from condensing their chi into soldiers. As he spoke, a powerful aura emanated from the inside out, instantly enveloping Li Mo. Madaka. That green destiny sword behind his back was even more blatantly sheathed. That sword intent in Li Mo's eyes was like a green dragon, roaring as it forced its way directly toward him. The sword blade in view swooped in like a lightning bolt. Not bad. It's a lot stronger than those few palace concubines. Li Mo smiled blandly and stood on even ground without even moving a bit. Ji Wuxuan's sword blade fell. He had sensed that Ji Wuxuan was not laying down a deadly blow, but rather a stabbing move. Kind of funny. With a thought, Li Mo backhanded and grabbed in the air. An invisible chi immediately solidified and directly crossed in front of his body. Blocking Ji Wuxuan's sword blade with ease. Avalanche. A crunch. Ji Wuxuan's green destiny sword was bounced away. In just one move, the difference was immediate. Ji Wuxuan was not a cutie. She immediately had a judgment in her heart about Li Mo's strength. Definitely up there with Zhao Gao. It just hasn't been obvious whether it's stronger or weaker than Zhao Gao. After all, feats at this level were no longer within her reach. She had only seen Zhao Gao's methods a few times, and they weren't too far off from Li Mo's. It is also possible to achieve the effect of condensing chi into soldiers, compared to the outward release of chi energy of a Hotian martial artist. A person at the level of a patriarch belongs to the category of practicing ordinary chi energy into astral energy. Li Mo, on the other hand, had his body metamorphosed into a spirit body that could manipulate breath because of the system addition. This ability of Li Mo was fundamentally an instinct given by the body. Naturally, in the middle of a real battle, it has to be much more flexible to become much more, without the need for any feats. It was directly a matter of condensing qi into soldiers at will. Your Excellency turns out to really be a hidden master. I took offense just now. Ji Wuxuang immediately put away his sword and bowed respectfully to Liu Mo. When Liu Mo saw the steep change in her attitude, he knew that things might not be that simple. There's no such thing as a hidden master. I'm just a small craftsman in this underground palace. Liu Mo, nice to meet you. Liu Mo took the initiative to show goodwill and observed this Ji Wuxuang's reaction. A subtle hint of surprise appeared on Ji Wuxuang's face, but it was still seen by Liu Mo. There was a hint of joy in that surprise. In other words, Ji Wuxuang was not resisting Liu Mo. With a thought, her information panel surfaced. Name Ji Wuxuang. Face value, 8. Loyalty, 8. Martial artist level, innate martial artist, late. Consumption of 1 material rebate, 0. 01, divine mind. Root bone, spirit bone, can accept host's enlightenment to become a spirit body. Description, a woman with excellent qualification and root bones, possessing the cultivation of an innate martial artist, not to be trifled with. Now, Li Mo's heart was thrilled. Turns out, it's really what he suspected. Those who had reached the realm of innate martial artist would be able to return to the divine idea point. Ji Wuxuang, you have to take it down. Gongzi, you're making me a little uncomfortable with this look. Ji Wuxuang's face turned red after being looked at by Li Mo's burning gaze for half a day. It was the first time she had encountered such a heroic young man as Liu Mo. I don't know how many times better than that old castrated dog Zhao Gao. My name is Ji Wuxuang, and I think it might really be fate that I can meet your excellency here. Doomed I can get rid of that Zhao Gao. Seeing Ji Wuxuang's penetration, Liu Mo took the opportunity to ask, Zhao Gao, you know him? Ji Wuxuang nodded. I am the assassin under the Zhao master, and I was ordered to find that Yan Lu on this trip. But unexpectedly, Liu Mo nodded. Tell me, what is Zhao Gao's cultivation level? Ji Wuxuang returned. Zhao Gao had stepped into the realm of the sovereign several years ago. Sure enough, it was half similar to what Liu Mo had guessed as well. Zhao Gao does seem to be the strongest guy at the moment. Why are you telling me this? Could it be that you hate Zhao Gao? Liu Mo asked tentatively. If Ji Wuxuang was deathly loyal to Zhao Gao, he would never have made such a remark. A good dead soldier must die without betraying his master. Of course, it also depends on the master's attitude towards his subordinates. Like Zhao Gao, who treats his subordinates like tools, I am afraid that not many of them can die loyal to him. Ji Wuxuang nodded. Hate. Of course I hate it. Although Zhao Gao took me as his daughter, but blackmailing me at every turn. In the end, he doesn't even see me as a human being. Alas, I went to great lengths to find an antidote so that I could get out of his grasp. Unfortunately, I couldn't find it. But today, I have to meet your excellency, who has such strength. So please help me. Ji Wuxuang also went out on a limb. Defecting to Liu Mo was her only chance to break away from Zhao Gao. At this time, Ji Wuxuang knew what was most important to her. After saying that, Ji Wuxuang directly half-kneeled towards Liu Mo. Liu Mo reached out and helped her up. How do you know I'll help you? Whether or not Gongzi will help. Wuxuang wants to gamble once. Ji Wuxuang's character had always been to say one thing and two things. This kind of character was quite to Liu Mo's liking. So, in that case, you'd like to be my consort? Liu Mo rounded off the conversation again. Wuxuang is willing to become your excellency's maid. As soon as these words came out, Liu Mo instantly received a system prompt in his head. Detected the host establishing a master-servant relationship with Ji Wuxuang. Material rebate system bound successfully. From now on, Ji Wuxuang consumes supplies and starts returning points. Liu Mo was secretly happy in his heart. Finally, I can slowly increase my godly thoughts, because according to the system's instructions, after any of the 5 attributes are full, both reward higher feats. And for this kind of technique to be passed down at once, it had to be backed up by a strong divine idea. Otherwise, Liu Mo might be held up by the arcane information contained in the Gongfu. Just like before, comprehending the heavenly Jedi sword technique, the Bijou sword technique, and so on was the same thing. It's impossible to accomplish this without strong spiritual power. That was why Liu Mo was so attached to this divine idea. Returning to his senses, Liu Mo naturally accepted Ji Wuxuang with pleasure. You were looking for the antidote just now. Could it be that Zhao Gao poisoned you? Yes. In order to control me, he gave me the 7 deadly sanctions, and without an antidote, after a month, I will bleed from all 7 orifices and burst into flames. Liu Mo sniffed and patted her shoulder. Don't worry, the poison that, my lord will definitely undo it for you. Ji Wuxuang once again bowed his thanks. Liu Mo pointed in the direction of the inner courtyard. Since you followed me, there's a place for you in the inner courtyard. Go back with my lord. Nah. After answering, Ji Wuxuang followed Liu Mo and walked in the direction of the inner courtyard. Chapter 45, Divine Nerve Value Edition. Liu Mo's strange operation. The next morning, Li Machuan publicly announced that he had accepted Ji Wushuang as an innate martial artist. She naturally received the attention of the four women, including Jiang Yuan, Yun Yang, and Lu Jiao. One must know that in this great Qin world, there was a huge gap between innate martial artists and Houtian martial artists. Many Houtian martial artists, throughout their lives, were unable to comprehend that little bit of aura. The fact that Ji Wushuang was so strong invariably gave them a lot of pressure. If we don't make an effort, we'll soon be replaced by someone else, right? Lu Jiao stroked the long sword in her hand while staring at Ji Wushuang, who was standing beside Liu Mo. No, I'm sure His Excellency isn't like that. Yun Yang, on the other hand, had a firm gaze. During the time she spent with Liu Mo, she was confident that she knew Li Mo's character well. Never the kind of person who is desperate and negative. That's true, but if we don't work hard at our training, I'm afraid that I'll really drag your son's feet when the time comes. Zhao Wan's small mouth pouted from the side and lowered her voice to an extremely low level. After all, among the previous four women, Zhao Wan was the true battle scum. Zhao Wan, you've progressed quite fast. Now you're almost catching up to a first-grade martial artist, right? Kangwan was instead relieving Zhou Wan. It's useless to talk so much. Why don't you go practice your sword? Lu Jiao stood up, so she wanted to find a place to properly comprehend the Bai Lu sword technique taught by Liu Mo. At this time, Liu Mo was reaping the divine idea value additions from Ji Wushuang. Just now, Ji Wushuang consumed the supplies once, successfully returned 0.01 points of divine mind value. Liu Mo opened the personal information panel. Name, Liu Mo. Return multiplier, 500 times. Space size, 50,000 square meters. 5 spiritual roots, gold, 20//100. Wood, 15//100. Water, 10//100. Fire, 8//100. Earth, 12//100. Divine mind, 0.04//100. Due to the fact that divine thought values were very hard to come by, right now Liu Mo had only harvested 0.04 points. According to this progress, Liu Mo wanted to add up to 100 points. Then it was estimated to wait until the monkey's age. If the number of innate martial artists is higher, the returned divine idea value can only be accumulated in quantity. Liu Mo thought about it and suddenly had a flash of light in his mind. This was because just now, he observed Ji Wushuang's information panel with that of Yun Yang and the others. After comparing them, it was discovered that Yun Yang and the others did not have that attribute of divine mind. And from the system's previous prompted function, Liu Mo was able to add points to Yun Yang and the others. If we add divine thought points to Yun Yang and the others, will there be any unexpected gains? It's like a modifier that just gives the other person this extra attribute in their body. When Liu Mo made up his mind, he called Jiang Yuan, the strongest amongst the Houtian martial artists, to the house. If you have something to do, sir, just ask. As soon as he entered the room, Jiang Yuan bowed to Liu Mo. Liu Mo waved his hand. Jiang Yuan, there's no need to be polite. I'm calling you in. Was trying to try one of my ideas. Jiang Yuan heard Liu Mo's words and thought that Liu Mo was trying to play some tricks again. Your Excellency, those moves of yours are already very powerful. Any more? I'm afraid that Jiang Yuan, when Liu Mo saw this little nymph's shy expression, he immediately went over with a brain crash. Thinking about what? I'm trying to see if I can make you break through to the innate martial artist realm. When that came out, Kangwan was outright embarrassed. Dare I say, Liu Mo wasn't trying to play tricks with her? My lord, is it really possible? Breaking through the innate realm is the lifelong dream of how many martial artists. But, it's too hard to realize, not that level, to capture that glimmer of aura. Hard to become also. Jiang Yuan was considered to have good qualifications among all the martial artists and practiced hard, but she had not been able to make a breakthrough. If you agree, then my lord will give it a try. The process, however, may cause you some discomfort. Although Liu Mo wasn't sure what would happen, he forced his divine thoughts into Jiang Yuan's body and, more or less likely to react. Come on, my lord, I believe in you. Jiang Yuan didn't have a trace of suspicion towards Liu Mo in her gaze. Yes, say it and do it. Liu Mo still had Jiang Yuan sitting on her knees, and he was behind her, covering the top of Jiang Yuan's head with his left palm. In an instant, a system beep sounded in his head, detected a suitable relation for additions. The host may add to them. Note that if you add points to the divine mind value, the other party's cultivation must not be lower than that of a Houtian martial artist. The system's hints were very clear. If one's cultivation level was lower than a Houtian martial artist, the divine concept value could not be added. Liu Mo moved with a thought. Buzz! A boom rang out suddenly. There was a hidden flow of light in the palm of his hand. Ding! Divine idea value added successfully. Channeling 0.01 points. In an instant, Kangwan only felt a sudden light fall in her mind. like a shooting star breaking through the starry sky. It broke the darkness of silence in his mind. A strange sensation instantly penetrated his entire body, and his body was like a furnace between heaven and earth. It began to wail on the imperceptibly special sense. Her sense of everything between heaven and earth was more thorough and clear than before. It's like a person who, all of a sudden, understands some kind of great truth. With the fluctuation of the individual's spiritual power, those chi that traveled within the body began to flow. These breaths flowed throughout the body, constantly flushing out those clogged passages in the bloodline from before. One after another, the internal orifices of the body opened up above the impact of the breath in the body. In the human body, there are 72 major orifices. Each of these orifices can harbor gas in them. Those chi energies externally emitted by innate martial artists were precisely the yuan chi hidden in the orifices. Until then, a Hotian martial artist may perceive the orifices that, however, he was unable to run his body's breath to fill the orifices. The path of the blood veins in all parts of the body is not completely smooth, so the chi cannot flow through the circumference. At the same time, with every orifice impacted, Zhang Yuan felt an electric shock-like sensation coming through. An involuntary grunt escaped his lips. At this time, the several women standing outside the house heard the voice, and each of their faces turned red. You say, this Zhang Yuan doesn't keep her voice down. How humiliating for others to hear. I don't know, Zhao Wan said to Yun Yang who was at the side. Yun Yang blankly glanced at Zhao Wan. You don't know your own voice, do you? It's even more exaggerated than this. Zhao Wan looked embarrassed. No way. Your bull ting. Ji Wushuang, who was on the side, was at a loss. Sisters, what are you talking about? What is this male in Zhang Yuan doing? Why does that sound weird? Ji Wushuang, who was untouched, naturally didn't understand. Zhao Wan sighed. You must have practiced martial arts to the point of stupidity. This kind of thing, you still need to ask? Ji Wushuang froze for a moment. Which thing? Why are you all blushing? Yun Yang laughed. It seems that when you're not doing anything, you'll have to let Gongzi teach you a good lesson. While the crowd was talking, they suddenly heard Zhang Yuan let out a cry. Breakthrough! I've finally made a breakthrough! Boom! With that, a powerful wave of air rushed through the door of the room. Zhang Yuan flew out and landed in front of the women, her entire body radiating a completely different aura. Chapter 46. Sir, we want it too. Ha! Kongwon seems different from before. Look at her skin. It's actually become crystallized. Like jade, the entire person exudes an untainted aura. Yeah, what? What the hell is going on here? Kongwon, speak up. Aside from Ji Wushuang, who was not far away, several women immediately surrounded them. There was a lot of talk. Now it seemed that what they had guessed before was not that at all. Thanks to your excellency's favor, I have now broken through and reached the realm of an innate martial artist. Zhang Yuan's face was filled with excitement. The moment these words came out, it was like a deep water bomb had been dropped on a calm water surface. All of a sudden, Lu Jiao and Yun Yang could not remain calm. What means did Liu Mo use to make Zhang Yuan break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop? Really? Your excellency has such means. Does that not mean that we also have a chance to break through to the innate realm? Gongzi, people want it too. Gongzi, I want one too. Lu Jiao reacted the fastest and rushed to Liu Mo with a jump. Yun Yang naturally wasn't willing to lag behind and followed closely. This kind of opportunity is simply too tempting for them. Zhao Wan didn't go forward. She knew that with her current cultivation level, to break through the innate, absolutely nothing. Zhang Yuan was at least a Hotian martial artist, just one step away from the realm of the innate. On the side, Ji Wushuang's face was similarly shocked. As an innate martial artist, she knew too well how difficult the leap from Hotian to innate was. And now, right in front of us, Liu Mo could actually allow a Hotian martial artist to easily step into the innate realm. This kind of tactic, even if it was Patriarch Zhao Gao, I'm afraid he would never have it. Liu Mo added to the mystery in Ji Wushuang's heart. Lu Jiao, Yun Yang is early with me. Let her go first. Liu Mo slammed his brain over. Lu Jiao ate the pain and pouted and left the room. About a moment later, Yun Yang was similarly added by Liu Mo to break through to the innate realm. LV Jiao followed closely behind, similarly stepping into the ranks of innate martial artists. Now, under Liu Mo, there were already 4 female martial artists of the innate realm. This configuration could already rival a half-step grandmaster's Lao AI. Now, go about your business individually, and use the innate realm to cultivate the sword techniques I passed down to you. With a wave of his hand, a few of the women went on their merry way. Only Zhao Wan remained in place, looking a little lost. Among the women close to Liu Mo, she was the one with the lowest cultivation level right now. Liu Mo naturally wouldn't be generous, and after the crowd left, he called Zhao Wan into the room alone. My lord, Zhao Wan had a somewhat aggrieved look on her face, looking pathetic. I know what's on your mind. Should be wondering when their cultivation will catch up with them, right? Zhao Wan sniffed, first nodding, then shaking her head, yes and no. In fact, what worries me the most is that the strength is too low. It's likely that the male will dislike me in the future. While saying that, this little ninny even couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Li Mo gathered her in his arms. Zhao Wan, you've done a great job. From having no martial arts foundation to a cultivation level close to that of a first-grade martial artist now. It's very fast. There's a saying that if you want it fast, you can't get it right. You know? Zhao Wan nodded. Then you wouldn't not want me, would you, sir? Of course not. I will remember everyone who accompanied me in the dungeon. Zhao Wan asked again. What about the day in the future when we walk out of the underground palace and go to the outside world? A man as valiant as Gongzi. The women out there could be waiting with ba. Avalanche. Oops. Li Mo crashed over with another blow to the head. Zhao Wan screamed in pain. Zhao Wan, remember, Li Mo, will not fail you. Zhao Wan was as meek as a lamb at this point. Your Excellency. Zhao Wan knows. Don't worry. I just need to know that I have a place in Your Excellency's heart. It will be sufficient. When Li Mo sniffed, he took out a yellow level technique and handed it to Zhao Wan. This item was returned after Zhao Wan had consumed the supplies more than 3 times before. At that moment, Zhao Wan had just stepped into the martial arts path and was unable to cultivate this technique. Li Mo then saved it himself first. Zhao Wan unfolded it and saw that this technique was called Jade Maiden Shin Gong. It included the method of exhaling internal breath, boxing, palmistry and swordplay. Great. I've always been about to think of my own set of feats. Gongzi, you're too good to us. Zhao Wan directly gave Li Mo a fragrant boop. You little girl, you're deliberately arching the fire, aren't you? Li Mo's current physique was exactly the kind that caught fire at the slightest point. If Your Excellency catches fire, then what air will remove the fire for Your Excellency? Okay? Zhao Wan soft up, is indeed like water. The stone can be given to melt away. Thus, Li Mo's room caused another storm. At that moment, Ji Wushuang, who had rolled back from outside, happened to hear the sound again. Is Gongzi helping Zhao Wan make a breakthrough again? But, Zhao Wan is only at the 2nd grade martial artist realm. It's impossible for her to break through the innate realm, right? This voice sounds different from the previous one. It seems, Zhao Wan seems to be enjoying herself? For a while, Ji Wushuang was filled with how Li Mo was. In that case, it seems that Your Excellency should be able to allow me to step into the realm of the Sovereign Master as well, right? If that's true, then, at the thought of stepping into the realm of the Patriarch and waving his hand to condense chi into a soldier, standing above the pinnacle of martial arts, Ji Wushuang's little heart then thumped. On the other hand, after the clouds and rain stopped, Li Mo went out of the room. Zhao Wan, on the other hand, fell into a deep sleep because she was too tired. As soon as he went out, he saw Ji Wushuang standing outside the door with a face full of curiosity. How long have you been here? Back to my lord. Half an hour or so. So, you heard it all? The Gongzi transmitted his power to Zhao Wan with a very special voice, and Wushuang did hear it. When these words came out, Li Mo was immediately embarrassed. Ji Wushuang, are you really ignorant or not? Ahem. Yes, it is quite special. Wushuang, by the way, there's an errand I'm going to give you. Li Mo regained his composure and confided in Ji Wushuang. Ji Wushuang asked, Your Excellency, please feel free to order. As long as I can do it, I will certainly do my best to accomplish it. Right now, in this inner courtyard, there are 56 martial artists who have entered the grade. The matter of these people's martial arts training will be in your charge. Li Mo, do not keep idle hands, and everyone who is here must have her value. Otherwise, no one can keep her. Ji Wushuang immediately led the way. Li Mo asked again, the poison on your body, is it practiced by that Lao AI? Ji Wushuang nodded in agreement. Li Mo gazed in the direction where the central hall was located. Don't worry, after a few days, when my strength is further advanced, I will get rid of Laoyi. Get the antidote for you. Chapter 47 Gongzi Gao Scheme, sending everyone to the underground palace by mistake. Xianyang, Zhengtai Palace, dressed in a black Xinlong robe and costume. The somewhat comical-looking Hu Hai lay crookedly on top of the dragon chair. Zhao Gao, who had a treacherous face, was serving on the right side, and seeing that Hu Hai seemed to have something on his mind, he opened his mouth and asked, Your Second Majesty, is there something on your mind? Hu Hai frowned into a tiger skin green pepper. His mouth yelled, Bother, boring, being an emperor can be really annoying. Neither this nor that. Zhao Gao immediately understood, and immediately said to Hu Hai, Your Majesty, I have heard that the wise monarchs of the past all emphasized doing nothing, leaving everything to their ministers and cultivating their own bodies and minds. That's really brilliant. Upon hearing this, Hu Hai immediately came to life and arched his hand to Zhao Gao. And please teach me, sensei. Zhao Gao at this time saw that Hu Hai had already taken the bait, and immediately spoke to Hu Hai about the method of ruling by doing nothing. Your Majesty, the first step in this is to bring those sons of the royal family who may have insubordinate intentions to kill them all. At these words, Huey thought for a moment. What the teacher means is that those of my brothers and sisters that will revolt against me? Zhao Gao replied, Your Majesty first ascended to the throne. It is the time when the Lord is less suspicious of the country. It's inevitable that someone will covet your position. These royal children are the ones who are most likely to hit on you. For such people, they should be killed as many as possible to eliminate future problems. Hu Hai waved his hand. Good. Let's do what teacher said. News of the secret arrest of a royal son was going around. For a while the royal sons and princesses were all in danger. At this time, a prince named Gongzi Gao found an opportunity to meet with Hu Hai. Duke Gao, what is the reason for your visit? Hu Hai looked at Gongzi Gao, who was crouching and kneeling below, and his tone seemed very impatient. After all, as far as Huey was concerned, there wasn't a moment in life that shouldn't be used for pleasure. Gongzi Gao looked up with a tearful eye and said with a tear in his eye and a sniffle in his nose, Every night since the late emperor was buried at Mount Li, I have dreamed of the late emperor. He dreamed that he needed his children to be with him before he could sleep. I am thinking of the great kindness of the late emperor, and as a royal son I should do my filial duty. I hereby apply to your majesty to guard the late emperor's tomb in the underground palace. Knock knock. After saying that, Gongzi Gao began to kowtow to Hu Hai. Hu Hai looked aside at Zhao Gao. After all, for this kind of thing, it was still necessary for Zhao Gao to nod his head. Zhao Gao said in his heart, It just so happens that there's a lack of manpower in the underground palace. Why don't we take the opportunity to send these royal sons and daughters down there? They'll end up dying anyway. He then signaled to Huey that the matter was okay. Hu Hai then favored Gongzi Gao's request. Zhao Gao took the opportunity to say a few more words in front of Hu Hai's ear. Hu Hai slapped his head and said in his heart that it was indeed a good idea. After all, explicitly executing these imperial sons and daughters would indeed have the effect of making people say that he was hand in glove. And on the pretext of guarding the tomb for the first emperor, he drove them all into the underground palace. This way, it's a 2-for-1 deal. Gongzi Gao was originally trying to save his own life, but he didn't want to, and gave Hu Hai such an opportunity. Soon, an edict was sent into the palace. All imperial sons and daughters who had reached the age of 14 went to the underground palace to guard the tomb of the first emperor for 1 year. Of course, this is only superficially speaking time. In fact, Huey had no intention of letting these people come back. After settling on a plan, Zhao Gao would choose a time and day to send these people down to the underground palace. In order to accomplish this successfully, Zhao Gao summoned Lao Ai, who was in the middle of the central hall. This time, I intend to place these imperial sons and daughters in your central hall. Lord Lao doesn't know what he thinks? Lao Ai looked at the grim-faced Zhao Gao and a smile falsely surfaced on his face. Everything, but by Lord Zhao's arrangement. These people have filled my central hall, just in time to help test the poison. Help me to refine the world's strange poison. Zhao Gao also smiled skin deep. Lord Lao, your 100 poison Xiangong seems to have become even more refined. Maybe, before long, you'll be able to break through the half-step sect master and reach the sect master realm. The old man has also had some epiphanies lately, and perhaps, in the near future, I will be able to step into that realm of transformation sect. The implication could not be more obvious. Even if you Lao Ai breaks through, you'll still be hanged by me, Zhao Gao. Just the same. Lao Ai arched his hand. Then I'll congratulate Lord Zhao in advance. With Lord Zhao's talent, I'm afraid that someday he'll break through the land immortal realm and shine with the sun and the moon. Heaven and earth also live together. When Zhao Gao heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. This horse's ass, indeed, hit him right in the heart. After the two blew each other off, Zhao Gao's face became serious. He said to Lao Ai, early tomorrow morning, I will send someone to send them into the underground palace of the. You will receive it when the time comes. Good point. Lao Ai's farewell. After saying that, Lao Ai turned around and left Zhao Gao's residence. After Lao Ai's departure, Zhao Gao paced back and forth in the same place. Another thing that made Zhao Gao's heart sick. Originally, he was prepared to let Yan Lu receive this group of people, but Yan Lu has not been heard from until now. Even Ji Wushuang, who had been sent to find Yan Lu, was suddenly nowhere to be found. In order to prevent Hu Hai from changing his mind, he only had to let Lao Ai take over this matter first. It's simply the opposite. One by one, why have they all disappeared? Incoming. Pass me the 4 secret guards, Jackal, Wolf, Tiger, and Leopard. Soon, 4 strange-looking men came to Zhao Gao and bowed respectfully. The first had a sharp mouth and a long face, a thin figure, and a cold light in his eyes. The second has protruding eyes and a long tongue, is of medium build, and is covered with long hair like a savage. The third was a tiger with a fierce face and gnarled, dominating muscles. The fourth has a leopard's head and ringed eyes, a fierce face, and is clad in leopard skin like a walking panther. It is indeed worthy of the word, as the name suggests. Listen to me. From now on, go down to the underground palace and find Ji Wushuang and Yan Lo for me. If you can't find it, you guys don't come back. Hear me? With the last sentence, Zhao Gao raised the pressure on his body to the extreme. The 4 great experts who possessed pekinate cultivation were actually overwhelmed by each and every one of them. My subordinate understands. If we can't bring back the people, we'll bring our heads. The secret guard named Gon Jackal returned to Zhao Gao. The other 3 also chimed in. If we don't bring back the people, we'll carry our heads. After saying that, the 4 of them turned around and left. Along the way, the 4 of them started talking to each other. This time, Lord Zhao is really angry. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the 4 of us. A bit of a hustle, if you ask me. 1 innate and 1 post-infant. Worth all the effort we can muster? If the 4 of us join forces, even a half-step sect master will have to kneel. The 4 jackals, wolves, tigers and leopards were quite confident. Right here in Xiangyang, they're also first-class experts. I believe that, in the middle of the underground palace, catching Yan Lo and Ji Wushuang is just a piece of cake.